Hachette Audio presents The Stone Sky, The Broken Earth, Book 3, written by N.K. Jemisin, read by Robin Miles. To those who've survived, breathe. That's it. Once more. Good. You're good. Even if you're not, you're alive. That is a victory. Prologue. Me, when I was I. Time grows short, my love. Let's end with the beginning of the world, shall we? Yes, we shall. It's strange, though. My memories are like insects fossilized in amber. They are rarely intact, these frozen, long-lost lives. Usually there's just a leg, some wing scales, a bit of lower thorax, a hole that can only be inferred from fragments, and everything blurred together through jagged, dirty cracks. When I narrow my gaze and squint into memory, I see faces and events that should hold meaning for me, and they do. But they don't. The person who witnessed these things firsthand is me, and yet not. In those memories, I was someone else, just as the stillness was some world else, then and now. You and you. Then. This land then was 3 lands, though these are in virtually the same position as what will someday be called the stillness. Repeated seasons will eventually create more ice at the poles, sinking the sea and making your Arctics and Antarctics larger and colder. Then, though, now. It feels of now as I recall myself of then. This is what I mean when I say that it is strange. Now, in this time before the stillness, the far north and south are decent farmland. What you think of as the western coastals is mostly wetland and rainforest. Those will die out in the next millennium. Some of the Nomad-Lats doesn't exist yet, and will be created by volcanic effusion over several thousand years of eruptive pulses.
The land that becomes Palila, your hometown, doesn't exist.
Not so much change, all things considered. But then, now is nothing ago, tectonically speaking. When we say that the world has ended, remember, it is usually a lie. The planet is just fine. What do we call this lost world, this now, if not the stillness? Let me tell you first of a city. It is a city built wrong, by your standards. This city sprawls in a way that no modern calm would be permitted to do, since that would require too many miles of walls. And this city's outermost sprawls have branched off along rivers and other lifelines to spawn additional cities, much in the manner of mold forking and stretching along the rich veins of a growth medium. Too close together, you would think. Too much overlap of territory. They are too connected, these sprawling cities and their snaking spawn, each unable to survive should it be cut off from the rest. Sometimes they have distinct local nicknames, these child cities, especially where they are large, or old enough to have spawned child cities of their own. But this is superficial. Your perception of their connectedness is correct. They have the same infrastructure, the same culture, the same hungers and fears. Each city is like the other cities. All of the cities are, effectively, one city. This world, in this now, is the city's name, Sil-Anagist. Can you truly understand what a nation is capable of, child of the stillness? The entirety of old Sansa, once it finally stitches itself together from fragments of the 100 civilizations that live and die between now and then, will be nothing by comparison. Merely a collection of paranoid city-states and communes, agreeing to share sometimes for survival's sake. Ah, the seasons will reduce the world to such miserly dreams. Here now, dreams have no limit. The people of Syl Anagist have mastered the forces of matter and its composition. They have shaped life itself to fit their whims. They have so explored the mysteries of the sky that they have grown bored with it and turned their attention back toward the ground beneath their feet. And Syl Anagist lives, oh how it lives, in bustling streets and ceaseless commerce and buildings that your mind would struggle to define as such. The buildings have walls of patterned cellulose that can barely be seen beneath leaves, moss, grasses, and clusters of fruit or tubers. Some rooftop fly banners that are actually immense unfurled fungus flowers. The streets teem with things you might not recognize as vehicles, except in that they travel and convey. Some crawl on legs like massive arthropods. Some are little more than open platforms that glide on a cushion of resonant potential. Ah, but you would not understand this. Let me say only that these vehicles float a few inches off the ground. No animals draw them. No steam or chemical fuels them. Should something, a pet or child perhaps, pass underneath, it will temporarily cease to exist, then resume on the other side with no interruption of velocity or awareness. No one thinks of this as death. There is one thing you would recognize here, standing up from the core of the city. It is the tallest, brightest thing for miles, and every rail and path connects to it in some way or another. It's your old friend, the amethyst obelisk. It isn't floating. Not yet. It sits, not quite quiescent, in its socket. Now and again it pulses in a way that will be familiar to you from Alia. This is a healthier pulse than that was. The amethyst is not the damaged, dying garnet. Still, if the similarity makes you shiver, that's not an unhealthy reaction. All over the three lands, wherever there is a large enough node of Syl Anagist, an obelisk sits at the center of each. They dot the face of the world, 256 spiders in 256 webs, feeding each city and being fed in turn. Webs of life, if you want to think of them that way. Life, you see, is sacred in Syl Anagist. Now imagine, surrounding the base of the amethyst, a hexagonal complex of buildings. Whatever you imagine will look nothing like the actuality. But just imagine something pretty, and that will do. Look closer at this one here, along the southwestern rim of the obelisk, the one on a slanting hillock. There are no bars on the building's crystal windows, but visualize a faint, darker lacing of tissue over the clear material. Nematocysts, a popular method of securing windows against unwanted contact, although these exist only on the outward-facing surface of the windows to keep intruders out. They sting, but do not kill. Life is sacred in Syl Anagist. Inside, there are no guards on the doors. Guards are inefficient in any case. The fulcrum is not the first institution to have learned an eternal truth of mankind. No need for guards when you can convince people to collaborate in their own internment. Here is a cell, within the pretty prison. It doesn't look like one, I know. There's a beautifully sculpted piece of furniture that you might call a couch, though it has no back and consists of several pieces arranged in clusters. The rest of the furniture is common stuff you would recognize. every society needs tables and chairs. The view through the window is of a garden on the roof of one of the other buildings. At this time of day, the garden catches sunlight slanting through the great crystal, and the flowers growing in the garden have been bred and planted with this effect in mind. Purple light paints the paths and beds, and the flowers seem to glow faintly in reaction to the color. Some of these tiny white flower lights wink out now and again, which makes the whole flower bed seem to sparkle like the night sky. Here is a boy, staring through the window at the winking flowers. He is a young man, really, superficially mature, in an ageless sort of way, not so much stocky as compact in his design. His face is wide and cheeky, his mouth small. Everything about him is white, colorless skin, colorless hair, ice-white eyes, his elegantly draped clothing. Everything about the room is white, furniture, rugs, the floor, under the rugs. The walls are bleached cellulose, and nothing grows on them. Only the window displays color. Within this sterile space, in the reflected purple light of the outside, only the boy is obviously alive. Yes, the boy is me. I don't truly remember his name, but I do remember that it had too many rusting letters. Let us therefore call him Hoa. The same sound, just padded with all manner of silent letters and hidden meanings. That's close enough and appropriately symbolic of... Oh, I am angrier than I should be. Fascinating. Let's change tracks, then, to something less fraught. Let us return to the now that will be, and a far different here. Now is the now of the stillness, through which the reverberations of the rifting still echo. The here is not the stillness, precisely, but a cavern just above the main lava chamber of a vast ancient shield volcano. The volcano's heart, if you prefer and have a sense of metaphor. If not, this is a deep, dark, barely stable vesicle, amid rock that has not cooled much in the thousands of years since Father Earth first burped it up. Within this cavern I stand, partially fused with a hump of rock, so that I may better watch for the minute perturbations of major deformations that presage a collapse. I don't need to do this. There are few processes more unstoppable than the one I have set in motion here. Still, I understand what it is to be alone when you are confused and afraid, and unsure of what will happen next. You are not alone. You will never be, unless you so choose. I know what matters here at the world's end. Ah, my love, an apocalypse is a relative thing, isn't it? When the earth shatters, it is a disaster to the life that depends on it, but nothing much to Father Earth. When a man dies, it should be devastating to a girl who once called him father. But this becomes as nothing when she has been called monster so many times that she finally embraces the label. When a slave rebels, it is nothing much to the people who read about it later. Just thin words on thinner paper, worn finer by the friction of history. So you were slaves, so what? They whisper, like it's nothing. But to the people who live through a slave rebellion, both those who take their dominance for granted until it comes for them in the dark, and those who would see the world burn before enduring one moment longer in their place. That is not a metaphor, Essun, not hyperbole. I did watch the world burn. Say nothing to me of innocent bystanders, unearned suffering, heartless vengeance. When a calm builds atop a fault line, do you blame its walls when they inevitably crush the people inside? No. You blame whoever was stupid enough to think they could defy the laws of nature forever. Well, some worlds are built on a fault line of pain held up by nightmares. Don't lament when those worlds fall. Rage that they were built doomed in the first place. So now I will tell you the way that world, Sil Anagist, ended. I will tell you how I ended it, or at least enough of it that it had to start over and rebuild itself from scratch. I will tell you how I opened the gate, and flung away the moon and smiled as I did it. And I will tell you everything of how later, as the quiet of death descended, I whispered, "Right now. Right now." And the earth whispered back, "Burn." 1. You, in waking and dreaming. Now, let's review. You are Essun, the sole surviving origin in all the world, who has opened the obelisk gate. No one expected this grand destiny of you. You were once of the fulcrum, but not a rising star like Alabaster. You were a feral found in the wild, unique only in that you had more innate ability than the average raga born by random chance. Though you started well, you plateaued early, not for any clear reason. You simply lacked the urge to innovate, or the desire to excel. Or so the seniors lamented behind closed doors. Too quick to conform to the fulcrum system. It limited you. Good thing, because otherwise they'd never have loosened your leash the way they did, sending you forth on that mission with Alabaster. He scared the rust out of them. You, though, they thought you were one of the safe ones, properly broken in and trained to obey, unlikely to wipe out a town by accident. Joke's on them. How many towns have you wiped out now? 1 semi-intentionally. The other 3 were accidents, but really, does that matter? Not to the dead. Sometimes you dream of undoing it all, not flailing for the garnet obelisk in Alia, and instead watching happy black children play in the surf of a black sand beach while you bled out around a guardian's black knife. Not being taken to Meov by antimony. Instead, you would have returned to the fulcrum to give birth to Corundum. You'd have lost him after that birth, and you would never have had Inun, but both of them would probably still be alive. Well, for values of alive, if they'd put Koru in a node. But then, you would never have lived in Terimo, never have borne Uche to die beneath his father's fists, never have raised Nasun to be stolen by her father, never have crushed your once neighbors when they tried to kill you. So many lives saved. If only you had stayed in your cage, or died on demand. And here, now, long free from the ordered, staid strictures of the fulcrum, you have become mighty. You saved the community of Kostrima at the cost of Kostrima itself. This was a small price to pay, compared to the cost in blood that the enemy army would have extracted if they'd won. You achieved victory by unleashing the concatenated power of an arcane mechanism older than your written history. And because you are who you are, while learning to master this power, you murdered Alabaster Tenring. You didn't mean to. You actually suspect he wanted you to do it. Either way, he's dead. And this sequence of events has left you the most powerful origin on the planet. It also means that your tenure as most powerful has just acquired an expiration date, because the same thing is happening to you that happened to Alabaster. You're turning to stone. Just your right arm for now. Could be worse. Will be worse. The next time you open the gate, or even the next time you wield enough of that strange, silvery not orogeny, which Alabaster called magic. You don't have a choice, though. You've got a job to do, courtesy of Alabaster and the nebulous faction of Stone Eaters who've been quietly trying to end the ancient war between life and Father Earth. The job you have to do is the easier of the two, you think. Just catch the moon, seal the luminous rifting, reduce the current season's predicted impact from thousands or millions of years back down to something manageable, something the human race has a chance of surviving. End the 5th seasons for all time. The job you want to do, though? Find Nasun, your daughter. Take her back from the man who murdered your son and dragged her halfway across the world in the middle of the apocalypse. About that, I have good news and bad news, but we'll get to Jija presently. You're not really in a coma. You are a key component of a complex system, the whole of which has just experienced a massive, poorly controlled startup flux and emergency shutoff, with insufficient cooldown time expressing itself as arcanochemical phase state resistance and mutagenic feedback. You need time to reboot. This means you're not unconscious. It's more like periods of half waking and half sleeping, if that makes sense. You're aware of things, somewhat. The bobbing of movement, occasional jostling. Someone puts food and water into your mouth. Fortunately, you have the presence of mind to chew and swallow, because the end of the world on the ash-strewn road is a bad time and place to need a feeding tube. Hands pull on your clothing and something girds your hips, a diaper. Bad time and place for that, too. But someone's willing to tend to you this way, and you don't mind. You barely notice. You feel no hunger or thirst before they give you sustenance. Your evacuations bring no particular relief. Life endures. It doesn't need to do so enthusiastically. Eventually, the periods of waking and sleep become more pronounced things. Then one day, you open your eyes to see the clouded sky overhead, swaying back and forth, skeletal branches occasionally occluded, faint shadow of an obelisk through the clouds. That's the spinel, you suspect, reverted to its usual shape and immensity. And following you like a lonely puppy, now that Alabaster is dead. Staring at the sky gets boring after a while, so you turn your head and try to understand what's going on. Figures move around you, dreamlike and swathed in gray-white. No, they're wearing ordinary clothing. It's just covered with pale ash. And they're wearing a lot of clothes because it's cold. Not enough to freeze water, but close. It's nearly 2 years into the season. 2 years without the sun. The rifting's putting out a lot of heat up around the equator, but that's not nearly enough to make up for the lack of a giant fireball in the sky. Still, without the rifting, the cold would be worse, well below freezing, instead of nearly freezing. Small favors. In any case, one of the ash-swathed figures seems to notice that you're awake, or to feel the shift of your weight. A head wrapped in a face mask and goggles swivels back to consider you, then faces ahead again. There are murmured words between the two people in front of you, which you don't understand. They're not in another language. You're just half out of it, and the words are partially absorbed by the ash falling around you. Someone speaks behind you. You start and look back to see another goggled, masked face. Who are these people? It does not occur to you to be afraid. Like hunger, such visceral things are more detached from you now. Then someone clicks, and you understand. You're on a stretcher, just 2 poles with some stitched hide between them, being carried by 4 people. One of them calls out, and other calls respond from farther away. Lots of calls, lots of people. Another call from somewhere far away, and the people carrying you come to a halt. They glance at each other and set you down with the ease and uniformity of people who've practiced doing the same maneuver in unison many times. You feel the stretcher settle onto a soft powdery layer of ash, over a thicker layer of ash, over what might be your road. Then your stretcher bearers move away, opening packs and settling down in a ritual that is familiar from your own months on the road. Break time. You know this ritual. You should get up, eat something, check your boots for holes or stones, your feet for unnoticed sores, make sure your mask— wait, are you wearing one? If everyone else is. You kept that in your runny sack, didn't you? Where is your runny sack? Someone walks out of the gloom and ashfall. Tall, plateau broad, identity stripped by the clothes and mask, but restored by the familiar frizzy texture of the ashblow mane. She crouches near your head. Not dead, after all. Guess I lose that bet with Tonki. Hjorka, you say. Your voice rasps worse than hers does. You guess by the flexing of her mask that she grins. It feels odd to perceive her smile without the usual undercurrent of menace from her sharp-filed teeth. And your brains are probably still intact. I win the bet with Yika, at least. She glances around and bellows, Lerna! You try to lift a hand to grab her pants leg. It feels like trying to move a mountain. You ought to be able to move mountains, so you concentrate and get it halfway up, and then forget why you wanted Hjarka's attention. She glances around then, fortunately, and eyes your upraised hand. It's shaking with the effort. After a moment's consideration, she sighs and takes your hand, then looks away, as if embarrassed. Happening, you manage. Rust if I know. We didn't need another break this soon. Not what you meant, but it takes too much of an effort to try to say the rest. So you lie there, with your hand being held by a woman who clearly would rather be doing anything else, but who's deigning to show you compassion because she thinks you need it. You don't, but you're glad she's trying. 2 more forms resolve out of the swirl, both recognizable by their familiar shapes. One is male and slight, the other female and pillowy. The narrow one displaces Hjarka at your head and leans in to pull off the goggles that you hadn't realized you were wearing. Give me your rock, he says. It's Lerna, making no sense. What? You say. He ignores you. Tonki, the other person, elbows Hjarka, who sighs, and rummages through her bag until she finds something small. She offers it to Lerna. He lays a hand on your cheek while holding the object up. The thing starts to glow with a familiar tone of white light. You realize it's a piece of a Castrema under crystal, lighting up because they do that in contact with origins, as Lerna is now in contact with you. Ingenious. Using this light, he leans in and peers closely at your eyes. Pupils contracting normally, he murmurs to himself. His hand twitches on your cheek. No fever. I feel heavy, you say. "You're alive," he says, as if this is a completely reasonable response. No one is speaking a language you can understand today. Motor skills sluggish. Cognition... Tonky leans in. "What did you dream?" It makes as much sense as "give me a rock," but you try to answer because you're too out of it to realize you shouldn't. "There was a city," you murmur. A bit of ash falls onto your lashes and you twitch. Lorna puts your goggles back on. "It was alive. There was an obelisk above it." Above it? In it, maybe. I think. Tonky nods. Obelisks rarely lingered directly over human habitations. I had a friend back at 7th who had some theories about that. Want to hear them? Finally it sinks in that you're doing something stupid, encouraging Tonky. You put a mighty effort into glaring at her. No. Tonky glances at Lorna. Her faculties seem intact. Little sluggish, maybe. But then she always is. Yes, thank you for confirming that. Lorna finishes doing whatever he's doing and sits back on his heels. Want to try walking, Essun? Isn't that kinda sudden? Asks Tonky. She's frowning, which is visible even around her goggles. What with the coma and all. You know as well as I do that Ika's not going to give her much more recovery time. It might even be good for her. Tonky sighs, but she's the one to help when Lorna slides an arm under you, levering you up from prone to sitting. Even this takes an effort of ages. You get dizzy the instant you're upright, but it passes. Something's wrong, though. It's a testament to how much you've been through. Maybe that you seem to have developed a permanently crooked posture, your right shoulder sagging and arm dragging, as if it is made of... Oh. Oh. The others stop bothering you as you realize what's happened. They watch you heft the shoulder as much as you can, to try to drag your right arm more into view. It's heavy. Your shoulder hurts when you do this, even though most of the joint is still flesh, because the weight pulls against that flesh. Some of the tendons have transformed, but they're still attached to living bone. Gritty bits of something chafe within what should be a smooth ball and socket. It doesn't hurt as much as you thought it would, though, after watching Alabaster go through this. So that's something. The rest of the arm, from which someone has stripped your shirt and jacket sleeves in order to bear it, has changed nearly past recognition. It's your arm, you're pretty sure. Beyond the fact that it's still attached to your body, it's got the shape you know like your own. Well, not as graceful and tapered as it used to be when you were young. You were heavy-set for a while, and that still shows along the plush-looking forearm and slight sag under your upper arm. The bicep is more defined than it used to be, 2 years of surviving. The hand is clamped into a fist, the whole arm slightly cocked at the elbow. You always did tend to make fists while you were wrestling with a particularly difficult bit of orogeny. But the mole, which once sat in the middle of your forearm like a tiny black target, is gone. You can't turn the arm over for a look at your elbow, so you touch it. The keloid scar from where you once fell is impossible to feel anymore, though it should be slightly raised compared to the skin around it. That level of fine definition has vanished into a texture that is gritty and dense, like unpolished sandstone. Perhaps self-destructively you rub it, but no particles break off beneath your fingertips. It's more solid than it looks. The color is an even, all-over grayish tan that looks nothing like your skin. It was like this when Ho brought you back. Lorna, who has been silent throughout your examination. His voice is neutral. He says he needs your permission to, You stop trying to rub your stone skin off. Maybe it's shock, maybe fear has robbed you of shock, maybe you're really not feeling anything. So tell me, you say to Lerna.
The effort of sitting up and seeing your arm have restored your wits a little.
In your, professional opinion, what should I do about this? I think you should either let Hoa eat it off, or let one of us take a sledgehammer to it. You wince. That's a little dramatic, don't you think? I don't think anything lighter would put a dent in it. You forget I had plenty of chances to examine Alabaster when this was happening to him. Out of nowhere, you think of Alabaster having to be reminded to eat because he no longer felt hunger. It's not relevant, but the thought just pops in there. He let you? I didn't give him a choice. I needed to know if it was contagious, since it seemed to be spreading on him. I took a sample once, and he joked that Antimony, the Stone Eater, would want it back. It wouldn't have been a joke. Alabaster always smiled when he spoke the rawest truths. And did you give it back? You better believe I did. Lerna runs a hand over his hair, displacing a small pile of ash. Listen. We have to wrap the arm at night so that the chill of it doesn't depress your body temperature. You've got stretch marks on the shoulder where it pulls your skin. I suspect it's deforming the bones and straining the tendons. The joint isn't built to carry this kind of weight. He hesitates. We can take it off now and give it to Hoa later if you like. I don't see any reason why you'd have to do it his way. You think Hoa is probably somewhere below your feet at this very moment, listening. But Lerna is being oddly squeamish about this. Why? You take a guess. I don't mind if Hoa eats it, you say. You aren't saying it just for Hoa. You really mean it. If it will do him good and get the thing off me in the process, why not? Something flickers in Lerna's expression. His emotionless mask slips, and you see all of a sudden that he's revolted by the idea of Hoa chewing the arm off your body. Well, put like that, the concept is inherently revolting. It's too utilitarian a way of thinking about it, though, too atavistic. You know intimately, from hours spent delving between the cells and particles of Alabaster's transforming body, what's happening in your arm. Looking at it, you can all but see the silvery lines of magic realigning infinitesimal particles and energies of your substance, moving this bit so that it's oriented along the same path as that bit, carefully tightening into a lattice that binds the whole together. Whatever this process is, it's simply too precise, too powerful to be chance, or for Hoa's ingestion of it to be the grotesquerie that Lerna plainly sees. But you don't know how to explain that to him, and you wouldn't have the energy to try, even if you did. Help me up, you say. Tonki gingerly takes hold of the stone arm, helping to support it so it doesn't shift or flop and wrench your shoulder. She throws a glare at Lerna until he finally gets over himself and slides an arm under you again. Between the two of them, you manage to gain your feet, but it's hard going. You're panting by the end, and your knees are distinctly wobbly. The blood in your body is less committed to the cause, and momentarily you sway, dizzy and lightheaded. Lerna immediately says, "All right, let's get her back down." Abruptly, you're sitting down again, out of breath this time, the arm awkwardly jacking up your shoulder until Tonki adjusts it. The thing really is heavy. Your arm, not the thing. It's your right arm. You've lost your right arm. You're aware of that, and soon you'll mourn it, but for now it's easier to think of it as a thing separate from yourself. An especially useless prosthesis, a benign tumor that needs to be removed. These things are all true, it's also your rusting arm. You're sitting there, panting, and willing the world to stop spinning, when you hear someone else approach. This one speaking loudly, calling for everyone to pack up, break's over, they need to do another 5 miles before dark. Ika. You lift your head as she gets close enough, and it's in this moment that you realize you think of her as a friend. You realize it because it feels good to hear her voice, and to see her resolve out of the swirling ash. Last time you saw her, she was in serious danger of being murdered by hostile stone-eaters attacking Castrima Under. That's one of the reasons you fought back, using the crystals of Castrima Under to ensnare the attackers. You wanted her and all the other origins of Castrima, and by extension all the people of Castrima who depended on those origins, to live. So you smile. It's weak. You're weak. Which is why it actually hurts when Yika turns to you and her lips tighten in what is unmistakably disgust. She's pulled the cloth wrapping off the lower half of her face, beyond her gray and coal eye makeup, which not even the end of the world will stop her from wearing. You can't make out her eyes behind her makeshift goggles, a pair of spectacles that she's wrapped rags around to keep ash out. "Shit," she says to Hjarka. "You're never going to let me hear the end of it, are you?" Hjarka shrugs. "Not till you pay up, no." You're staring at Yika, the tentative little smile freezing off your face. "She'll probably make a full recovery," Lerna says. His voice is neutral in a way that you immediately sense is careful. Walking over a lava tube, careful. "It'll be a few days before she can keep up on foot, though." Yika sighs, putting a hand on her hip and very obviously rifling through a series of things to say.
What she finally settles on is neutral, too.
"Fine. I'll extend the rotation of people carrying the stretcher. Get her walking as soon as possible, though. Everyone carries their own weight in this calm or gets left behind." She turns and heads off. "Yeah, so," Tonki says in a low voice, once Yika's out of earshot. "She's a little pissed about you destroying the geode." You flinch. Destroying? Oh. But locking all those stone-eaters into the crystals. You meant to save everyone, but Castrima was a machine, a very old, very delicate machine that you didn't understand. And now you're topside, traipsing through the ashfall. Oh, rusting earth. I did. What, you didn't realize? Hjarka laughs a little. It's got a bitter edge. You actually thought we were all up here topside, the whole rusting calm traveling north in the ash and cold, for fun? She strides away, shaking her head. Yika's not the only one pissed about it. You start to say, "I didn't mean to," and stop, because you never mean it, and it never matters in the end. Watching your face, Lerna lets out a small sigh. "Renana's destroyed the calm, Essun, not you." He's helping you shift back down into a prone position, but not meeting your eyes. "We lost it the minute we infested Castrima over with boil bugs to save ourselves. It's not like they would have just gone away, or left anything in the territory to eat. If we'd stayed in the geode, we'd have been doomed one way or another." It's true, and perfectly rational. Yika's reaction, though, proves that some things aren't about rationality. You can't take away people's homes and sense of security in such an immediate, dramatic way and expect them to consider extended chains of culpability before they get angry about it. "They'll get over it." You blink to find Lerna looking at you now, his gaze clear and expression frank. "If I could, they can." It'll just take a while." You hadn't realized he had gotten over it to Remo. He ignores your staring, then gestures to the 4 people who have gathered nearby. They're lying down already, so he tucks your stone arm in beside you, making sure the blankets cover it. The stretcher-bearers take up their task again, and you have to clamp down on your orogeny, which, now that you're awake, insists upon reacting to every lurch as if it's a shake. Tonki's head pokes into view as they start to carry you along. "Hey, it'll be all right. Lots of people hate me." That is entirely unreassuring. It's also frustrating that you care, and that others can tell you care. You used to be such a steel heart. But you know why you aren't, all of a sudden. "Nasun," you say to Tonki. "What?" "Nasun. I know where she is, Tonki." You try to raise your right hand to catch hers, and there is a sensation that thrums through your shoulder like aching and floating. You hear a ringing sound. It doesn't hurt, but you privately curse yourself for forgetting. "I have to go find her." Tonki darts a look at your stretcher-bearers, and then in the direction Yika went. "Speak softer." "What?" Yika knows full well you're going to want to go find your daughter. That was practically the first thing you ever said to her. If you want to be dumped on the side of the rusting road, keep talking. That shuts you up, along with the continued effort of restraining your orogeny. Oh, so Yika's that pissed. The ash keeps falling, eventually obscuring your goggles because you don't have the energy to brush it away. In the gray dimness that results, your body's need to recover takes precedence. You fall asleep again. The next time you wake and brush the ash off your face, it's because you've been put down again, and there's a rock or branch or something poking you in the small of the back. You struggle to sit up on one elbow, and it's easier, though you still can't manage much else. Night has fallen. Several dozen people are settling onto some kind of rock outcropping amid a scraggly, not quite forest. The outcropping cesses familiar from your orogenic explorations of Kostrima's surroundings, and it helps you place yourself. A bit of fresh tectonic uplift that's about 160 miles north of the Kostrima geode. That tells you that the journey from Kostrima must have only just begun a few days before, since a large group can only walk so fast, and that there's only one place you could be going if you're headed north. Renanis. Somehow everyone must know that it's empty and habitable, or maybe they're just hoping that it is, and they've got nothing else to hope for. Well, at least on that point you can reassure them, if they'll listen to you. The people around you are setting up campfire circles, cooking spits, latrines. In a few spots throughout the camp, little piles of broken, lumpy Kostrima crystals provide additional illumination. Good to know there must be enough origins left to keep them working. Some of the activity is inefficient where people are unused to it, but for the most part it's well ordered. Kostrima, having more than its share of members who know how to live on the road, is turning out to be a boon. Your stretcher-bearers have left you where they dumped you, though, and if anyone's going to build you a fire or bring you food, they haven't started yet. You spot Lerna crouching amid a small group of people who are also prone, but he's busy. Ah, yes. There must have been a lot of wounded after Renanis's soldiers got into the geode. Well, you don't need a fire, and you're not hungry, so the other's indifference doesn't trouble you for the moment, except emotionally. What does bother you is that your runny sack is gone. You carried that thing halfway across the stillness, stashed your old rank rings in it, even saved it from getting scorched to powder when a stone-eater transformed himself in your quarters. There wasn't much in it that still mattered to you, but the bag itself holds a certain sentimental value at this point. Well, everyone's lost something. A mountain suddenly weighs down your nearby perception. In spite of everything, you find yourself smiling. I wondered when you would show up. Hoa stands over you. It's still a shock to see him like this, a mid-sized adult rather than a small child, veined black marble instead of white flesh. Somehow, though, it's easy to perceive him as the same person. Same face shape, same haunting ice-white eyes, same ineffable strangeness, same whiff of lurking whimsy as the Hoa you've known for the past year. What's changed? That a stone eater no longer seems alien to you? Only superficial things about him. Everything about you. How do you feel? He asks. Better? The arm pulls when you shift to look up at him, a constant reminder of the unwritten contract between you. Were you the one who told them about Renanis? Yes, and I'm guiding them there. You? To the degree that Yika listens. I think she prefers her stone eaters as silent menaces rather than active allies. This pulls a weary laugh out of you, but... Are you an ally, Hoa? Not to them. Yika understands that too, though. Yes, this is probably why you're still alive. As long as Yika keeps you safe and fed, Hoa will help. You're back on the road, and everything's a rusting transaction again. The calm that was Kustrima lives, but it isn't really a community anymore. Just a group of like-minded travelers collaborating to survive. Maybe it can become a true calm again later, once it's got another home to defend. But for now, you get why Yika's angry. Something beautiful and wholesome has been lost. Well, you look down at yourself. You're not wholesome anymore, but what's left of you can be strengthened. You'll be able to go after Nasun soon. First things first, though. We going to do this? Hoa does not speak for a moment. Are you certain? The arm's not doing me any good, as it is. There is the faintest of sounds, stone grinding on stone, slow and inexorable. A very heavy hand comes to rest on your half-transformed shoulder. You have the sense that, despite the weight, it is a delicate touch by Stone Eater standards. Hoa's being careful with you. Not here, he says, and pulls you down into the earth. It's only for an instant. He always keeps these trips through the earth quick, probably because longer would make it hard to breathe and stay sane. This time is little more than a blurring sensation of movement, a flicker of darkness, a whiff of loam richer than the acrid ash. Then you are lying on another rocky outcropping, probably the same one that the rest of Kustrima is settling on, just away from the encampment. There are no campfires here. The only light is the ruddy reflection of the rifting off the thick clouds overhead. Your eyes adjust quickly, though there's little to see but rocks and the shadows of nearby trees, and a human silhouette, which now crouches beside you. Hoa holds your stone arm in his hands gently, almost reverently. In spite of yourself, you sense the solemnity of the moment. And why shouldn't it be solemn? This is the sacrifice demanded by the obelisks. This is the pound of flesh you must pay for the blood debt of your daughter. This isn't what you think of it, Hoa says, and for an instant, you worry that he can read your mind. More likely, it's just the fact that he's as old as the literal hills, and he can read your face. You see what was lost in us, but we gained, too. This is not the ugly thing it seems. It seems like he's going to eat your arm. You're okay with it, but you want to understand. What is it, then? Why? You shake your head, unsure of even what question to ask. Maybe why doesn't matter. Maybe you can't understand. Maybe this isn't meant for you. This is not sustenance. We need only life to live. The latter half of that was nonsensical, so you latch on to the former half. If this isn't sustenance, then... Hoa moves slowly again. They don't do this often, stone eaters. Movement is the thing that emphasizes their uncanny nature. So like humanity, and yet so wildly different. It would be easier if they were more alien. When they move like this, you can see what they once were, and the knowledge is a threat and warning to all that is human within you. And yet, you see what was lost in us, but we gained too. He lifts your hand with both his own, one positioned under your elbow, his fingers lightly braced under your closed, cracked fist. Slowly, slowly. It doesn't hurt your shoulder this way. Halfway to his face, he moves the hand that had been under your elbow, shifting it to cup the underside of your upper arm. His stone slides against yours with a faint, grinding sound. It is surprisingly sensual, even though you can't feel a thing. Then your fist rests against his lips. The lips don't move as he says from within his chest, "Are you afraid?" You consider this for a long moment. Shouldn't you be? But... No. Good, he replies. I do this for you, Essun. Everything is for you. Do you believe that? You don't know at first. On impulse, you lift your good hand, smooth fingers over his hard, cool, polished cheek. It's hard to see him black against the dark, but your thumb finds his brows and traces out his nose, which is longer in its adult shape. He told you once that he thinks of himself as human, in spite of his strange body. You belatedly realize that you've chosen to see him as human, too. That makes this something other than an act of predation. You're not sure what it is instead, but it feels like a gift. Yes, you say. I believe you. His mouth opens, wide, wider than any human mouth can open. Once you worried his mouth was too small, now it's wide enough to fit a fist. And such teeth he has, small and even and diamond clear, glinting prettily in the red evening light. There is only darkness beyond those teeth. You shut your eyes. She was in a foul mood. Old age, one of her children told me. She said it was just the stress of trying to warn people who didn't want to hear that bad times were coming. It wasn't a foul mood. It was the privilege that age had bought her, to dispense with the lie of politeness. There isn't a villain in this story, she said. We sat in the garden dome, which was only a dome because she'd insisted. The Sill skeptics still claim there's no proof things will happen the way she said. But she's never been wrong in one of her predictions, and she's more Sill than they are, so... She was drinking Seth, as if to mark a truth in chemicals. There isn't a single evil to point to, a single moment when everything changed, she went on. Things were bad, and then terrible, and then better, and then bad again. And then they happened again and again because no one stopped it. Things can be adjusted. Lengthen the better, predict and shorten the terrible. Sometimes prevent the terrible by settling for the merely bad. I've given up on trying to stop you people. Just taught my children to remember and learn and survive until someone finally breaks the cycle for good. I was confused.
Are you talking about burn down?
That was what I'd come to talk about, after all. 100 years, she predicted, 50 years ago. What else mattered? She only smiled. Transcribed interview. Translated from Obelisk Builder C, found in Tapeta Plateau, ruin number 723, by Shinash, Innovator Debars. Date unknown. Transcriber unknown. Speculation. The first lorist? Personal. Baster, you should see this place. Treasures of history everywhere, most of them too degraded to decipher, but still. Wish you were here. 2. Nasun feels like busting loose. Nasun stands over the body of her father, if one can call a tumbled mass of broken jewels a body. She's swaying a little, lightheaded, because the wound in her shoulder, where her father has stabbed her, is bleeding profusely. The stabbing is the outcome of an impossible choice he demanded of her, to be either his daughter or an origin. She refused to commit existential suicide. He refused to suffer an origin to live. There was no malice in either of them in that final moment, only the grim violence of inevitability. To one side of this tableau stands Shafa, Nasun's guardian, who stares down at what is left of Jija-resistant Jekidi in a combination of wonder and cold satisfaction. At Nasun's other side is Steel, her stone-eater. It is appropriate to call him that now, hers, because he has come in her hour of need, not to help, never that, but to provide her with something, nevertheless. What he offers and what she has finally realized she needs is purpose. Not even Shafa has given her this. But that's because Shafa loves her unconditionally. She needs that love, too. Oh, how she needs it. But in this moment, when her heart has been most thoroughly broken, when her thoughts are their least focused, she craves something more solid. She will have the solidity that she wants. She will fight for it and kill for it, because she's had to do that again and again, and it is habit now. And if she is successful, she will die for it. After all, she is her mother's daughter, and only people who think they have a future fear death. In Nasun's good hand thrums a 3-foot-long tapering shard of crystal, deep blue and finely faceted, though with some slight deformations near its base that have resulted in something like a hilt. Now and again, this strange long knife flickers into a translucent, intangible, debatably real state. It's very real. Only Nasun's attention keeps the thing in her hands from turning her to colored stone the way it did her father. She is afraid of what might happen if she passes out from blood loss, so she would really like to send the sapphire back up into the sky to resume its default shape and immense size, but she can't. Not yet. There by the dormitory are the 2 reasons. Umber and Nita, the other 2 guardians of Found Moon. They're watching her, and when her gaze lands on them, there is a flicker in the lacing tendrils of silver that drift between the pair. No exchanged words or looks, just that silent communion, which would have been imperceptible if Nasun were anyone but who she was. Beneath each guardian, delicate silvery tethers wend up from the ground into their feet, connected by the nerve and vein glimmer of their bodies to tiny shards of iron embedded in their brains. These taproot-like tethers have always been there. But maybe it's the tension of the moment that makes Nasun finally notice how thick those lines of light are for each guardian. much thicker than the one linking the ground to Shafa. And at last she understands what that means. Umber and Nida are just puppets of a greater will. Nasun has tried to believe better of them, that they are their own people. But here, now, with the sapphire in her hands and her father dead at her feet, some maturations cannot wait for a more convenient season. So Nasun roots a torus deep within the earth, because she knows that Umber and Nida will sense this. It's a feint. She doesn't need the power of the earth, and she suspects they know it. Still, they react, Umber unfolding his arms, and Nida straightening from where she'd been leaning on the porch railing. Shafa reacts too, his eyes shifting sideways to meet hers. It's an unavoidable tell that Umber and Nida will notice, but it cannot be helped. Nasun has no piece of the evil earth lodged in her brain to facilitate communication. Where matter fails, care makes do. He says, "Nida," and that is all she needs.
Umber and Nida move. It's fast, so fast, because the silver lattice within each has strengthened their bones and tightened the cords of their muscles so that they can do what ordinary human flesh cannot.
A pulse of negation moves before them with storm surge inexorability, immediately striking the major lobes of Nasun's sesapine numb. But Nasun is already on the offensive. Not physically. She cannot contest them in that sphere of battle. And besides, she can barely stand. Will and the silver are all she's got left. So Nasun, her body still, her mind violent, snatches at the silver threads of the air around her, weaving them into a crude but efficient net. She's never done this before, but no one has ever told her that it can't be done. She wraps part of this around Nida, ignoring Umber because Shafa told her to. And indeed, she understands in the next instant why he told her to concentrate on only one of the enemy guardians. The silver she's woven around Nida should catch the woman up fast, like an insect slamming into a spider web. Instead, Nida stumbles to a halt, then laughs while threads of something else curl forth from within her and lash the air, shredding the net around her. She lunges for Nasun again, but Nasun, after boggling at the speed and efficacy of the Guardian's retaliation, snatches stone up from within the earth to spear Nida's feet. This impedes Nida only a little. She bowls forward, breaking the rock shards off and charging with them still jutting through her boots. One of her hands is held like a claw, the other a flat, finger-stiffened blade. Whichever of them reaches Nasun first will dictate how she begins tearing Nasun apart with her bare hands. Here Nasun panics, just a little, because she would lose control of the sapphire otherwise, but some. She can sense a raw, hungry, chaotic reverberation to the silver threads thrumming through Nida, like nothing she's ever perceived before, and it is somehow suddenly terrifying. She doesn't know what that strange reverberation will do to her, if any part of Nida should touch Nasun's bare skin. Her mother knows, though. She takes a step back, willing the sapphire long knife to move between her and Nida in a defensive position. Her good hand is still on the sapphire's hilt, so it looks as if she's brandishing a weapon with a shaking and far too slow hand. Nida laughs again, high and delighted, because they can both see that not even the sapphire will be enough to stop her. Nida's claw hand flails out, fingers splaying and reaching for Nasun's cheek, even as she weaves like a snake around Nasun's wild slash. Nasun drops the sapphire and screams, her dulled sesapine flexing desperately, helplessly. But all of the guardians have forgotten Nasun's other guardian. Steel does not appear to move. In one instant, he stands as he has for the past few minutes, with his back to the tumbled pile of Jija, expression serene, posture languid, as he faces the northern horizon. In the next, he is closer, right beside Nasun, having transported himself so quickly that Nasun hears a sharp clap of displaced air. Anita's forward momentum abruptly stops as her throat is caught tight within the circle of Steele's upraised hand. She shrieks. Nasun has heard Nita ramble for hours in her fluttery voice, and perhaps that's made her think of Nita as a songbird, chattery and chirruping and harmless. This shriek is the cry of a raptor, savagery turning to fury as she is thwarted from stooping on her prey. She tries to wrench herself back, risking skin and tendon to get loose, but Steele's grip is as firm as stone. She's caught. A sound behind Nasun makes her jerk around. 10 feet from where she stands, Umber and Shafa have blurred together in hand-to-hand combat. She can't see what's happening. They're both moving too fast, their strikes swift and vicious. By the time her ears process the sounds of a blow, they've already shifted to a different position. She can't even tell what they're doing, but she is afraid. So afraid for Shafa. The silver in Umber flows like rivers, power being steadily fed to him through that glimmering taproot. The thinner streams in Shafa, however, are a wild chain of rapids and clogs, yanking at his nerves and muscles and flaring unpredictably in an attempt to distract him. Nasun can see by the concentration in Shafa's face that he is still in control, and that this is what has saved him. His movements are unpredictable, strategic, considered. Still, that he can fight at all is astonishing. How he ends the fight, by driving his hand up to the wrist, through the underside of Umber's jaw, is horrifying. Umber makes an awful sound, jerking to a halt. But an instant later his hand lunges for Shafa's throat again, blurring in its speed. Shafa gasps, so quickly that it might be just a breath, but Nasun hears the alarm in it and shunts away the strike, but Umber's still moving even though his eyes have rolled back in his head and the movements are twitchy, clumsy. Nasun understands then. Umber is not home anymore. Something else is working his limbs and reflexes for as long as crucial connections remain in place. And yes, in the next breath, Shafa flings Umber to the ground, wrenches his hand free, and stomps on his opponent's head. Nasun can't look. She hears the crunch, that's enough. She hears Umber actually continue twitching, his movements more feeble than persistent. And she hears the faint rustle of Shafa's clothes as he bends. Then she hears something that her mother last heard in a little room in the Guardian's wing of the fulcrum, some 30 years before. Bone cracking and gristle tearing as Shafa works his fingers into the base of Umber's broken skull. Nasun can't close her ears. So instead she focuses on Nita, who's still fighting to get free from Steele's unbreakable grip. Nasun attempts. Her heart's slowed only a little. The sapphire shakes harder in her hands. Nita still wants to kill her. Steele, who has established himself as merely a possible ally and not a definite one, need only loosen his grip. And Nasun will die. But I don't want to kill you, she manages. It's even true. Nita abruptly goes still and silent. The fury in her expression gradually fades to no expression at all. It did what it had to do, last time, she says. Nasun's skin prickles with the realization that something intangible has changed. She's not sure what, but she doesn't think this is quite Nita anymore. She swallows. Did what? Who? Nita's gaze falls on Steele. There is a faint, grinding sound as Steele's mouth curves into a wide, toothy smile. Then, before Nasun can think of another question to ask, Steele's grip shifts, not loosening, turning with that unnaturally slow motion which perhaps is meant to imitate human movement, or mock it. He draws in his arm and pivots his wrist to turn Nita around, her back to his front, the nape of her neck to his mouth. It's angry, Nita continues calmly, though now she faces away from both Steel and Nassun. Yet even now it may be willing to compromise, to forgive. It demands justice, but it has had its justice 1,000 times over, says Steel. I owe it no more. Then he opens his mouth wide. Nassun turns away, again. On a morning when she has rent her father to pieces, some things remain too obscene for her child's eyes. At least Nita does not move again once Steel has dropped her body to the ground. We cannot remain here, Shafa says. When Nassun swallows hard and focuses on him, she sees that he stands over Umber's corpse, holding something small and sharp in one gore-flecked hand. He gazes at this object with the same detached coldness that he turns upon those he means to kill. Others will come.
Through the clarity of near-death adrenaline, Nassun knows that he means other contaminated guardians, and not half-contaminated ones like Shafa himself, who have somehow managed to retain some measure of free will. Nassun swallows and nods, feeling calmer now that no one is actively trying to kill her anymore. What about the other kids? Some of the children in question are standing on the porch of the dormitory, awakened by the concussion of the sapphire when Nassun summoned it into long knife form. They have witnessed everything Nassun sees. A couple are weeping at the sight of their guardians dead, but most just stare at her and Shafa in silent shock. One of the smaller children is vomiting off the side of the steps. Shafa gazes at them for a long moment, and then glances sidelong at her. Some of the coldness is still there, saying what his voice does not. They'll need to leave Jeketi, quickly. Without guardians, the calm folk are unlikely to tolerate their presence. Or Shafa can kill them. That's what he's done with every other origin they've met who isn't under his control. They are either his, or they are a threat. No, Nassun blurts, speaking to that silent coldness, not to what he's said. The coldness increases fractionally. Shafa never likes it when she says no. She takes a deep breath, marshalling a little more calm, and corrects herself. Please, Shafa, I can't take any more. This is rank hypocrisy. The decision Nassun has recently made, a silent promise over her father's corpse, belies it. Shafa cannot know what she has chosen, but at the corner of her vision, she is painfully aware of Steele's lingering blood-painted smile. She presses her lips together and means it anyway. It isn't a lie. She can't take the cruelty, the endless suffering. That's the whole point. What she means to do will be, if nothing else, quick and merciful. Shafa regards her for a moment. Then he twitch-winces a little, as she has seen him do often in the past few weeks. When the spasm passes, he puts on a smile and comes over to her, though first he closes his hand firmly around the metal bit he's taken from Umber. How is your shoulder? She reaches up to touch it. The cloth of her sleep shirt is wet with blood, but not sodden, and she can still use the arm. It hurts. That will last for a time, I'm afraid. He looks around, then rises and goes to Umber's corpse, ripping off one of Umber's shirt sleeves, one that isn't as splattered with blood as the other, Nassun notes with distant relief. He comes over and pushes up her sleeve, then helps her tie the strip of cloth around her shoulder. He ties it tight. Nassun knows this is good,
and will possibly prevent her from needing to have the wound sewn up. But for the moment the pain is worse, and she leans against him briefly. He allows this, stroking her hair with his free hand. The gore-flecked other hand, Nassun notes, stays clenched tight around that metal shard. "What will you do with it?" Nassun asks, staring at the clenched hand. She cannot help imagining something malevolent there, snaking its tendrils forth and looking for another person to infect with the evil Earth's will. "I don't know," Shafa says in a heavy voice. "It's no danger to me, but I remember that and—" He frowns for a moment, visibly groping for a memory that is gone. "That once, elsewhere, we simply recycled them. Here, I suppose, I'll have to find somewhere isolated to drop it, and hope no one stumbles across it any time soon." "What will you do with that?" Nassun follows his gaze to where the sapphire long knife, untended, has floated around behind her and positioned itself in the air, hovering precisely a foot away from her back. It moves slightly with her movements, humming faintly. She doesn't understand why it's doing that, though she takes some comfort from its looming quiescent strength. "I guess I should put it back." "How did you—" "I just needed it. It knew what I needed and changed for me." Nassun shrugs a little. It's so hard to explain these things in words. Then she clutches at his shirt with her uninjured hand, because she knows that when Shafa doesn't answer a question, it isn't a good thing. "The others, Shafa." He sighs finally. "I'll help them prepare packs. Can you walk?" Nassun's so relieved that for the moment she feels like she can fly. "Yes, thank you. Thank you, Shafa." He shakes his head, clearly rueful, though he smiles again. "Go to your father's house, and take anything useful and portable, little one. I'll meet you there." She hesitates. If Shafa decides to kill the other children of Found Moon. He won't, will he? He said he won't. Shafa pauses, raising an eyebrow above his smile, the picture of polite, calm inquiry. It's an illusion. The silver is still a lashing whip within Shafa, trying to goad him into killing her. He must be in astonishing pain. He resists the goad, however, as he has for weeks. He does not kill her, because he loves her. And she can trust nothing, no one, if she does not trust him. "Okay," Nassun says. "I'll see you at Daddy's." As she pulls away from him, she glances at Steele, who has turned to face Shafa as well. Somewhere in the past few breaths, Steele has gotten the blood off his lips. She doesn't know how, but he has held out one gray hand toward them. No, toward Shafa. Shafa tilts his head at this for a moment, considering, and then after a moment he deposits the bloody iron shard into Steele's hand. Steele's hand flicks closed, then uncurls again, slowly, as if performing a sleight of hand trick. But the iron shard is gone. Shafa inclines his head in polite thanks. Her two monstrous protectors who must cooperate on her care. Yet is Nassun not a monster too? Because the thing that she sensed just before Jija came to kill her, that spike of immense power, concentrated and amplified by dozens of obelisks working in tandem. Steele has called this the obelisk gate, a vast and complex mechanism created by the dead civ that built the obelisks, for some unfathomable purpose. Steele has also mentioned a thing called the moon. Nassun has heard the stories. Once, long ago, Father Earth had a child. That child's loss is what angered him and brought about the seasons. The tales offer a message of impossible hope, and a mindless expression that lorists use to intrigue restless audiences. One day, if the Earth's child ever returns, the implication is that someday Father Earth might be appeased at last. Someday, the seasons might end and all could become right with the world. Except fathers will still try to murder their origin children, won't they? Even if the moon comes back? Nothing will ever stop that. Bring home the moon, Steele has said. End the world's pain. Some choices aren't choices at all, really. Nassun wills the sapphire to come hover before her again. She can sense nothing in the wake of Umber and Nida's negation, but there are other ways to perceive the world. And amid the flickering unwater of the sapphire, as it unmakes and remakes itself from the concentrated immensity of silver light stored within its crystal lattice, there is a subtle message written in equations of force and balance that Nassun solves instinctively, with something other than math. Far away, across the unknown sea, her mother may hold the obelisk gate's key, but Nassun learned on the ash roads that there are other ways to open any gate. Hinges to pop, ways to climb over or dig under. And far away on the other side of the world is a place where Essun's control over the gate can be subverted. I know where we need to go, Shafa, Nassun says. He eyes her for a moment, his gaze flicking to Steele and back. Do you know? Yes. It's a really long way, though. She bites her lip. Will you go with me? He inclines his head, his smile wide and warm. Anywhere, my little one. Nassun lets out a long breath of relief, smiling up at him tentatively. Then she deliberately turns her back on Found Moon and its corpses, and walks down the hill without ever once looking back. 2729 Imperial. Witnesses in the calm of Amund, Dibba, Cortant, Western Nomidlats, report an unregistered Raga female opening up a gas pocket near the town. Unclear what gas was, killed in seconds, purpling of tongue, suffocation rather than toxicity? Both? Another Raga female reportedly stopped the first one's efforts somehow, and shunted the gas back into the vent before sealing it. Amund citizens shot both as soon as possible to prevent further incidents. Gas pocket assessed by Fulcrum as substantial, enough to have killed most people and livestock in western half of Nomidlats, with follow-up topsoil contamination. Initiating female age 17, reacting to reported molester of younger sister. Quelling female age 7, sister of first. Project notes of Yater, innovator Debars. Sil Anagist. 5. Hoa, says a voice behind me. Me? Me. I turn from the stinging window and the garden of winking flowers. A woman stands with Gewa and one of the conductors, and I do not know her. To the eyes, she is one of them, skin a soft all-over brown, eyes grey, hair black-brown and curling in ropes. Tall. There are hints of other in the breath of her face. Or perhaps, viewing this memory now through the lens of millennia, I see what I want to see. What she looks like is irrelevant. To my Sasapine, her kinship to us is as obvious as Gewa's puffy white hair. She exerts a pressure upon the ambient that is a churning, impossibly heavy, irresistible force. This makes her as much one of us as if she'd been decanted from the same biomajestric mix. You look like her. No, I want you to look like her. That is unfair, even if it's true. You are like her, but in other ways than mere appearance. My apologies for reducing you in such a way. The conductor speaks as her kind do, in thin vibrations that only ripple the air and barely stir the ground. Words. I know this conductor's name word, Phelan, and I know, too, that she is one of the nicer ones, but this knowledge is still and indistinct, like so much about them. For a very long time I could not tell the difference between one of their kind and another. They all look different, but they have the same non-presence within the ambient. I still have to remind myself that hair textures and eye shapes and unique body odors each have as much meaning to them as the perturbations of tectonic plates have to me. I must be respectful of their difference. We are the deficient ones, after all, stripped of much that would have made us human. This was necessary, and I do not mind what I am. I like being useful, but many things would be easier if I could understand our creators better. So I stare at the new woman, the us woman, and try to pay attention while the conductor introduces her. Introduction is a ritual that consists of explaining the sounds of names and the relationships of the families, professions. Honestly, I don't know. I stand where I am supposed to and say the things I should. The conductor tells the new woman that I am Hoa and that Geihwa is Gewa, which are the name words they use for us. The new woman, the conductor says, is Kalenli. That's wrong, too. Her name is actually Deep Stab, breach of clay sweet burst, soft silicate underlayer, reverberation. But I will try to remember Kalenli when I use words to speak. The conductor seems pleased that I say, "How do you do?" when I'm supposed to. I'm glad. Introduction is very difficult, but I've worked hard to become good at it. After this, she starts speaking to Kalenli. When it becomes clear that the conductor has nothing more to say to me, I move behind Geihwa and begin plaiting some of her thick, poofy mane of hair. The conductors seem to like it when we do this, though I don't really know why. One of them said that it was cute to see us taking care of one another just like people. I'm not sure what cute means. Meanwhile, I listen. Just doesn't make sense, Phelan is saying with a sigh. I mean, the numbers don't lie, but... If you'd like to register an objection, begins Kalenli. Her words fascinate me in a way that words never have before. Unlike the conductor, her voice has weight and texture, strata deep and layered. She sends the words into the ground while she speaks, as a kind of sub-vocalization. It makes them feel more real. Phelan, who doesn't seem to notice how much deeper Kalenli's words are, or maybe she just doesn't care, makes an uncomfortable face in reaction to what she's said. Kalenli repeats, "If you'd like to, I can ask Galat to take me off the roster." And listen to his shouting? Evil death, he'd never stop. Such a savage temper he has. Phelan smiles. It's not an amused smile. It must be hard for him, wanting the project to succeed, but also wanting you kept, well. I'm fine with you on standby only. But then I haven't seen the simulation data. I have. Kalenli's tone is grave. The delay failure risk was small, but significant. Well, there you are. Even a small risk is too much if we can do something about it. I think they must be more anxious than they're letting on, though, to involve you. Abruptly, Phelan looks embarrassed. Sorry. No offense meant. Kalenli smiles. Both I and Gehwa can see that it is only a surface layering, not a real expression. None taken. Phelan exhales in relief. Well then, I'll just redraw the observation and let you three get to know each other. Knock when you're done. With that, Conductor Phelan leaves the room. This is a good thing, because when conductors are not around, we can speak more easily. The door closes and I move to face Gehwa, who is actually cracked geode taste of adularescent salts, fading echo. She nods minutely, because I have correctly guessed that she has something important to tell me. We are always watched. A certain amount of performance is essential. Gehwa says with her mouth, Coordinator Phelan told me they're making a change to our configuration. With the rest of her, she says, in atmospheric perturbations and anxious plucking of the silver threads, Tetlewa has been moved to the briar patch. A change at this late date? I glance at the us-woman Kalenli to see if she is following the whole conversation. She looks so much like one of them. All that surface coloring and those long bones that make her a head taller than both of us. Do you have something to do with the project? I ask her, while also responding to Gehwa's news about Tetlewa. No. My no is not denial, just a statement of fact. We can still detect Tetlewa's familiar hot-spot roil and strata uplift, grind of subsidence, but something is different. He's not nearby anymore, or at least he's not anywhere that is in range of our seismic questings, and the roil and grind of him have gone nearly still. Decommissioned is the word the conductors prefer to use when one of us is removed from service. They have asked us individually to describe what we feel when the change happens, because it is a disruption of our network. By unspoken agreement, each of us speaks of the sensation of loss, a pulling away, a draining, a thinning of signal strength. By unspoken agreement, none of us mentions the rest, which in any case is indescribable using conductor words. What we experience is a searing sensation and prickling all over, and the tumble-down resistance tangle of ancient pre-selenergistic wire, such as we sometimes encounter in our explorations of the Earth, gone rusted and sharp in its decay and wasted potential. Something like that. Who gave the order? I want to know. Gehwa has become a slow fault ripple of stark, frustrated, confused patterns. Conductor, Galot. The other conductors are angry about it. And someone reported it to the higher-ups, and that's why they have sent Kalenli here. It took all of us together to hold the onyx and the moonstone. They are concerned about our stability. Annoyed, I return, perhaps they should have thought of that before. I do have something to do with the project, yes, interrupts Kalenli, though there has been no break or disruption of the verbal conversation. Words are very slow compared to Earth talk. I have some arcane awareness, you see, and similar abilities to yours. Then she adds, I'm here to teach you. She switches as easily as we do between the words of the conductors and our language, the language of the Earth. Her communicative presence is radiant heavy metal, searing crystallized magnetic lines of meteoric iron, and more complex layers underneath this, all so sharp-edged and powerful, that Gehwa and I both inhale in wonder. But what is she saying? Teach us? We don't need to be taught. We were decanted knowing nearly everything we needed to know already. And the rest we learned in the first few weeks of life with our fellow tuners. If we hadn't, we would be in the briar patch now. I make sure to frown. How can you be a tuner like us? This is a lie, spoken for our observers, who see only the surface of things and think we do too. She is not white like us, not short or strange, but we have known her for one of ours since we felt the cataclysm of her presence. I do not disbelieve that she is one of us. I can't disbelieve the incontrovertible. Kalenli smiles, with a wryness that acknowledges the lie. Not quite like you, but close enough. You're the finished artwork, I'm the model. Threads of magic in the earth heat and reverberate, and add other meanings. Prototype. A control to our experiment, made earlier to see how we should be done. She has only one difference, instead of the many that we possess. She has our carefully designed Cesapine. Is it enough to help us accomplish the task? The certainty in her earth presence says yes. She continues in words. I'm not the first that was made, just the first to survive. We all push a hand at the air to ward off evil death. But I allow myself to look like I don't understand, as I wonder if we dare trust her. I saw how the conductor relaxed around her. Phelan is one of the nice ones, but even she never forgets what we are. She forgot with Kalenli, though. Perhaps all humans think she is one of them, until someone tells them otherwise. What is that like? Being treated as human when one is not. And then there's the fact that they've left her alone with us. We they treat like weapons that might misfire at any moment. But they trust her. How many fragments have you attuned to yourself, I ask aloud, as if this is a thing that matters. It is also a challenge. Only one, Kalenli says. But still she is smiling. The onyx. Oh, that does matter. Gehwa and I exchange a look of wonder and concern before facing her again. And the reason I'm here, Kalenli continues, abruptly insistent upon delivering this important information with mere words, which somehow perversely serves to emphasize them, is because the order has been issued. The fragments are at optimum storage capacity and are ready for the generative cycle. Core point and zero site go live in 28 days. We're finally starting up the plutonic engine. In tens of thousands of years, after people have repeatedly forgotten what engines are and know the fragments as nothing but obelisks, there will be a different name for the thing that rules our lives now. It will be called the Obelisk Gate, which is both more poetic and quaintly primitive. I like that name better. In the present, while Gehwa and I stand there staring, Kalenli drops one last shocker into the vibrations between our cells. That means I have less than a month to show you who you really are. Gehwa frowns. I manage not to react, because the conductors watch our bodies as well as our faces, but it is a narrow thing. I'm very confused, and not a little unnerved. I have no idea in the present of this conversation that it is the beginning of the end. Because we tuners are not origins, you see. Orogeny is what the difference of us will become over generations of adaptation to a changed world. You are the shallower, more specialized, more natural distillation of our so unnatural strangeness. Only a few of you like alabaster will ever come close to the power and versatility we hold. But that is because we were constructed as intentionally and artificially as the fragments you call obelisks. We are fragments of the great machine, too. Just as much a triumph of gen engineering and biomagistry and geomagistry and other disciplines for which the future will have no name. By our existence, we glorify the world that made us, like any statue or scepter or other precious object.
We do not resent this, for our opinions and experiences have been carefully constructed too.
We do not understand that what Kalenli has come to give us is a sense of peoplehood. We do not understand why we have been forbidden this self-concept before now, but we will. And then we will understand that people cannot be possessions. And because we are both, and this should not be, a new concept will take shape within us, though we have never heard the word for it because the conductors are forbidden to even mention it in our presence. Revolution. Well, we don't have much use for words, anyway. But that's what this is. The beginning. You, Essun, will see the end. 3. You, imbalanced. It takes a few days for you to recover enough to walk on your own. As soon as you can, Yika reappropriates your stretcher-bearers to perform other tasks, which leaves you to hobble along, weak and made clumsy by the loss of your arm. The first few days you lag well behind the bulk of the group, catching up to camp with them only hours after they've settled for the night. There isn't much left of the communal food by the time you go to take your share. Good thing you don't feel hunger anymore. There aren't many spaces left to lay out your bedroll either, though they did at least give you a basic pack and supplies to make up for your lost runny sack. What spaces there are aren't good, located near the edges of the camp or off the road altogether, where the danger of attack by wildlife or comless is greater. You sleep there anyway, because you're exhausted. You suppose that if there's any real danger, Hoa will carry you off again. He seems able to transport you for short distances through the earth with no trouble. Still, Yika's anger is a hard thing to bear, in more ways than one. Tonki and Hoa lag behind with you. It's almost like the old days, except that now Hoa appears as you walk, gets left behind as you keep walking, then appears again, somewhere ahead of you. Most times he adopts a neutral posture, but occasionally he's doing something ridiculous, like the time you find him in a running pose. Apparently, stone eaters get bored too. Hjarka stays with Tonki, so that's 4 of you. Well, 5. Lerna lingers to walk with you too, angry at what he perceives as the mistreatment of one of his patients. He didn't think a recently comatose woman should be made to walk at all, let alone left to fall behind. You try to tell him not to stick with you, not to draw Kastrima's wrath upon himself. But he snorts and says that if Kastrima really wants to antagonize the only person in the comm who's formally trained to do surgery, they don't deserve to keep him. Which is, well, it's a very good point. You shut up. You're managing better than Lerna expected, at least. That's mostly because it wasn't really a coma, and also because you hadn't lost all of your road conditioning during the 7 or 8 months that you lived in Kastrima. The old habits come back easily, really, finding a steady, if slow, pace that nevertheless eats up the miles, wearing your pack low so that the bulk of its weight braces against your butt rather than pulling on your shoulders, keeping your head down as you walk so that the falling ash doesn't cover your goggles. The loss of the arm is more a nuisance than a real hardship, at least with so many willing helpers around. Aside from throwing off your balance and plaguing you with phantom itches or aches from fingers or an elbow that doesn't exist, the hardest part is getting dressed in the morning. It's surprising how quickly you master squatting to piss or defecate without falling over. But maybe you're just more motivated after days in a diaper. So you're holding your own, just slowly at first, and you're getting faster as the days go by. But here's the problem with all of this. You're going the wrong way. Tonki comes over to sit by you one evening. "You can't leave until we're a lot further west," she says without preamble. "Almost to the Mertz, I'm thinking. If you want to make it that far, you're going to have to patch things up with Yika." You glare at her, though for Tonki this is discreet. She's waited till Hjorka is snoring in her bedroll and Lerna's gone off to use the camp latrine. Hoa is still nearby, standing unsubtle guard over your small group within the comm encampment, the curves of his black marble face underlit by your fire. Tonki knows he's loyal to you, though to the degree that loyalty means anything to him. "Yika hates me," you finally say, after glaring fails to produce anything like chagrin or regret in Tonki. She rolls her eyes. "Trust me, I know hate. What Yika's got is scared. And a good bit of mad. But some of that you deserve. You've put her people in danger." "I saved her people from danger." Across the encampment, as if to illustrate your point, you notice someone moving about clunkily. It's one of the Renanis soldiers, a few of whom were captured alive after the last battle. They've put a pronger on her, a hinged wooden collar round her neck, with holes in the planks holding her arms up and apart, linked by 2 chains to manacles on her ankles. Primitive but effective. Lerna's been tending the prisoner's chafing sores, and you understand they're allowed to put the prongers aside at night. It's better treatment than Kastreman's would have gotten from Renanis if the situations were reversed, but still, it makes everything awkward. It's not like the Rennies can leave after all. Even without the prongers, if any one of them escapes now, with no supplies, and lacking the protection of a large group, they'll be meat within days. The prongers are just insult on top of injury, and a disquieting reminder to all that things could be worse. You look away. Tonki sees you looking. "Yeah, you saved Kastrima from one danger, and then delivered them into something just as bad. Yika only wanted the first half of that." "I couldn't have avoided the second half. Should I have just let the Stone Eaters kill all the Ragas, kill her? If they'd succeeded, none of the geode's mechanisms would have worked anyway." "She knows that. That's why I said it wasn't hate, but—" Tonki sighs, as if you're being especially stupid. "Look, Kastrima is an experiment. Not the geode, the people. She's always known it was precarious, trying to make a calm out of strays and Ragas, but it was working. She made the old-timers understand that we needed the newcomers. Got everybody to think of Ragas as people. Got them to agree to live underground in a dead civ ruin that could have killed us all at any moment. Even kept them from turning on each other when that gray stone-eater gave them a reason. I stopped that," you mutter, but you're listening. "You helped," Tonki concedes. "But if it had just been you, you know full well it wouldn't have worked. Kastrima works because of Yika. Because they know she'll die to keep this calm going. Help Kastrima, and Yika will be on your side again." It will be weeks, maybe even months before you reach the now vacant equatorial city of Renanis. "I know where Nasun is now," you say, seething. "By the time Kastrima gets to Renanis, she might be somewhere else." Tonki sighs. "It's been a few weeks already, Essun." And Essun was probably somewhere else before you even woke up. You're shaking. It's not rational and you know it, but you blurt, "But if I go now, maybe I can catch up. Maybe Hoa can tune in on her again. Maybe I can—" Then you falter silent, because you hear the shaky, high-pitched note of your own voice, and your mother instincts kick back in, rusty, but unblunted to chide you. Stop whining. Which you are. So you bite back more words, but you're still shaking a little. Tonki shakes her head, an expression on her face that might be sympathy, or maybe it's just rueful acknowledgement of how pathetic you sound. Well, at least you know it's a bad idea. But if you're that determined, then you'd better get started now. She turns away. Can't really blame her, can you? Venture into the almost certainly deadly unknown with a woman who's destroyed multiple communities, or stay with a calm that at least theoretically will soon have a home again? That's barely even a question. But you should really know better than to try to predict what Tonki will do. She sighs after you subside and sit back on the rock you've been using for a chair. I can probably wrangle some extra supplies out of the quartermaster if I tell them I need to go scouting something for the innovators. They're used to me doing that. But I'm not sure I can convince them to give me enough for two. It's a surprise to realize how grateful you are for her. Loyalty isn't the word for it. Attachment? Maybe. Maybe it's just that you've been her research subject for all this time already. So of course she's not going to let you slip away when she's followed you across decades and half the stillness. But then you frown. 2? Not 3? You thought things were working out with her and Hjarka. Tonki shrugs, then awkwardly bends to tuck into the little bowl of rice and beans she has from the communal pot. After she swallows, she says, I prefer to make conservative estimates. You better too. She means Lerna, who seems to be in the process of attaching himself to you. You don't know why. You're not exactly a prize, dressed in ash and with no arm, and half the time he seems to be furious with you. You're still surprised it's not all the time. He always was a strange boy. Anyway, here's a thing I want you to think about, Tonki continues. What was Essun doing when you found her? And you flinch, because, damn it, Tonki has once again said aloud a thing that you would have preferred to leave unsaid and unconsidered. And because you remember that moment, with the power of the gate sluicing through you, when you reached and touched and felt a familiar resonance touch back. A resonance backed and amplified by something blue and deep and strangely resistant to the gate's linkage. The gate told you, somehow, that it was the sapphire. What is your 10-year-old daughter doing playing with an obelisk? How is your 10-year-old daughter alive after playing with an obelisk? You think of how that momentary contact felt. Familiar vibration taste of an orogeny which you've been quelling since before she was born, and training since she was 2, but so much sharper and more intense now. You weren't trying to take the sapphire from Essun, but the gate was, following instructions that long-dead builders somehow wrote into the layered lattices of the onyx. Essun kept the sapphire, though. She actually fought off the obelisk gate. What has your little girl been doing this long dark year to develop such skill? You don't know what her situation is, Tonki continues, which makes you blink out of this terrible reverie and focus on her. You don't know what kind of people she's living with. You said she's in the Antarctics, somewhere near the eastern coast. That part of the world shouldn't be feeling the season much yet. So what are you going to do, then? Snatch her out of a calm where she's safe and has enough to eat and can still see the sky, and drag her north to a calm sitting on the rifting where the shakes will be constant and the next gas vent might kill everyone? She looks hard at you. Do you want to help her, or just have her with you again? Those two things aren't the same.
Jija killed Uche, you snap. The words don't hurt, unless you think about them as you speak. Unless you remember your son's smell, or his little laugh, or the sight of his body under a blanket. Unless you think of Corundum, you use anger to press down the twin throbs of grief and guilt. I have to get her away from him. He killed my son. He hasn't killed your daughter yet. He's had, 20 months? 21? That means something. Tonki spies Lerna coming back toward you through the crowd and sighs. There are just things you ought to think about, is all I'm saying. And I can't even believe I'm saying it. She's another obelisk user, and I can't even go investigate it. Tonki utters a frustrated, grumbly sound. I hate this damn season. I hate to be so rusting practical now. You're surprised into a chuckle, but it's weak. The questions Tonki's raised are good ones, of course, and some of them you can't answer. You think about them for a long time that night, and in the days thereafter. Renanis is nearly into the western coastals, just past the Murs Desert. Kastrima is going to have to go through the desert to get there, because skirting around it would drastically increase the length of your journey, a difference of months versus years. But you're making good time through the central Somidlats, where the roads are decently passable, and you haven't been bothered by many raiders or significant wildlife. The hunters have been able to find a lot of forage to supplement the calm's stores, including a little more game than before. Unsurprising, since they're no longer competing against hordes of insects. It's not enough. Small voles and birds just aren't going to hold a calm of 1,000+ people for long. But it's better than nothing. When you start noticing changes in the land that presage desert, thinning of the skeletal forest, flattening of the topography, a gradual drawing away of the water table amid the strata, you decide that it's time to finally try to talk to Yiga. By now you've entered a stone forest, a place of tall, sharp-edged black spires that claw irregularly at the sky above and around you as the group edges through its depths. There aren't many of these in the world. Most get shattered by shakes or, back when there was a fulcrum, deliberately destroyed by fulcrum blackjackets at local comm's commissioned request. No comm lives in a stone forest, see? And no well-run comm wants one nearby. Apart from stone forest's tendency to collapse and crush everything within, they tend to be riddled with wet caves and other water-hewn formations that make marvelous homes for dangerous flora and fauna, or people. The road runs straight through this stone forest, which is bullshit. That is to say, no one in their right mind would have built a road through a place like this. If a Courtant governor had proposed using people's taxes on this dangerous bit of bandit bait, that governor would have been replaced in the next election, or shanked in the night. So that's your first clue that something's off about the place. The second is that there's not much vegetation in the forest. Not much anywhere this far into the season, but also no sign that there was ever any vegetation here in the first place. That means this stone forest is recent. So recent that there's been no time for wind or rain to erode the stone and permit plant growth. So recent that it didn't exist before the season. Clue number 3 is what your own Sesapine tell you. Most stone forests are limestone, made by water erosion over hundreds of millions of years. This one is obsidian, volcanic glass. Its jagged spikes aren't straight up and down, but more inwardly curved. There are even a few unbroken arcs stretching over the road,
impossible to see up close, but you can sense the overall pattern. The whole forest is a blossom of lava, solidified mid-blast. Not a line of the road has been knocked out of place by the tectonic explosion around it. Beautiful work, really. Yika's in the middle of an argument with another comm member when you find her. She's called for a halt about 100 feet away from the forest, and people are milling about, looking confused about whether this is just a rest stop, or whether they should be making camp, since it's relatively late in the day. The comm member is one you finally recognize as Esni Strungback Kastrima, the Use-Cast's spokesperson. She throws you an uneasy glance as you come to a halt beside them, but then you take off your goggles and mask, and her expression softens. She didn't recognize you before, because you've stuffed rags into the sleeve of your missing arm to keep warm. Her reaction is a welcome reminder that not everybody in Kastrima is angry with you. Esni is alive, because the worst part of the attack, Renana's soldiers trying to carve a bloody path through the Strongbacks holding scenic overlook, ended when you locked the enemy Stone Eaters into crystals. Yika, though, doesn't turn, although she should easily be able to sense your presence. She says, you think, to Esni, though it works for you as well, "I really don't want to hear any more arguments right now." "That's good," you say, "because I understand exactly why you've stopped here, and I think it's a good idea." It's a bit louder than it needs to be. You eyeball Esni, so she'll know you mean to have it out with Yika right now, and maybe Esni doesn't want to be here for that. But a woman who leads the comm's defenders isn't going to scare easily, so you're not entirely surprised when Esni looks amused and folds her arms, ready to enjoy the show. Yika turns to you slowly, a look of mingled annoyance and incredulity on her face. She says, "Nice to know you approve," in a tone that sounds anything but pleased. "Not that I actually care if you do." You set your jaw. You says it, right? I'd call it the work of a 4 or 5 ringer, except I know that ferals can have unusual skill. You mean her. It's an olive branch, or maybe just flattery. She doesn't fall for it. "We're going as far as we can before nightfall, and setting up camp in there." She nods toward the forest. "It's too big to get through in a day. Maybe we could go around, but there's something—" Her eyes unfocus, and then she frowns and turns away, grimacing at having revealed a weakness to you. She's sensitive enough to sense the something, but not to know exactly what she's sensing. You're the one who spent years learning to read underground rocks with orogeny, so you fill in the detail. "There's a leaf-covered spike trap in that direction," you say, nodding toward the long-dead grass edging the stone forest on one side. Beyond it is an area of snares. I can't tell how many, but I can sense a lot of kinetic tension from wire or rope. If we go around the other way, though, there are partially sheared-off stone columns and boulders positioned at points along the edge of the stone forest. Easy to start a rock slide. And I can sense holes positioned at strategic points along the outer columns. A crossbow, or even an ordinary bow and arrow, could do a lot of damage from there. Yika sighs. "Yeah. So through really is the best way." She eyes Esni, who must have been arguing for a round. Esni sighs too, and then shrugs, conceding the argument. You face Yika. Whoever made this forest, if they're still alive, has the skill to precision ice half the comm in seconds, with little warning. If you're determined to go through, we're going to have to set up a watch-chore rotation, the Origins with better control, I mean when I say we. You need to keep us all awake tonight. She narrows her eyes. Why? Because if any of us are asleep when the attack comes, You're pretty sure there'll be an attack. We'll react instinctively. Ika grimaces. She's not the average feral, but she's feral enough to know what will likely happen if something causes her to react origenically in her sleep. Whoever the attacker doesn't kill, she very well might, completely by accident. Shit. She looks away for a moment, and you wonder if she doesn't believe you. But apparently she's just thinking. Fine. We'll split watches then. Put the Roggers not on watch to work, or shelling those wild peas we found a few days back, or repairing the harnesses the strongbacks use for hauling, since we'll have to be carried on the wagons tomorrow when we are too sleepy and useless to walk on our own. Right. And you hesitate. Not yet. You can't admit your weakness to these women. Not yet. But not me. Ika's eyes narrow immediately. Esni throws you a skeptical look as if to say, "And you were doing so well." Quickly you add, "I don't know what I'm capable of now. After what I did back in Kostrima Under, I'm different." It's not even a lie. Without really thinking about it, you reach for your missing arm, your hand fumbling against the sleeve of your jacket. No one can see the stump, but you're hyper-aware of it all of a sudden. Hoa didn't think much of the way antimony left visible tooth marks on alabaster's stumps, it turns out. Yours is smooth, rounded, nearly polished. Rusting perfectionist. Ika's gaze follows that self-conscious touch of yours. She winces. Huh. Yeah, I guess you would be. Her jaw tenses. Seems like you can cess all right, though. Yes, I can help keep watch. I just shouldn't do anything. Ika shakes her head but says, "Fine. You'll take the last watch of the night, then." It's the least desirable watch, when it's coldest, now that the night temperatures have started to dip below freezing. Most people would rather be asleep in warm bedrolls. It's also the most dangerous time of the watch, when any attackers with sense will hit a large group like this in hopes of catching defenders sleepy and sluggish. You can't decide whether this is a sign of trust or a punishment. Experimentally, you say, "Can I have a weapon, at least?" You haven't carried anything since a few months after you left Torimo, when you traded away your knife for dried rose hips to stave off scurvy. No. For rust's sake. You start to fold your arms. Remember you can't when your empty sleeve twitches, and grimace instead. Ika and Esni grimace too. What am I supposed to do then? Yell really loud? Are you seriously going to put the calm at risk because of your grudge against me? Ika rolls her eyes. For rust's sake! It's so much an echo of your own thought that you frown. Unbelievable! You think I'm pissed about the geode, don't you? You can't help looking at Esni. She stares at Ika as if to say, "What, you aren't?" It's eloquent enough for both of you. Ika glares, then scrubs at her face and lets out a mortal sigh. Esni, go. Shit, go do something strongbackish. Essie, here. Come here. Rusting, walk with me. She beckons, sharply in frustration. You're too confused to be offended. She turns to go, and you follow. Esni shrugs and walks away. The two of you move through the camp in silence for a few moments. Everyone seems keenly aware of the danger that the stone forest presents, so this has become one of the busier rest stops you've seen. Some of the strongbacks are transferring items between the wagons so as to put essentials onto those with sturdier wheels, which will be less heavily loaded. Easier to grab and run under pressure. The hunters are whittling sharpened poles from some of the dead saplings and branches near the camp. These will be positioned around the perimeter when the comm finally sets up camp so as to funnel attackers into kill zones. The rest of the strongbacks are catching naps while they can, knowing they'll either be patrolling or made to sleep on the outer edges of camp when night falls. Use strongbacks to guard them all, says stone lore. Strongbacks who don't like being human shields can either find a way to distinguish themselves and join another caste, or go join another comm. Your nose wrinkles as you pass the hastily dug roadside ditch that is currently occupied by 6 or 7 people, with a few of the younger resistance standing around to do the unhappy duty of shoveling dirt over the results. Unusually, there's a brief line of people waiting for their turn to squat. Not surprising that so many people need to evacuate their bowels at once. Here in the looming shadow of the stone forest, everyone's on edge. Nobody wants to get caught with their pants down after dark. You're thinking you might need to take a turn in the ditch yourself when Yika surprises you out of this scintillating rumination. "So do you like us yet?" "What?" She gestures over the camp, the people of the comm. "You've been with Castrima for the better part of a year now. Got any friends?" You think, before you can stop yourself. "No," you say. She eyes you for a moment, and guiltily you wonder if she was expecting you to name her. Then she sighs. "Started rolling learner yet? No accounting for taste, I guess, but the breeders say the signs are all there. Me? When I want a man, I pick one who doesn't talk so much. Women are I sure, I bet. They know not to ruin the mood." She starts to stretch, grimacing as she works out a kink in her back. You use the time to get control of the horrified embarrassment on your face. The rusting breeders obviously aren't busy enough. "No," you say. "Not yet?" You sigh. "Not yet." "The rust are you waiting for? The road's not getting any safer." You glare at her. "I thought you didn't care." "I don't, but giving you shit about it is helping me make a point." Yika's leading you toward the wagons, or so you think at first. Then you move past the wagons and stiffen in surprise. Here, seated and eating, are the 7 Renanese prisoners. Even sitting, they're different from the people of Castrima. All of the Renanese bring pure Sanzed, or close enough not to matter, bigger than average even for that race, with fully grown ash-blow manes or shorn-sided braids or short bottle brushes to heighten the effect. Their prangers have been put aside for the moment, though the chains linking each prisoner to their set are still in place, and there are a few strongbacks standing guard nearby. You're surprised that they're eating, since you haven't made full camp for the night yet. The strongbacks on guard are eating too, but that only makes sense. They've got a long night ahead of them. The Rennies look up as you and Yika approach, and that makes you stop in your tracks, because you recognize one of the prisoners. Danil, the general of the Renanis army. She's healthy and whole, apart from red marks around her neck and wrists from the pronger. The last time you saw her up close, she was summoning a shirtless guardian to kill you. She recognizes you, too, and her mouth flattens into a resigned, ironic line. Then, very deliberately, she nods to you before turning back to her bowl. Yika hunkers down to a crouch beside Danil, to your surprise. "So, how's the food?" Danil shrugs, still eating. "Better than starving." "It's good," says another prisoner across the ring. He shrugs when one of the others glares at him. "Well, it is." "They just want us to be able to haul their wagons," says the man who glared. "Yeah," Yika interrupts, That's precisely right. Strongbacks in Castrima get a calm share and a bed when we have one to give, in exchange for their contribution. What did you get from Renanis? Some rusting pride, maybe, says the glarer, glaring harder. Shut up, Fold, says Daniel. These mongrels think they... Daniel sets her bowl of food down. The glarer immediately shuts up and tenses, his eyes going a little wide. After a moment, Daniel picks up her bowl and resumes eating. Her expression hasn't changed the whole time. You find yourself suspecting that she's raised children. Yika, elbow propped on one knee, rests her chin on her fist and watches Fald for a moment. To Daniel, she says, "So what do you want me to do about that one?" Fald immediately frowns. What? Daniel shrugs. Her bowl's empty now, but she runs a finger around its curve to sweep up the last sauce. Not for me to say anymore. Doesn't seem very bright. Yika purses her lips, considering the man. Not bad looking, but harder to breed for brains than looks. Daniel says nothing for a moment, while Fald looks from her to Yika and back in growing incredulity. Then, with a heavy sigh, Daniel looks up at Fald, too. What do you want me to say? I'm not his commander anymore. Never wanted to be in the first place. I got drafted. Now I don't rusting care. I can't believe you, Fald says. His voice is too loud, rising in panic. I fought for you. And lost. Daniel shakes her head. Now it's about surviving, adapting. Forget all that crap you heard back in Renanis about Sanzeds and mongrels. That was just propaganda to unite the calm. Things are different now. Necessity is the only law. Don't you rusting quote stone lore at me. She's quoting stone lore because you don't get it, snaps the other man, the one who liked the food. They're feeding us. They're letting us be useful. It's a test, you stupid shit, to see if we're willing to earn a place in this calm. This calm? Fald gestures around at the camp. His laugh echoes off the rock faces. People look around, trying to figure out if the yelling means there's some kind of problem. Do you hear yourself? These people haven't got a chance. They should be finding somewhere to bunker down, maybe rebuild one of the comms we raised along the way. Instead, Yika moves with a casualness that doesn't deceive you. Everyone could see this coming, including Fald, but he's too stubborn to acknowledge reality. She stands up and unnecessarily brushes ash off her shoulders, then steps across the circle and then puts a hand on the crown of Fald's head. He tries to twitch back, swatting at her. Don't rusting touch! But then he stops. His eyes glaze over. Yika's done that thing to him. The thing she did to Cutter back in Castrima Under, when people were working themselves into an Origin lynching mob. Because you knew it was coming this time, you're able to get a better handle on how she does the strange pulse. It's definitely magic, some kind of manipulation of the thin, silvery filaments that dance and flicker between the motes of a person's substance. Yika's pulse cuts through the knot of threads at the base of Fald's brain, just above the Sasapine. Everything's still intact, physically, but magically it's as if she's chopped his head off. He sags backward, and Yika steps aside to let him flop bonelessly to the ground. One of the other Renanis women gasps and scoots back, her chains jangling. The guards glance at each other, uncomfortably, but they're not surprised. Word of what Yika did to Cutter spread through the calm afterward. A Renanese man who hasn't spoken before utters a swift oath in one of the coaster Creole languages. It's not Eterpic, so you don't understand it. But his fear is clear enough. Daniel only sighs. Ika sighs too, looking at the dead man. Then she eyes Daniel. I'm sorry. Daniel smiles thinly. We tried, and you said it yourself. He wasn't very bright. Ika nods. For some reason, she glances up at you for a moment. You have no idea what lesson you're supposed to take from this. Unlock the manacles, she says. You're confused for an instant before you realize it's an order for the guards. One of them moves over to speak to the other, and they start sorting through a ring of keys. Then Yika looks disgusted with herself as she says heavily, Who's on quartermaster duty today? Memsid, tell him and some of the other resistance to come handle this. She jerks her head toward Fold. Everyone goes still. No one protests, though. The hunters have been finding more game and forage, but Castrima has a lot of people who need more protein than they've been getting, and the desert is coming. It was always going to come to this. After a moment of silence, though, you step over to Yika. You sure about this? You ask softly. One of the guards comes over to unlock Daniel's ankle chains. Daniel, who tried to kill every living member of Castrima. Daniel, who tried to kill you. Why wouldn't I be? Yika shrugs. Her voice is loud enough that the prisoners can hear her. We've been short on strongbacks since Renanis attacked. Now we've got 6 replacements. Replacements who'll stab us. Or maybe just you, in the back, first chance. If I don't see them coming and kill them first, yeah. But that would be pretty stupid of them, and I killed the stupidest one for a reason. You get the sense that Yika's not trying to scare the Renanis people, she's just stating facts. See, this is what I keep trying to tell you, Essie. The world isn't friends and enemies. It's people who might help you, and people who'll get in your way. Kill this lot, and what do you get? Safety? Lots of ways to be safe. Yeah, there's now a bigger chance I'll get shanked in the night. More safety for the calm, though. And the stronger the calm is, the better the chance we'll all get to Renanis alive. She shrugs, then glances around at the stone forest. Whoever built this is one of us, with real skill. We are going to need that. What? Now you want to adopt? You shake your head, incredulous. Violent bandit ferals? But then you stop. Because once upon a time, you loved a violent pirate feral. Yika watches while you remember Inun and mourn him anew. Then, with remarkable gentleness, she says, I play a longer game than just making it to the next day, Essie. Maybe you ought to try it for a change. You look away, feeling oddly defensive. The luxury of thinking beyond the next day isn't something you've ever had much of a chance to try. I'm not a head woman. I'm just a raga. Yika tilts her head in ironic acknowledgement. You don't use that word nearly as often as she does. When she says it, it's pride. When you use it, it's assault. Well, I'm both, Yika says. A head woman and a raga. I choose to be both, and more. She steps past you and throws her next words at you over her shoulder as if they're meaningless. You didn't think about any of us while you were using those obelisks, did you? You thought about destroying your enemies. You thought about surviving, but you couldn't get beyond that. That's why I've been so pissed at you, Essie. Months in my comm, and still all you are is just a roga. She walks off then, yelling to everyone in earshot that the rest break is over. You watch until she vanishes amid the stretching, grumbling crowd. Then you glance over at Daniel, who's since stood up and is rubbing the red mark on one of her wrists. There's a carefully neutral look on the woman's face as she watches you. She dies, you die, you say. If Yika won't look after herself, you'll do what you can for her. Daniel lets out a brief, amused breath. That's true, whether you threaten me or not. Not like anybody else here would give me a chance. She throws you a skeptical look, all her sensed pride completely intact, despite the change in circumstances. You really aren't very good at this, are you? Earth fires and rust buckets. You walk away, because if Yika already thinks less of you for destroying all threats, she's really not going to like it if you start killing people who annoy you for sheer pique. 2562. Niner Shake in western coastals, epicenter somewhere near Baga Cortant. Lorist accounts from the time note that the shake turned the ground to liquid. Poetic. One fishing village survived intact. From a villager's written account, Bastard Roggy killed the Sheikh when we killed him. Report filed at the fulcrum, shared with permission by Imperial Origin, who later visited the area, notes also that an underwater oil reservoir off the coast could have been breached by the Sheikh, but the unregistered Raga in the village prevented this, would have poisoned water and beaches for miles down the coast. Project notes of Yater Innovator DeBars. 4. Nasun, wandering in the wilderness. Shafa is kind enough to guide the other 8 children of Found Moon out of Jeketi, along with Nasun and himself. He tells the head woman that they're all going on a training trip some miles away, so that the calm won't be disturbed by additional seismics. Since Nasun has just returned the sapphire to the sky, loudly, thanks to the thunderclap of displaced air. Dramatically, because suddenly there it was overhead, huge and deep blue and too close. The head woman just about falls over herself to provide the children with runny sacks containing travel food and supplies so that they can hurry on their way. These aren't the kinds of top-notch supplies one needs for a long journey. No compasses, only moderately good boots, the kind of rations that won't last more than a couple of weeks before going bad. Still, it's much better than leaving empty-handed. None of the people of the calm know that Umber and Nita are dead. Shafa carried their bodies into the Guardian's dorm and laid them out on their respective beds, arranged in dignified poses. This worked better for Nita, who looked more or less intact but for the nape of her neck, than Umber, whose head was a ruin. Shafa then threw dirt over the bloodstains. Jeketi will figure it out eventually, but by that time, Found Moon's children will be out of reach, if not safe. Jija, Shafa left piled where Nasun felled him. The corpse is nothing but a pile of pretty rocks, really, until one looks closely at some of the pieces. The children are subdued as they leave the calm that has sheltered them, in some cases for years. They leave via the Raga steps, as they have come to be informally and rudely called, the series of basalt columns on the calm's north side that only origins can traverse. Wu De's orogeny is steadier than Nasun has ever assessed it when he takes them down to ground level by pushing one of the pieces of columnar basalt back into the ancient volcano. Still, she can see the look of despair on his face, and it makes her ache inside. They walk westward as a group, but before they've gone a mile, 1 or 2 of the children are quietly weeping. Nasun, whose eyes have remained dry even through stray thoughts like, "I killed my father," and "Daddy, I miss you," grieves with them. It's cruel that they must suffer this, being ashed out during a season because of what she has done. Because of what Jija tried to do, she tries to tell herself, but she does not believe this. Yet it would be crueler still to leave them in Jeketi, where the calm folk will eventually realize what has happened and turn on the children. Owagan and Yinigan, the twins, are the only ones who look at Nassun with anything resembling understanding. They were the first to come outside after Nassun snatched the sapphire out of the sky, while the others mostly saw Shafa fight Umber and Steel kill Nida. Those two saw what Jija tried to do to Nassun. Everyone, though, remembers that she killed Eights. Some have since forgiven her for that, as Shafa predicted, especially shy, scarred Peak, who privately spoke to Nassun of what she did to the grandmother who stabbed her in the face so long ago. Origin children learn early what it means to regret. That doesn't mean they don't still fear Nassun, though, and fear lends a clarity that cuts right through childish rationalizations. They are not killers at heart, after all, and Nassun is. She does not want to be any more than you do. Now the group stands at a literal crossroads, where a local trail running northeast to southeast meets the more westerly Jeketi-Tevemis Imperial Road. Shafa says the Imperial Road will eventually lead to a high road, which is something Nassun has heard of, but never seen in all her travels. The crossroads, however, is the place where Shafa has chosen to inform the other children that they can follow him no longer. Shirk is the only one who protests this. "We won't eat much," she says to Shafa, a little desperately. You don't have to feed us. You could just let us follow you. We'll find our own food. I know how." "Nassun and I will likely be pursued," Shafa says. His voice is unfailingly gentle. Nassun knows that this delivery actually makes the words worse. His gentleness makes it easy to see that Shafa truly cares. Farewells are easier when they are cruel. "We will also be making a long journey that's very dangerous. You're safer on your own." "Safer? Calmless?" Bude says, and laughs. It's the most bitter sound Nassun has ever heard him utter. Shirk has started to cry. The tears leave streaks of startling cleanliness in the ash that's beginning to gray her face. "I don't understand. You took care of us. You like us, Shafa, more than even Nida and Umber did. Why would you, if you were just going to stop it?" says Lasher. She's gotten taller in the past year, like a good, well-bred Sunset girl. While most of her "my grandfather was an equatorial" arrogance has faded with time, she still defaults to hauteur when she's upset about something. She's folded her arms and is looking away from the trail, off at a group of bare foothills in the near distance. "Have some rusting pride. We've been ashed, but we're still alive, and that's what matters. We can take shelter in those hills for the night." Shirk glares at her. "There isn't any shelter. We're going to starve to death, or—" "We won't." Deshati, who's been looking at the ground while she scuffs the still thin ash with one foot, looks up suddenly. She's watching Shafa as she speaks to Shirk and the others. "There are places we can live. We just have to get them to open the gates." There's a tight, determined look on her face. Shafa turns a sharp gaze on Deshati, and to her credit, she does not flinch. "You mean to force your way in?" he asks her. "That's what you want us to do, isn't it? You wouldn't be sending us away if you weren't okay with us doing what we have to." She tries to shrug. She's too tense for such a casual gesture. It makes her look briefly twitchy, as if with a palsy. "We wouldn't still be alive if you weren't okay with that." Nassun looks at the ground. It's her fault that the other children's choices have been whittled down to this. There was beauty in Found Moon. Among her fellow children, Nassun has known the delight of reveling in what she is and what she can do, among people who understand and share that delight. Now something once wholesome and good is dead. You'll kill everything you love, eventually, Steele has told her. She hates that he is right. Shafa regards the children for a long, thoughtful moment. His fingers twitch, perhaps remembering another life and another self, who could not have endured the idea of unleashing 8 young Misilims upon the world. That version of Shafa, however, is dead. The twitch is only reflexive. Yes, he says, that is what I want you to do, if you need to hear it said aloud. You have a better chance in a large, thriving comm than you do on your own. So allow me to make a suggestion. Shafa steps forward and crouches to look Deshati in the eye, reaching out also to grip Shirk's thin shoulder. He says to all of them, with that same gentle intensity that he used before, kill only one, initially. Pick someone who tries to harm you, but only one. Even if more than one tries. Disable the others, but take your time killing that one person. Make it painful. Make sure your target screams. That's important. If the first one that you kill remains silent, kill another. They stare back at him. Even Lasher seems nonplussed. Nassun, however, has seen Shafa kill. He has given up some of who he was, but what remains is still an artist of terror. If he has seen fit to share the secrets of his artistry with them, they're lucky. She hopes they appreciate it. He goes on. When the killing is done, make it clear to those present that you acted only in self-defense, then offer to work in the dead person's place, or to protect the rest from danger. But they'll recognize the ultimatum. They must accept you into the comm. He pauses, then fixes his ice-white gaze on Deshati. If they refuse, what do you do? She swallows. Kill them all. He smiles again, for the first time since leaving Jeketi, and cups the back of her head in fond approval. Shirk gasps a little, shocked out of tears. Owagan and Yinigan hold each other, their expressions empty of anything but despair. Lasher's jaw has tightened, her nostrils flaring. She means to take Shafa's words to heart. Deshati does too, Nassun can tell. But it will kill something in Deshati to do so. Shafa knows this. When he stands to kiss Deshati's forehead, there is so much sorrow in the gesture that Nassun aches afresh. All things change during a season, he says. Live. I want you to live. A tear spills from one of Deshati's eyes before she can blink it away. She swallows audibly, but then she nods and steps away from him and backs up to stand with the others. There's a gulf between them now, Shafa and Nassun on one side, Found Moon's children on the other. The ways have parted. Shafa does not show discomfort with this. He should. Nassun notices that the silver is alive and throbbing within him, protesting his choice to allow these children to go free. He does not show the pain, though. When he's doing what he feels is right, pain only strengthens him. He stands. And should the season ever show real signs of abating, flee. Scatter and blend in elsewhere as best you can. The Guardians aren't dead, little ones. They will return, and once word spreads of what you've done, they'll come for you. The regular Guardians, Nassun knows he means. The uncontaminated ones like he used to be. Those guardians have been missing since the start of the season, or at least Nasun hasn't heard of any joining comms or being seen on the road. Return suggests they've all gone somewhere specific. Where? Somewhere that Shafa and the other contaminated ones did not, or could not, go. But what matters is that this guardian, however contaminated, is helping them. Nasun feels a sudden urge of irrational hope. Surely Shafa's advice will keep them safe, somehow. So she swallows and adds, "All of you are really good at orogeny.
Maybe the calm you pick, maybe they'll..."
She trails off, unsure of what she wants to say. Maybe they'll like you, is what she's thinking. But that just seems foolish. Or maybe you can be useful, but that's not how it used to work. Comms used to hire fulcrum origins only for brief periods, or so Shafa has told her, to do needed work and then leave. Even comms near hotspots and fault lines hadn't wanted origins around permanently, no matter how much they'd needed them. Before Nasun can think of a way to grope out the words, however, Wude glares at her. "Shut up." Nasun blinks. What? Peak hisses at Wude, trying to shush him, but he ignores her. "Shut up. I rusting hate you. Nida used to sing to me." Then, without warning, he bursts into sobs. Peak looks confused, but some of the others surround him, murmuring and patting comfort into him. Lasher watches this, then throws a last reproachful look at Nasun before saying to Shafa, "We'll be on our way then. Thank you, Guardian, for what it's worth." She turns and begins herding them away. Jeshadi walks with her head down, not looking back. Yinigan lingers for a moment between the groups, then glances at Nasun and whispers, "Sorry." Then she too leaves, hurrying to catch up with the others. As soon as the children are completely out of sight, Shafa puts a hand on Nasun's shoulder to steer her away, westward, along the Imperial Road. After several miles of silence, she says, "Do you still think it would have been better to kill them?" "Yes." He glances at her. "And you know that as well as I do." Nasun sets her jaw. "I know. All the more reason to stop this. Stop everything." "You have a destination in mind," Shafa says. It's not a question. "Yes, Shafa, I have to go to the other side of the world." This feels rather like saying, "I need to go to a star." But since that's not too far off from what she actually needs to do, she decides not to feel self-conscious about this smaller absurdity. To her surprise, however, he tilts his head instead of laughing. "To Core Point." "What?" "A city on the other side of the world. There." She swallows, bites her lip. "I don't know. I just know that what I need is..." She doesn't have the words for it, and instead makes a pantomime with her cupped hands and waggling fingers, sending imaginary wavelets to clash and mesh with each other. "The obelisks. Pull on that place. It's what they're made to do. If I go there, I think I might be able to, pull back? I can't do it anywhere else because..." She can't explain it. Lines of force, lines of sight, mathematical configurations. All of the knowledge that she needs is in her mind, but cannot be reproduced by her tongue. Some of this is a gift from the sapphire, and some is application of theories her mother taught her, and some is simply from tying theory to observation and wrapping the whole thing in instinct. "I don't know which city over there is the right one. If I get closer and travel around a little, maybe I can..." "Core Point is the only thing on that side of the world, little one." What? Shafa stops abruptly, tugging off his pack. Nassun does the same, reading this as a signal that it's time for a rest stop. They're just on the leeward side of a hill, which is really just a spar of old lava from the great volcano that lies beneath Jeketi. There are natural terraces all around this area, weathered out of the obsidian by wind and rain, though the rock a few inches down is too hard for farming, or even much in the way of forestation. Some determined shallow-rooted trees wave over the empty ash-frosted terraces, but most are now being killed by the ashfall. Nassun and Shafa will be able to see potential threats coming from a good ways off. While Nassun pulls out some food they can share, Shafa draws something in a nearby patch of wind-blown ash with his finger. Nassun cranes her neck to see that he's made 2 circles on the ground. In one, he sketches a rough outline of the stillness that is familiar to Nassun from geography lessons back in creche. Except this time, he draws the stillness in 2 pieces, with a line of separation near the equator. The rifting, yes, which has become a boundary more impassable than even thousands of miles of ocean. The other circle, however, which Nassun now understands to be a representation of the world, he leaves blank, save for a single spot just above the equator and slightly to the east of the circle's middle longitude. He doesn't sketch an island or continent to put it on. Just that lone dot. Once, there were more cities on the empty face of the world, Shafa explains. A few civilizations have built upon or under the sea over the millennia. None of those lasted long, though. All that remains is core point. It is literally a world away. How could we get there? If... He pauses. Nassun's belly clenches when the blurry look crosses his face. This time he winces and shuts his eyes too, as if even the attempt to access his old self has added to his pain. You don't remember? He sighs. I remember that I used to. Nassun realizes she should have expected this. She bites her lip. Steel might know. There is a slight flex of muscle along Shafa's jaw, quick and there, and then gone. Indeed, he might. Steel, who vanished while Shafa was putting away the other guardians' bodies, might also be listening from within the stone somewhere nearby. Does it mean something that he hasn't popped up to tell them what to do yet? Maybe they don't need him. And what about the Antarctic fulcrum? Don't they have records and things? She remembers seeing the fulcrum's library before she and Shafa and Umber sat down with its leaders, had a cup of safe, then killed them all. The library was a strange, high room filled floor to ceiling with shelves of books. Nassun likes books. Her mother used to splurge and buy one every few months, and sometimes Nassun got the hand-me-downs, if Jija deemed them appropriate for children, and she remembers boggling in awe, for she'd never seen so many books in her life. Surely some of those contained information about very old cities no one has ever heard of, that only guardians know how to get to. Unlikely, Shafa says, confirming Nassun's misgivings. And by now, that fulcrum has probably been annexed by another comm, or perhaps even taken over by comless rabble. Its fields were full of edible crops, after all, and its houses were livable. Returning there would be a mistake. Nassun bites her lower lip. Maybe a boat? She doesn't know anything about boats. No, little one. A boat won't do for such a long journey. He pauses significantly, and with this as warning, Nassun tries to brace herself. Here is where he will abandon her, she feels painfully, fearfully certain. Here is where he will want to know what she's up to, and then want no part of it. Why would he? Even she knows that what she wants is a terrible thing. "I take it, then," Shafa says, "that you mean to assume control of the obelisk gate." Nassun gasps. Shafa knows what the obelisk gate is? When Nassun herself only learned the term that morning from Steele? But then, the lore of the world, all its strange mechanisms and workings and eons of secrets, is mostly still intact within Shafa. It's only things connected to his old self that are permanently lost, which means that the route to Core Point is something that old Shafa needed to know, particularly. What does that mean? Yes. That's why I want to go to Core Point. His mouth quirks at her surprise. Finding an origin who could activate the gate was our original purpose, Nassun, in creating Found Moon. What? Why? Shafa glances up at the sky. The sun's beginning to set. They could get maybe another hour of walking in before it gets too dark to continue. What he's looking at is the sapphire, though, which hasn't noticeably moved from its position over Jackety. Rubbing absently at the back of his head, Shafa gazes at its faint outline through the thickening clouds and nods, as if to himself. "I and Nida and Umber," he says, "perhaps 10 years ago, we were all instructed to travel southward and to find one another. We were bidden to seek and train any origins who had the potential to connect to obelisks. This is not a thing Guardians normally do, understand, because there can be only one reason to encourage an origin along the obelisk path. But it's what the Earth wanted. Why? I don't know. During that time I was less questioning." His mouth curves in a brief, rueful smile. "Now, I have guesses." Nassun frowns. "What guesses?" "That the Earth has its own plans for human—" Abruptly, Shafa tenses all over, and he sways in his crouch. Quickly, Nassun grabs him so he won't fall over, and reflexively he puts an arm around her shoulders. The arm's very tight, but she does not protest. That he needs the comfort of her presence is obvious. That the Earth is angrier than ever with him, perhaps because he's giving away its secrets, is as palpable as the raw flensing pulse of the silver along every nerve and between every cell of his body. "Don't talk," Nassun says, her throat tight. "Don't say anything else. If it's going to hurt you like this—" "It does not rule me." Shafa has to say this in quick blurts between pants. "It did not take the core of me. I may have put myself into its kennel, but it cannot leash me." "I know." Nassun bites her lip. He's leaning on her heavily, and that's made her knee, where it braces against the ground, ache something awful. She doesn't care, though. "But you don't have to say everything now. I'm figuring it out on my own." She has all the clues, she thinks. Nida once said of Nassun's ability to connect the obelisks, "This is a thing that we called for in the fulcrum." Nassun hadn't understood at the time, but after perceiving something of the obelisk gate's immensity, now she can guess why Father Earth wants her dead if she is no longer under Shafa's, and through him the Earth's, control. Nassun chews her lip. Will Shafa understand? She isn't sure she can take it if he decides to leave, or worse, if he turns on her. So she takes a deep breath. Steele says the moon is coming back. For an instant there is silence from Shafa's direction. It has the weight of surprise. The moon. "It's real," she blurts. She has no idea if this is true, though, does she? There's only Steele's word to go on. She's not even sure what a moon is, beyond being Father Earth's long-lost child, like the tales say. And yet, somehow she knows that this much of what Steele says is true. She doesn't quite sess it, and there are no telltale threads of silver forming in the sky, but she believes it the way she believes that there is another side of the world, even though she's never seen it, and the way she knows how mountains form, and the way she's certain Father Earth is real and alive, and an enemy. Some truths are simply too great to deny. To her surprise, however, Shafa says, "Oh, I know the moon is real." Perhaps his pain has faded somewhat. Now his expression has hardened as he gazes at the hazy, intermittent disk of the sun, where it's managed to not quite pierce the clouds near the horizon. "That, I remember." "You... really? Then you believe Steele?" "I believe you, little one, because origins know the pull of the moon when it draws near. Awareness of it is as natural to you as assessing shakes. But also, I have seen it." Then his gaze narrows sharply to focus on Nassun. "Why, then, did the Stone Eater tell you about the moon?" Nassun takes a deep breath and lets out a heavy sigh. "I really just wanted to live somewhere nice," she says. "Live somewhere with you. I wouldn't have minded working and doing things to be a good comm member. I could have been a lorist, maybe." She feels her jaw tighten. "But I can't do that. Not anywhere. Not without having to hide what I am. I like orogeny, Shafa, when I don't have to hide it. I don't think having it, being a raga." She has to stop and blush and shake off the urge to feel ashamed for saying such a bad word. But the bad word is the right word for now. "I don't think being one makes me bad or strange or evil." She cuts herself off again, yanks her thoughts out of that track, because it leads right back to, "But you have done such evil things." Unconsciously, Nassun bares her teeth and clenches her fists. "It isn't right, Shafa. It isn't right that people want me to be bad or strange or evil, that they make me be bad." She shakes her head, fumbling for words. "I just want to be ordinary, but I'm not, and everybody, a lot of people, all hate me because I'm not ordinary. You're the only person who doesn't hate me for being what I am. And that's not right." "No, it isn't." Shafa shifts to sit back against his pack, looking weary. "But you speak as if it's an easy thing to ask people to overcome their fears, little one." And he does not say it, but suddenly Nassun thinks, Jija couldn't. Nassun's gorge rises suddenly, sharply enough that she must clap a fist to her mouth for a moment and think hard of Ash and how cold her ears are. There's nothing in her stomach except the handful of dates she just ate. But the feeling is awful anyway. Shafa, uncharacteristically, does not move to comfort her. He only watches her. Expression weary, but otherwise unreadable. "I know they can't do it." Yes, speaking helps. Her stomach doesn't settle, but she no longer feels on the brink of dry heaves. "I know the Stills, won't ever stop being afraid. If my father couldn't..." Queasiness. She jerks her thoughts away from the end of that sentence. "They'll just go on being scared forever. And we'll just go on living like this forever, and it isn't right. There should be a fix. It isn't right that there's no end to it." "But do you mean to impose a fix, little one?" Shafa asks. It's soft. He's guessed already, she realizes. He knows her so much better than she knows herself, and she loves him for it. or an end. She gets to her feet and starts pacing, tight little circles between his pack and hers. It helps the nausea and the jittery rising tension beneath her skin that she cannot name. I don't know how to fix it. But that is not the whole truth, and Shafa scents lies the way predators scent blood. His eyes narrow. If you did know how, would you fix it? And then, in a sudden blaze of memory that Nasun has not permitted herself to see or consider for more than a year, she remembers her last day in Terimo. Coming home, seeing her father standing in the middle of the den breathing hard, wondering what was wrong with him, wondering why he did not quite look like her father in that moment. His eyes too wide, his mouth too loose, his shoulders hunched in a way that seemed painful. And then Nasun remembers looking down and staring and thinking, what is that? And staring and thinking, is that a ball? Like the ones that the kids at creche kick around during lunchtime. Except those balls are made of leather, while the thing at her father's feet is a different shade of brown with purplish mottling all over its surface, lumpy and leathery and half deflated, but no. It's not a ball. Wait, is that an eye? Maybe, but it's so swollen shut that it looks like a big fat coffee bean. Not a ball at all, because it's wearing her brother's clothes, including the pants Nasun put on him that morning while Jija was busy trying to get their lunch satchels together for creche. Uche didn't want to wear those pants, because he was still a baby and liked to be silly, so Nasun had done the butt dance for him, and he'd laughed so hard, so hard. His laugh was her favorite thing ever. And when the butt dance was over, he'd let her put his pants on as a thank you, which means the unrecognizable deflated ball thing on the floor is Uche. That is Uche. He's Uche. No. Nasun breathes. I wouldn't fix it. Not even if I knew how. She has stopped pacing. She has one arm wrapped around her middle. The other hand is a fist crammed against her mouth. She spits out words around it now. She chokes on them as they gush up her throat. She clutches her belly, which is full of such terrible things that she must let them out somehow or be torn apart from within. These things have distorted her voice, made it a shaky growl that randomly spikes into a higher pitch and a louder volume because it's everything she can do not to just start screaming. I wouldn't fix it, Shafa. I wouldn't. I'm sorry. I don't want to fix it. I want to kill everybody that hates me. Her middle is so heavy that she can't stand. Nasun drops into a crouch, then to her knees. She wants to vomit, but instead she spits words onto the ground between her splayed hands. Gone. I want it all. Gone, Shafa. I want it to burn. I want it burned up and dead and gone. Gone. Nothing left. No more hate and no more killing. Just nothing. Rusting. Nothing. Nothing. Forever. Shafa's hands, hard and strong, pull her up. She flails against him, tries to hit him. It isn't malice or fear. She never wants to hurt him. She just has to let some of what's in her out somehow, or she will go mad. For the first time, she understands her father, as she screams and kicks and punches and bites and yanks at her clothes and her hair and tries to slam her forehead against his. Quickly, Shafa turns her about and wraps one of his big arms around her, pinning her arms to her sides so that she cannot hurt him or herself in the transport of her rage. This is what Jija felt, observes a distant, detached, floating obelisk part of herself. This is what came up inside him when he realized Mama lied, and I lied, and Uche lied. This is what made him push me off the wagon. This is why he came up to Found Moon this morning with a glass knife in his hand. This is the Jija in her, making her thrash and shout and weep. She feels closer than ever to her father in this moment of utter broken rage. Shafa holds her until she's exhausted. Finally she slumps, shaking and panting and moaning a little, her face all over tears and snot. When it's clear that Nasun will not lash out again, Shafa shifts to sit down cross-legged, pulling Nasun into his lap. She curls against him, the way another child curled against him once, many years before, and many miles away, when he told her to pass a test for him so that she could live. Nasun's test has already been met, though. Even the old Shafa would agree with that assessment. In all her rage, Nasun's orogeny did not twitch once, and she did not reach for the silver at all. Shh, 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 Shafa soothes. He's been doing this all the while, though now he rubs her back and thumbs away her occasional tears. Shh, poor thing. How unfair of me. When only this morning. He sighs. Shh, my little one. Just rest. Nasun is wrung out and empty of everything but the grief and fury that run in her like fast lahars, grinding everything else away in a churning hot slurry. Grief and fury, and one last precious, whole feeling. You're the only one I love, Shafa. Her voice is raw and weary. You're the only reason I wouldn't... But I... He kisses her forehead. Make the end you need, my Nasun. I don't want... She has to swallow. I want you to be alive. He laughs softly. Still a child, despite all you've been through. This stings, but his meaning is clear. She cannot have both Shafa alive and the world's hatred dead. She must choose one ending or the other. But then firmly Shafa says again, make the end you need. Nasun pulls back so she can look at him. He's smiling again, clear-eyed. What? He squeezes her, very gently. You're my redemption, Nasun. You are all the children I should have loved and protected, even from myself. And if it will bring you peace... He kisses her forehead. Then I shall be your guardian till the world burns, my little one. It is a benediction and a balm. The nausea finally releases its hold on Nasun. In Shafa's arms, safe and accepted, she sleeps at last, amid dreams of a world glowing and molten, and in its own way, at peace. Steel, she calls the next morning. Steel blurs into presence before them, standing in the middle of the road with his arms folded and an expression of faint amusement on his face. The nearest way to Core Point is not far, relatively speaking, he says when she has asked him for the knowledge that Shafa lacks. A month's travel or so? Of course. He lets this trail off, conspicuously. He has offered to take Nasun and Shafa to the other side of the world himself, which is apparently a thing that stone-eaters can do. It would save them a great deal of hardship and danger, but they would have to entrust themselves to Steel's care as he transports them in the strange, terrifying manner of his kind, through the earth. "No, thank you," Nasun says again. She doesn't ask Shafa for his opinion on this, though he leans against a boulder nearby. She doesn't need to ask him. That Steele's interest is wholly in Nasun is obvious. It would be nothing to him to simply forget to bring Shafa, or lose him along the way to Core Point. "But could you tell us about this place we have to go?" Shafa doesn't remember. Steele's gray gaze shifts to Shafa. Shafa smiles back, deceptively serene. Even the silver inside him goes still, just for this moment. Maybe Father Earth doesn't like Steele either. "It's called a station," Steele explains after a moment. "It's old. You would call it a dead civ ruin, although this one is still intact, nestled within another set of ruins that aren't. A long time ago, people used stations, or rather the vehicles kept within them, to travel long distances far more efficiently than walking. These days, however, only we Stone-Eaters and the Guardians remember that the stations exist." His smile, which hasn't changed since he appeared, is still and wry. It seems meant for Shafa somehow. "We all pay a price for power," Shafa says. His voice is cool and smooth in that way he gets when he's thinking about doing bad things. "Yes." Steele pauses for just a beat too long. "A price must be paid to use this method of transportation as well." "We don't have any money, or anything good to barter," Nasun says, troubled. "Fortunately, there are other ways to pay." Steele abruptly stands at a different angle, his face tilted upward. Nasun follows this, turning, and sees, the sapphire, which has gotten a little closer overnight. Now it's halfway between them and Jeketi. "The station," Steele continues, "is from a time before the seasons, the time when the obelisks were built. All the lingering artifacts of that civilization recognize the same power source." "You mean," Nasun inhales, "the silver?" "Is that what you call it? How poetic." Nasun shrugs uncomfortably. "I don't know what else to call it." "Oh, how the world has changed." Nasun frowns, but Steele does not explain this cryptic statement. "Stay on this road until you reach the old man's pucker. Do you know where that is?" Nasun remembers seeing it on maps of the Antarctics a lifetime ago, and giggling at the name. She glances at Shafa, who nods and says, "We can find it." "Then I'll meet you there." The ruin is at the exact center of the grass forest, within the inner ring. Enter the pucker just after dawn. Don't dawdle reaching the center. You won't want to still be in the forest after dusk. Then Steele pauses, shifting into a new position, one that is distinctly thoughtful. His face is turned off to the side, fingers touching his chin. "I thought it would be your mother." Shafa goes still. Nasun is surprised by the flash of heat, then cold that moves through her. Slowly, while sifting through this strange complexity of emotion, she says, "What do you mean?" "I expected her to be the one to do this, is all." Steele doesn't shrug, but something in his voice suggests nonchalance. "I threatened her calm, her friends, the people she cares about now. I thought they would turn on her, and then this choice would seem more palatable to her." The people she cares about now. She's not in Terimo anymore? No, she has joined another comm. And they didn't turn on her? No, surprisingly. Steele's eyes slide over to meet Nasun's. She knows where you are now. The gate told her. But she isn't coming. Or at least, not yet. She wants to see her friends safely settled first. Nasun sets her jaw. I'm not in Jeketi anymore, anyway. And soon she won't have the gate either, so she won't be able to find me again. Steele turns fully to face her, this movement too slow and human smooth to be human, though his astonishment seems genuine. She hates it when he moves slowly. It makes her get goosebumps. Nothing lasts forever. Indeed, he says. What's that mean? Only that I've underestimated you, little Nasun. Nasun instantly dislikes this term of address. He shifts again to the thoughtful pose, fast this time, to her relief. I think I'd better not do so again. With that he vanishes. Nasun frowns at Shafa, who shakes his head. They shoulder their packs and head west. 2400. Eastern Equatorials. Check if node network was thin in this area because... Unknown calm. Old local song about a nurse who stopped a sudden eruption and pyroclastic flow by turning it to ice. One of her patients threw himself in front of a crossbow bolt to protect her from the mob. Mob let her go. She vanished. Project notes of Yater, Innovator D-Bars. Sil Anagist. 4. All energy is the same, through its different states and names. Movement creates heat, which is also light that waves like sound, which tightens or loosens the atomic bonds of crystal as they hum with strong and weak forces. In mirroring resonance with all of this is magic, the radiant emission of life and death. This is our role, to weave together those disparate energies, to manipulate and mitigate, and through the prism of our awareness, produce a singular force that cannot be denied. To make of cacophony, symphony. The great machine called the plutonic engine is the instrument. We are its tuners. And this is the goal. Geo-arcanity. Geo-arcanity seeks to establish an energetic cycle of infinite efficiency. If we are successful, the world will never know want or strife again. Or so we are told. The conductors explain little beyond what we must know to fulfill our roles. It is enough to know that we, small, unimportant we, will help to set humanity on a new path toward an unimaginably bright future. We may be tools, but we are fine ones, put to a magnificent purpose. It is easy to find pride in that. We are attuned enough to each other that the loss of Tetlewa causes trouble for a time. When we join to form our initializing network, it's imbalanced. Tetlewa was our countertenor, the half wavelengths of the spectrum. Without him, I am closest, but my natural resonance is a little high. The resulting network is weaker than it should be. Our feeder threads keep trying to reach for Tetlewa's empty middle range. Gewa is able to compensate for the loss, finally. She reaches deeper, resonates more powerfully, and this plugs the gap. We must spend several days reforging all the network's connections to create new harmony. But it isn't difficult to do this, just time-consuming. This isn't the first time we've had to do it. Kalenli joins us in the network only occasionally. This is frustrating, because her voice, deep and powerful and foot-tingling in its sharpness, is perfect. better than Tetle was, wider-ranging than all of us together. But we are told by the conductors not to get used to her.
"She'll serve during the actual startup of the engine," one of them says when I ask. "But only if she can't manage to teach you how to do what she does. Conductor Galot wants her on standby only come launch day."
This seems sensible, on the surface. When Kalenli is part of us, she takes point. This is simply natural, because her presence is so much greater than ours. Why? Something in the way she is made? Something else. There is a held note, a perpetual hollow burn at the midpoint of her balanced lines, at their fulcrum, which none of us understand. A similar burn rests in each of us, but ours is faint and intermittent, occasionally flaring only to quickly fade back to quiescence. Hers blazes steadily, its fuel apparently limitless. Whatever this held note burn is, the conductors have discovered it meshes beautifully with the devouring chaos of the onyx. The onyx is the control cabochon of the whole plutonic engine, and while there are other ways to start up the engine, cruder ways, workarounds involving subnetworks or the moonstone, on launch day, we will absolutely need the onyx's precision and control.
Without it, our chances of successfully initiating geoarcanity diminish greatly.
But none of us, thus far, has had the strength to hold the onyx for more than a few minutes. We observe in awe, however, as Kalenli rides it for a solid hour, then actually seems unfazed when she disengages from it. When we engage the onyx, it punishes us, stripping everything we can spare, and leaving us in a shutdown sleep for hours or days. But not her. Its threads caress rather than rip at her. The onyx likes her. This explanation is irrational, but it occurs to all of us, so that's how we begin to think of it. Now she must teach us to be more likable to the onyx, in her stead. When we are done rebalancing, and they let us up from the wire chairs that maintain our bodies while our minds are engaged, and we stagger, and must lean on the conductors to make it back to our individual quarters. When all of this is done, she comes to visit us. Individually, so the conductors won't suspect anything. In face-to-face meetings, speaking audible nonsense, and meanwhile, earth-speaking sense, to all of us at once. She feels sharper than the rest of us, she explains, because she is more experienced. Because she's lived outside of the complex of buildings that surround the local fragment, and which has comprised the entirety of our world since we were decanted. She has visited more nodes of Sil Anagist than just the one we live in. She has seen and touched more of the fragments than just our local amethyst. She has even been to Zero Site, where the moonstone rests. We are in awe of this. I have context, she says to us, to me, rather. She's sitting on my couch. I'm sprawled face down on the window seat, face turned away from her. When you do too, you will be just as sharp. It is a kind of pigeon between us, using the earth to add meaning to audible words. Her words are simply, I'm older, while a witter of subsidence adds the nuancing deformation of time. She is metamorphic, having transformed to bear unbearable pressure. To make this telling simpler, I will translate it all as words, except where I cannot. It would be good if we were as sharp as you now, I reply wearily, I am not whining. Rebalancing days are always hard. Give us this context, then, so the onyx will listen, and my head can stop hurting. Kalenli sighs. There's nothing within these walls on which you can sharpen yourself. Crumble of resentment, ground up and quickly scattered. They have kept you so safe and sheltered. But I think there's a way I can help you and the others do that, if I can get you out of this place. Help me sharpen myself? She soothes me with a polishing stroke. It is not a kindness that you are kept so dull. You need to understand more about yourself, what you are. I don't understand why she thinks I don't understand. I'm a tool. She says, if you are a tool, shouldn't you be honed as fine as possible? Her voice is serene, and yet a pent, angry jitter of the entire ambient, air molecules shivering, strata beneath us compressing, a dissonant grinding whine at the limit of our ability to cess, tells me that Kalenli hates what I have just said. I turn my head to her and find myself fascinated by the way this dichotomy fails to show in her face. It's another way she's like us. We have long since learned not to show pain or fear or sorrow in any space above ground or below the sky. The conductors tell us we are built to be like statues, cold, immovable, silent. We aren't certain why they believe we actually are this way. After all, we are as warm to the touch as they. We feel emotion as they seem to, although we do seem less inclined to display it in face or body language. Perhaps this is because we have Earth talk, which they don't seem to notice. This is good. In the Earth, we may be ourselves. It has never been clear to us whether we were built wrong or whether their understanding of us is wrong, or whether either matters. Kalenli is outwardly calm, while she burns inside. I watch her for so long that abruptly she comes back to herself and catches me. She smiles. I think you will like me. I consider the possible implications of this. Not that way, I say, out of habit. I have had to explain this to junior conductors or other staff on occasion. We are made like statues in this way as well. A design implementation that worked in this case, leaving us capable of rotting but disinterested in the attempt and infertile should we bother. Is Kalenli the same? No, the conductors said she was made different in only one way. She has our powerful, complex, flexible sesapine, which no other people in the world possess. Otherwise, she's like them. How fortunate that I wasn't talking about sex. There's a drawling hum of amusement from her. It both bothers and pleases me. I don't know why. Oblivious to my sudden confusion, Kalenli gets to her feet. I'll be back, she says, and leaves. She doesn't return for several days. She remains a detached part of our last network, though. So she's present for our wakings, our meals, our defecations, our inchoate dreams when we sleep, our pride in ourselves and each other. It doesn't feel like watching when she does it, even if she is watching. I cannot speak for the others, but I like having her around. Not all of the others do like Kalenli. Gewa in particular is belligerent about it, and she sends this through our private discussion. She appears just as we lose Tetlewa, just as the project concludes. We've worked hard to become what we are. Will they praise her for our work when it's done? She's only a standby, I say. trying to be the voice of reason. And what she wants is what we want. We need to cooperate. So she says. That is Remois, who considers himself smarter than the rest of us. We're all made to be equally intelligent. Remois is just an ass. The conductors kept her away until now for a reason. She may be a troublemaker. That is foolish, I believe, though I don't let myself say it, even in Earth talk. We are part of the great machine. Anything that improves the machine's function matters. Anything unrelated to this purpose does not. If Kalenli were a troublemaker, Galat would have sent her to the briar patch with Tetlewa. This is a thing we all understand. Gewa and Remois are just being difficult. If she is some sort of troublemaker, that will show itself with time, I say firmly. That does not end, but at least postpones the argument. Kalenli returns the next day. The conductors bring us together to explain. Kalenli has asked to take you on a tuning mission, says the man who comes to deliver the briefing. He's much taller than us, taller even than Kalenli, and slender. He likes to dress in perfectly matched colors and ornate buttons. His hair is long and black. His skin is white, though not so much as ours. His eyes are like ours, however. White within white. White as ice. We've never seen another one of them with eyes like ours. He is Conductor Galat, head of the project. I think of Galat as a plutonic fragment, a clear one, diamond white. He is precisely angled and cleanly faceted and beautiful in a unique way, and he is also implacably deadly, if not handled with precision. We don't let ourselves think about the fact that he's the one who killed Tetlewa. He isn't who you think he is. I want Galat to look like him the way I want you to look like her. This is the hazard of a flawed memory. A tuning mission? Gewa says slowly, to show that she doesn't understand. Kalenli opens her mouth to speak, and then stops, turning to Galat. Galat smiles genially at this. Kalenli's performance is what we were hoping for with all of you, and yet you've consistently underperformed, he says. We tense, uncomfortable, hyper-conscious of criticism, though he merely shrugs. I've consulted with the Chief Biomagister, and she's insistent that there's no significant difference in your relative abilities. You have the same capability that she has, but you don't demonstrate the same skill. There are any number of alterations we could make to try to resolve the discrepancy, fine-tuning, so to speak, but that's a risk we'd rather not take so close to launch. We reverberate in one accord for a moment, all of us very glad for this. She said that she was here to teach us context. I venture, very carefully. Galat nods to me. She believes the solution is outside experience. Increased exposure to stimuli, challenging your problem-solving cognition, things like that. It's a suggestion that has merit, and the benefit of being minimally invasive. But for the sake of the project, we can't send you all out at once. What if something happened? Instead, we will split you into 2 groups. Since there's only one of Kalenli, that means half of you will go with her now, and half in a week. Outside. We're going outside. I'm desperate to be in the first group, but we know better than to show desire before the conductors. tool should not want to escape their box so obviously. I say, instead, we've been more than sufficiently attuned to one another without this proposed mission. My voice is flat, a statue's. The simulations show that we are reliably capable of controlling the engine as expected. And we might as well do 6 groups as 2, adds Remhua. By this asinine suggestion, do I know his eagerness? Will each group not have different experiences? As I understand the outside, there's no way to control for consistency of exposure. If we must take time away from our preparations for this, surely it should be done in a way that minimizes risk. I think 6 wouldn't be cost-effective or efficient, Kalenli says, while silently signaling approval and amusement for our play-acting.
She glances at Galat and shrugs, not bothering to pretend that she is emotionless.
She simply seems bored. We might as well do 1 group as 2 or 6. We can plan the route, position extra guards along the way, involve the nodal police for surveillance and support. Honestly, repeated trips would just increase the chance that disaffected citizens might anticipate the route and plan unpleasantness. We are all intrigued by the possibility of unpleasantness. Kalenli quells our excited tremors.
Conductor Galat winces as she does this.
That one struck home. The potential for significant gains are why you will go.
Conductor Galat says to us.
He's still smiling, but there's an edge to it now. Was the word will ever so slightly emphasized? So minute the perturbations of audible speech. What I take from this is that not only will he let us go, but he has also changed his mind about sending us in multiple groups. Some of this is because Kalenli's suggestion was the most sensible, but the rest is because he's irritated with us for our apparent reluctance. Remhua wields his annoying nature like a diamond chisel, as usual. Excellent work, I pulse. He returns me a polite thank you waveform. We are to leave that very day. Clothing suitable for travel outdoors is brought to my quarters by junior conductors. I pull on the thicker cloth and shoes carefully, fascinated by the different textures, and then sit quietly while the junior conductor plats my hair into a single white braid. Is this necessary for outside? I ask. I'm genuinely curious, since the conductors wear their hair in many styles. Some of them I can't emulate, because my hair is poofy and coarse and will not hold a curl or bear straightening. Only we have hair like this. Theirs comes in many textures. It might help, says the junior. You lot are going to stand out no matter what, but the more normal we can make you seem, the better. People will know we're part of the engine, I say, straightening just a little in pride. His fingers slow for a moment. I don't think he notices. That's not exactly... They're more likely to think you're something else. Don't worry, though. We'll send guards along to make sure there's no trouble. They'll be unobtrusive, but there. Kalenli insists that you can't be made to feel sheltered even if you are. They're more likely to think we're something else, I repeat slowly, thoughtfully. His fingers twitch, pulling a few strands harder than necessary. I don't wince or pull away. They're more comfortable thinking of us as statues, and statues aren't supposed to feel pain. Well, it's a distant possibility, but they have to know you aren't. I mean, it's... He sighs. Oh, evil death. It's complicated, don't worry about it. Conductors say this when they've made a mistake. I don't ping the others with it right away, because we minimize communication outside of sanctioned meetings. People who are not tuners can perceive magic only in rudimentary ways. They use machines and instruments to do what is natural for us. Still, they're always monitoring us in some measure, so we cannot allow them to learn the extent to which we speak to each other and hear them, when they think we cannot. Soon, I'm ready. After conferring with other conductors over the vine, mine decides to brush my face with paint and powder. It's supposed to make me look like them. It actually makes me like someone whose white skin has been painted brown. I must look skeptical when he shows me the mirror. My conductor sighs and complains that he's not an artist. Then he brings me to a place that I've seen only a few times before, within the building that houses me, the downstairs foyer. Here the walls aren't white. The natural green and brown of self-repairing cellulose has been allowed to flourish, unbleached. Someone has seeded the space with vining strawberries that are half in white flower, half in ripening red fruit. It's quite lovely. The 6 of us stand near the floor pool, waiting for Kalenli, trying not to notice the other personnel of the building coming and going and staring at us. 6 smaller than average, stocky people with puffy white hair and painted faces, our lips arranged in defensively pleasant smiles. If there are guards, we do not know how to tell them from the gawkers. When Kalenli comes toward us, though, I finally notice guards. Hers move with her, not bothering to be unobtrusive. A tall brown woman and man who might have been siblings. I realize I have seen them before, trailing her on other occasions that she's come to visit. They hang back as she reaches us. Good, you're ready, she says. Then she grimaces, reaching out to touch Dashwa's cheek. Her thumb comes away dusted with face powder. Really? Dashwa looks away, uncomfortable. They have never liked being pushed into any emulation of our creators. Not in clothing, not in gender. Definitely not in this. It's meant to help, they mutter unhappily, perhaps trying to convince themselves. It makes you more conspicuous, and they'll know what you are anyway. She turns and looks at one of her guards, the woman. I'm taking them to clean this dreck off. Want to help? The woman just looks at her in silence. Kalenli laughs to herself. It sounds genuinely mirth-filled. She herds us into a personal needs alcove. The guards station themselves outside, while she splashes water on our faces from the clean side of the latrine pool and scrubs the paint away with an absorbent cloth. She hums while she does it. Does that mean she's happy? When she takes my arm to wipe the gunk off my face, I search hers to try to understand. Her gaze sharpens when she notices. You're a thinker, she says. I'm not sure what that's supposed to mean. We all are, I say. I allow a brief rumble of nuance. We have to be. Exactly. You think more than you have to. Apparently a bit of brown near my hairline is especially stubborn. She wipes it off, grimaces, wipes it again, sighs, rinses the cloth, and wipes at it again. I continue searching her face. Why do you laugh at their fear? It's a stupid question. Should have asked it through the earth, not out loud. She stops wiping my face. Remoir glances at me in bland reproach, then goes to the entrance of the alcove. I hear him asking the guard there to please ask a conductor whether we are in danger of sun damage without the protection of the paint. The guard laughs and calls over her companion to relay this question, as if it's ridiculous. During the moment of distraction purchased for us by this exchange, Kalenli then resumes scrubbing me. "Why not laugh at it?" she says. "They would like you better if you didn't laugh." I signal nuance, alignment, harmonic enmeshment, compliance, conciliation, mitigation. If she wants to be liked. Maybe I don't want to be liked. She shrugs, turning to rinse the cloth again. You could be. You're like them. Not enough. More than me. This is obvious. She is their kind of beautiful, their kind of normal. If you tried. She laughs at me, too. It isn't cruel, I know instinctively. It's pitying. But underneath the laugh, her presence is suddenly as still and pent as pressurized stone in the instant before it becomes something else. Anger again. Not at me, but triggered by my words nevertheless. I always seem to make her angry. They're afraid because we exist, she says. There's nothing we did to provoke their fear other than exist. There's nothing we can do to earn their approval except stop existing, so we can either die like they want, or laugh at their cowardice and go on with our lives. I think at first that I don't understand everything she just told me, but I do, don't I? There were 16 of us once, now we are but 6. The others questioned and were decommissioned for it, obeyed without question and were decommissioned for it. Bargained, gave up, helped, despaired. We have tried everything, done all they asked and more, and yet now there are only 6 of us left. That means we're better than the others were, I tell myself, scowling. Smarter, more adaptable, more skilled. This matters, does it not? We are components of the great machine, the pinnacle of selenogistine biomagistry. If some of us had to be removed from the machine because of flaws... Tetlewa was not flawed. Remhua snaps like a slip-strike fault. I blink and glance at him. He's back in the alcove, waiting over near Bimnihua and Salehua. They've all used the fountain to strip off their own paint, while Kalenli worked on me, and Gewa, and Dashwa. The guards, Remhua distracted, are just outside, still chuckling to themselves over what he said to them. He's glaring at me. When I frown, he repeats, Tetlewa was not flawed. I set my jaw. If Tetlewa was not flawed, then that means he was decommissioned for no reason at all. Yes. Remhua, who rarely looks pleased on a good day, has now curled his lip in disgust. At me. I'm so shocked by this that I forget to pretend indifference. That is precisely her point. It doesn't matter what we do, the problem is them. It doesn't matter what we do. The problem is them. When I am clean, Kalenli cups my face in her hands. Do you know the word legacy? I've heard it, and guessed its meaning from context. It's difficult to pull my thoughts back on track after Remhua's angry rejoinder. He and I have never much liked one another, but... I shake my head and focus on what Kalenli has asked me. A legacy is something obsolete, but which you cannot get rid of entirely. Something no longer wanted, but still needed. She grimace smiles, first at me and then at Remhua. She's heard everything he said to me. That will do. Remember that word today. Then she gets to her feet. The 3 of us stare at her. She's not only taller and browner, but she moves more, breathes more, is more. We worship what she is. We fear what she will make of us. Come, she says, and we follow her out into the world. 2613. A massive underwater volcano erupted in the Taser Straits between the Antarctic polar waste and the stillness. Celis leader Zenas, previously unknown to be in origin, apparently quelled the volcano, although she was unable to escape the tsunami that it caused. Skies in the Antarctic darkened for 5 months, but cleared just before a season could be officially declared. In the immediate aftermath of the tsunami, Celis leader's husband, the calm head at the time of the eruption, deposed by emergency election, attempted to defend their 1-year-old child from a mob of survivors and was killed. Cause disputed. Some witnesses say the mob stoned him. Others say the former calm head was strangled by a guardian. Guardian took the orphaned infant to warrant. Project notes of Yater Innovator Debars. 5. You are remembered. The attack comes, like clockwork, near dawn. Everyone's ready for it. The camp is about 1/3 of the way into the stone forest, which is as far as Kastrima was able to get before full darkness made further progress treacherous. The group should be able to get all the way through the forest before sunset the next day, assuming everyone lives through the night. Restlessly you prowl the camp, and you are not the only one to do so. The hunters are supposed to all be sleeping, since during the day they act as scouts, as well as ranging afield to forage and catch game. You see quite a few of them awake, too. The strongbacks are supposed to be sleeping in shifts, but all of them are up, as are a good number of the other castes.
You spot Hjorka sitting atop a pile of baggage, her head down and eyes shut.
But otherwise, her legs are braced for a quick lunge, and there's a glass knife in each hand. Her fingers haven't loosened with sleep. It's a stupid time to attack, given all this. But there isn't a better one, so apparently your assailants decide to work with what they've got. You're the first to assess it, and you're pivoting on the ball of 1 foot and shouting a warning even as you narrow your perception and drop into that space of mind from which you can command volcanoes. A fulcrum, deep and strong, has been rooted in the earth nearby. You follow it to the midpoint of its potential torus, the center of the circle, like a hawk sighting prey. Right side of the road, 20 feet into the stone forest, out of line of sight amid the winds and drooping greenery. Yika! She appears at once from wherever she was sitting amid the tents. Yeah, felt it. Not active yet. By this you mean that the torus hasn't begun to draw heat or movement from the ambient. But that fulcrum is deep as a taproot. There's not much seismic potential gathered in this region, and indeed, much of the pressure on the lower-level strata has been absorbed by the creation of the stone forest. Still, there's always heat if you go deep enough, and this is deep, solid, fulcrum precise. We don't have to fight, Yika yells, suddenly, into the forest. You start, though you shouldn't. You're shocked that she was serious, though you really should know better by now. She stalks forward, body taut, knees bent as if she's about to sprint into the forest, hands held out before her and fingertips wiggling. It's easier now to reach for magic, though you still focus on the stump of your own arm to begin, out of habit. It will never feel natural for you to use this instead of orogeny, but at least your perception shifts quickly. Yika's way ahead of you. Wavelets and arcs of silver dance along the ground around her, mostly in front of her, spreading and flickering as she draws them up from the ground and makes them hers. What little vegetation you can sense in the stone forest makes it easier. The seedling vines and light-starved mosses act like wires, channeling and aligning the silver into patterns that make sense, are predictable, are searching. You tense in the same moment that Yika does. Yes, there. Above that deep-rooted fulcrum, At the center of a torus that has not yet begun to spin crouches a body etched out in silver. For the first time in comparison, you notice that an origin's silver is both brighter and less complex than that of the plants and insects around it. The same, amount, if that word applies, if not capacity, or potential or aliveness, but not the same design. This origin's silver is concentrated into a relative few bright lines that all align in similar directions. They don't flicker, and neither does his torus. He, you guessed that, but it feels right, is listening. Yika, another outline of precise concentrated silver, nods in satisfaction. She climbs up on top of some of the wagon cargo, so her voice will carry better. "I'm Yika Roga Kastrima," she calls. You guess that she points at you. "She's a Roga too. So is he." To Mel. "So are those kids over there. We don't kill Rogas here." She pauses. "You hungry? We've got a little to spare. You don't need to try to take it." That fulcrum doesn't budge. Something else does, though. From the other side of the stone forest, as thin, attenuated agglomerations of silver suddenly blur into chaotic movement and come charging toward you. Other raiders. Evil Earth! You were all so focused on the Raga that you didn't even notice the ones behind you. You hear them now, though, voices rising, cursing, feet pounding on ashy sand. The strongbacks near the barrier of stakes on that side cry warning. "They're attacking!" you call. "No shit!" Ika snaps, drawing a glass knife. You retreat to within the tent circle, acutely aware of your vulnerability, in a way that's strange and deeply unpleasant. It's worse because you can still sense, and because your instincts prompt you to respond when you see where you could help. A cluster of attackers comes at a part of the perimeter that's light on stakes and defenders, and you open your eyes so you can actually see them trying to fight their way in. They're typical, calmless raiders, filthy, emaciated, dressed in an ash-faded combination of rags and newer pilfered clothing. You could take out all six in half a breath, with a single precision torus. But you can also feel how. What? How aligned you are? Yika's silver is concentrated, like that of the other Ragas you've observed, but hers is still layered, jagged, a little jittery. It flows every which way within her as she jumps down from the cargo wagon and shouts for people to help the sparse strongbacks near that cluster of raiders running to help herself. Your magic flows with smooth clarity, every line matching perfectly in direction and flow to every other line. You don't know how to change it back to the way it was, if that's even possible. And you know instinctively that using the silver when you're like this will pack every particle of your body together as neatly as a mason lays a wall of bricks. You'll be stone the same way. So you fight your instincts and hide, much as that rankles. There are others here, crouching amid the central circle of tents, the calm, smaller children, its bare handful of elders, one woman so pregnant that she can't move with any real flexibility, even though she's got a loaded crossbow in her hands, two knife-wielding breeders who've obviously been charged with defending her and the children. When you poke your head up to observe the fighting, you catch a glimpse of something stunning. Daniel, having appropriated one of the spear-whittled sticks that form the fence, is using it to carve a bloody swath through the raiders. She's phenomenal, spinning and stabbing and blocking and stabbing again, twirling the stick in between attacks as if she's fought calmless 1,000,000 times. That's not just being an experienced strongback, that's something else. She's just too good. But it follows, doesn't it? Not like Renonis made her the general of their army for her charm. It isn't much of a fight in the end. 20 or 30 scrawny calmless against trained, fed, prepared calm members? This is why calms survive seasons, and why long-term calmlessness is a death sentence. This lot was probably desperate. There can't have been much traffic along the road in the past few months. What were they thinking? Their origin, you realize? That's who they expected to win this fight for them. But he's still not moving, origenically or physically. You get up, walking past the lingering knots of fighting. Self-consciously adjusting your mask, you step off the road and slip through the perimeter stakes, moving into the deep darkness of the stone forest. The firelight of the camp leaves you night-blind, so you stop a moment to allow your eyes to adjust. No telling what kinds of traps the calmless have left here. You shouldn't be doing this alone. Again you're surprised, though, because between one blink and the next, you suddenly begin to see, in silver, insects, leaf litter, a spider web, even the rocks. All of it now flickers in wild veined patterns, their cells and particulates etched out by the lattice that connects them. And people. You stop as you make them out, well camouflaged against the silver bloom of the forest. The raga is still where he's been, a brighter etching against more delicate lines. But there are also two small shapes crouched in a cavelet about 20 feet further into the forest. Two other bodies, somehow high overhead atop the jagged, curving rocks of the forest. Lookouts, maybe. None of them move much. Can't tell if they've seen you, or if they're watching the battle somehow. You're frozen, startled by this sudden shift in your perception. Is this some byproduct of learning to see silver in yourself and the obelisks? Maybe once you can do that, you see it everywhere. Or maybe you're hallucinating all of it now, like an afterimage against your eyelids. After all, Alabaster never mentioned being able to see like this. But then, when did Alabaster ever try to be a good teacher? You grope forward for a bit, hand out in front of you in case it is some kind of illusion, but if so, it's at least an accurate one. While it's strange to put your foot down on a lattice of silver, after a while, you get used to it. The Origin's distinctive lattice and that still-held Taurus aren't far, but he's somewhere higher up than the ground. Maybe 10 feet above where you stand. This is explained somewhat when the ground abruptly slopes upward and your hand touches stone. Your regular vision has adapted enough that you can see there's a pillar here, crooked and probably climbable, at least by someone who's got more than one arm. So you stop at the foot of it and say, "Hey!" No response. You become aware of breathing, quick, shallow, pent, like someone who's trying not to be heard breathing. "Hey!" Squinting in the dark, you finally make out some kind of structure of stacked branches and old boards and debris. A blind, maybe. From up there in the blind, it must be possible to see the road. Sight doesn't matter for the average Origin. Untrained ones can't direct their power at all. A fulcrum-trained Origin, though, needs line of sight to be able to distinguish between freezing useful supplies or just freezing the people defending same. Something shifts in the blind above you. Has there been a catch in the breathing? You try to think of something to say, but all that's in your head is a question. What's a fulcrum-trained Origin doing among the calmless? Must have been out on an assignment when the rifting occurred, without a guardian, or he'd be dead. So that means he's 5th ring or higher, or maybe a 3 or 4 ringer who's lost their higher-ranked partner. You envision yourself, if you'd been on the road to Alia when the rifting struck, knowing your guardian might come for you, but gambling that he might instead write you off for dead. No, that ends the imagining right there. Shafa would have come for you. Shafa did come for you. But that was between seasons. Guardians supposedly do not join comms when seasons come, which means they die, and, in fact, the only Guardian you've seen since the rifting was that one with Daniel in the Renanus army. She died in the boilbug storm that you invoked, and you're glad of it, since she was one of the bear skin killers, and there's more than the usual wrong with that kind. Either way, here's another ex-blackjacket out here alone, and maybe afraid, and maybe hair-triggered to kill. You know what that's like, don't you? But this one hasn't attacked yet. You have to find some way to make a connection. I remember, you say. It's soft, a murmur, like you don't want to hear even yourself. I remember the crucibles, the instructors, killing us to save us. Did they make you have children too? Corundum, your thoughts jerk away from memories. Did they? Shit. The hand that Shafa once broke, your right hand, is somewhere in whatever passes for Hoa's belly. You still feel it, though. Phantom ache across phantom bones. I know they broke you. Your hand, all of us. They broke us so they could... You hear very clearly a soft, horrified inhalation from within the blind. The torus whips into a blurring, blistering spin and explodes outward. You're so close that it almost catches you. That gasp was enough warning, though, and so you've braced yourself orogenically, even if you couldn't do so physically. Physically, you flinch, and it's too much for your precarious one-armed balance. You fall backward, landing hard on your ass. But you've been drilled since childhood in how to retain control on one level, even as you lose it in another. So in the same instant, you flex your sesapine and simply slap his fulcrum out of the earth, inverting it. You're much stronger. It's easy. You react magically, too, grabbing those whipping tendrils of silver that the torus has stirred, and belatedly you realize orogeny affects magic, but isn't magic itself. In fact, the magic flinches away from it. That's why you can't work high-level orogeny without negatively impacting your ability to deploy magic. How nice to finally understand. Regardless, you tamp the wild threads of magic back down and quell everything at once, so that nothing worse than a rime of frost dusts your body. It's cold, but only on your skin. You'll live. Then you let go, and all the orogeny and magic snaps away from you like stretched rubber. Everything in you seems to twang in response, in resonance, and... oh no. You feel the amplitude of the resonance rise as your cells begin to align and compress into stone. You can't stop it. You can, however, direct it. In the instant that you have, you decide which body part you can afford to lose. Hair. No, too many strands, too much of it distant from the live follicles. You can do it, but it'll take too long and half your scalp will be stone by the time you're done. Toes? You need to be able to walk. Fingers? You've only got one hand, need to keep it intact as long as you can. Breasts? Well, you're not planning on having more children anyway. It's enough to channel the resonance, the stoning, into just one. Have to take it through the glands under the armpit, but you manage to keep it above the muscle layer. That might keep the damage from impairing your movement and breathing. You pick the left breast to offset your missing right arm. The right breast is the one you always liked better anyway. Prettier. And then you lie there when it's done, still alive, hyper-aware of the extra weight on your chest, too shocked to mourn. Yet. Then you're pushing yourself up, awkwardly grimacing, as the person in the blind utters a nervous little chuckle and says, "Oh, Rust! Oh, Earth! To Maya?" It really is you. Sorry about the Taurus, I was just... You don't know what it's been like. I can't believe it. Do you know what they did to Crack? Akete, says your memory. Mashish, says your mouth. It's Mashish. Mashish is half the man he used to be. Physically, anyway. He's got no legs below the thighs. One eye, or rather only one that works. The left one is clouded with damage, and it doesn't track quite with the other. The left side of his head, he's got almost nothing left of that lovely blonde ash blow that you remember, just a knife-hacked bottle brush, is a mess of pinkish scars amid which you think the ear is healed shut. The scars have seamed his forehead and cheek, and pull his mouth a little out of true on that side. Yet he wriggles down from the blind nimbly, walking on his hands and lifting his torso and stumpy legs with sheer muscle as he does so. He's too good at getting around without legs. Must have been doing it for a while now. He makes it over to you before you're able to climb to your feet. It really is you. I heard you were only fourth ring. Did you really punch through my Taurus? I'm a sixer. 6! But that's how I knew, see. You still sass the same. Still quiet on the outside, and rusting furious on the inside. It really is you. The other calmless are starting to creep down from their spires and such. You tense as they appear, scarecrow figures thin and ragged and stinking, watching you from stolen or homemade goggles and above wraparound masks that obviously used to be somebody's clothes. They do not attack, however. They gather and watch you with Mashish. You stare as he circles you, levering himself along rapidly. He's wearing calmless rags, long-sleeved and layered, but you can see how big his shoulder and arm muscles are under the tattered cloth. The rest of him is scrawny. The gauntness of his face is painful to see, but it's clear what his body has prioritized during the long, hungry months. Akete, you say, because you remember that he always preferred the name he was born with. He stops circling and peers at you for a moment, head tilted. Maybe this helps him see better with one functioning eye. The look on his face tells you off, though. He's not Akete, any more than you are Demaya. Too much has changed. Mashish it is, then. You remembered, he says, though. In that moment of stillness, this I, in his previous storm of words, you glimpse the thoughtful, charming boy you remember, even though the coincidence of this is almost too much to digest. The only thing stranger would be running into the brother you actually forgot you had until just now. What was his name? Earth fires, you've forgotten that too. But you probably wouldn't recognize him if you saw him. The Grits of the Fulcrum were your siblings, in pain, if not in blood. You shake your head to focus and nod. You're on your feet now, dusting leaf litter and ash off your butt, though awkwardly around the pulling weight on your chest. I'm surprised I remember too. You must have made an impression. He smiles. It's lopsided. Only half his face works the way it should. I forgot. Tried hard to, anyway. You set your jaw, steeling yourself. I'm sorry. It's pointless. He probably doesn't even remember what you're sorry about. He shrugs. Doesn't matter. It does. No. He looks away for a moment. I should have talked to you after. Shouldn't have hated you the way I did. Shouldn't have let her, them, change me. But I did, and now, none of that matters. You know exactly which her he's referring to. After that whole incident with Crack, bullying that exposed a whole network of Grits, just trying to survive, and a larger network of adults exploiting their desperation. You remember Mashish returning to the grit barracks one day, with both his hands broken. Better than what they did to Crack, you murmur, before it occurs to you not to say this. Yet he nods, unsurprised. Went to a node station once. It wasn't her. Rust knows what I was thinking. But I wanted to search them all, before the season. He utters a ragged, bitter chuckle. I didn't even like her. Just needed to know. You shake your head. Not that you don't understand the impulse. You'd be lying if you said you hadn't thought it too, in the years since you learned the truth. Go to all the stations, figure out some way to restore their damaged Sisipine and set them free. Or kill them as a kindness. Ah, you'd have been such a good instructor if the Fulcrum had ever given you a chance. But of course you did nothing. And of course Mashish didn't do anything to save the node maintainers either. Only Alabaster ever managed that. You take a deep breath. I'm with them, you say, jerking your head back toward the road. You heard what the head woman said. Orogens, welcome. He sways a little, there on his stumps and arms. It's hard to see his face in the dark. I confess her. She's the head woman? Yeah, and everyone in the comm knows it. This comm is... And you take a deep breath. We are a comm that's trying to do something different. Origins and stills, not killing each other. He laughs, which sets off a few moments of coughing. The other stick figures chuckle too, but it's Mashish's cough that worries you. It's dry, hacking, pebbly, not a good sound. He's been breathing too much ash without a mask. It's loud, too. If the hunters aren't nearby watching, and perhaps ready to shoot him and his people, you'll eat your runny sack. At the end of the coughing fit, he tilts his head up at you again, with an amused look in his eye. I'm doing the same thing, he drawls. With his chin, he points toward his gathered people. These rusters stick with me because I'm not going to eat them. They don't fuck with me because I'll kill them. There, peaceful coexistence. You look around at them and frown. Hard to see their expressions. They didn't attack my people, though. Or they'd be dead. No, that was a lemshin. Mashish shrugs. It makes his whole body move. Half-sensed bastard. Got kicked out of 2 comms for anger management issues, he said. He would have gotten us all killed raiding. So I told anybody who wanted to live and could stand me to come follow me. And we did our own thing. This side of the forest is ours. That side was theirs. 2 comless tribes, not 1. Mashish's hardly qualifies, though. Only a handful of people besides himself. But he said it. Those who could endure living with a Raga went with him. That just didn't turn out to be a lot of people. Mashish turns and climbs halfway up to the blind again, so he can sit down and also be on an eye level with you. He lets out another rattly cough from the effort of doing this. I figure he was expecting me to hit you lot, he continues, once the coughing subsides. That's how we usually do it. I ice him. His group grabs what it can before I and mine can show up. We both get enough to go on a little longer. But I was all fucked up from what your head woman said. He looks away, shaking his head. Olemshin should have broken off once he saw I wasn't going to ice you, but, well, I did say he was going to get them killed. Yeah. Good riddance. What happened to your arm? He's looking at you now. He can't see your left breast, even though you're slouching a little to the left. It hurts, weighing on your flesh. You counter. What happened to your legs? He smiles lopsidedly and doesn't answer. Neither do you. So, not killing each other. Mashish shakes his head. And that's actually working out? So far. We're trying, anyway. Won't work. Mashish shifts again and darts another look at you. How much did it cost you to join them? You don't say nothing, because that's not what he's asking anyway. You can see the bargain he's made for survival here. His skills in exchange for the raiders' limited food and dubious shelter. This stone forest, this death trap, is his doing. How many people did he kill for his raiders? How many have you killed for Castrima? Not the same. How many people were in Renanus' army? How many of them did you sentence to be steam-cooked alive by insects? How many ash mounds dot Castrima over now, each with a hand or booted foot poking out? Not the rusting same, that was them or you. Just like Mashish trying to survive, him or them. You then set your jaw to silence this internal argument. There isn't time for this. We can't. You attempt, then shift. There are other ways besides killing. We don't just have to be this. Yika's words, awkward and oily with hypocrisy from your mouth. And are those words even true anymore? Castrima no longer has the geode to force cooperation between Origin and Still. Maybe it'll all fall apart tomorrow. Maybe. But until then, you force yourself to finish. We don't have to be what they made us, Mashish. He shakes his head, staring at the leaf litter. You remember that name, too. You lick your lips. Yeah, I'm Essun. He frowns a little at this, perhaps because it isn't a stone-themed name. That's why you picked it. He doesn't question it, though. At last, he sighs. Rusting, look at me, Essun. Listen to the rocks in my chest. Even if your head woman will take half a raga, I'm not going to last much longer. Also, because he's sitting, he can use his hands. He gestures around at the other scarecrow figures. No calm will let us in, says one of the smaller figures. You think that's a woman's voice, but it's so hoarse and weary you can't tell. Don't even play that game. You shift, uncomfortable. The woman is right. Yika might be willing to take in a calmless raga, but not the rest. Then again, you can never figure out quite what Yika will do. I can ask. Chuckles all around, jaded and thin and tired. A few more rattly coughs in addition to Mashish's. These people are starved nearly to death, and half of them are sick. This is pointless. Still, to Mashish you say, if you don't come with us, you'll die here. Olemshin's people had most of the supplies. We'll go take 'em. That sentence ends on a pause, the opening bid in a bargain. And it's all of us, or none of us. Up to the head woman, you say, refusing to commit. But you know haggling when you hear it. Is fulcrum-trained orogeny in exchange for calm membership for him and his handful, with the deal sweetened by the raiders' supplies. And he's fully prepared to walk away if Yika can't meet his opening price. It bothers you. I'll also put in a good word for your character, or at least your character 30 years ago.
He smiles a little, hard not to see that smile as patronizing.
Look at you, trying to make this something more than it is. You're probably projecting. I also know a little about the area. Might be useful, since you're obviously going somewhere. He jerks his chin toward firelight, reflecting off the crags closer to the road. You are going someplace. Renanus. Assholes. Which means the Renanus army must have come through the area on its way south. You let yourself smile. Dead assholes? Huh. He squints his good eye. They've been smashing comms all over the area. That's why we've had such a hard time. No trade caravans to raid once the Rennies were done. I did sense something weird in the direction they went, though. He falls silent, watching you, because of course he knows. Any Raga with rings should have sensed the activity of the obelisk gate when you ended the Rananis-Castrima war so decisively. They might not have known what they were sensing, and unless they were magic, they wouldn't have perceived the totality of it, even if they'd known. But they would have at least picked up the backwash. That was me, you say. It's surprisingly hard to admit. Rusting earth, Essun, how? You take a deep breath, extend a hand to him. So much of your past keeps coming back to haunt you. You can never forget where you came from, because it won't rusting let you. But because Yika's got the right of it, you can reject these dregs of your old self and pretend that nothing and no one else matters. Or you can embrace them, reclaim them for what they're worth, and grow stronger as a whole. Let's go talk to Yika, you say. If she adopts you, and your people, I know, I'll tell you everything. And if he's not careful, you'll end up teaching him how to do it, too. He's a six-ringer, after all. If you fail, someone else will have to take up the mantle. To your surprise, he regards your hand with something akin to wariness. Not sure I want to know everything. It makes you smile. You really don't. He smiles lopsidedly. You don't want to know everything that's happened to me, either. You incline your head. Deal, then. Only the good parts. He grins. One of his teeth is missing. That's too short to even make a good Pop Loris tale. Nobody would buy a story like that. But then he shifts his weight and lifts his right hand. The skin is thick as horn, beyond calloused and filthy. You wipe your hand on your pants without thinking after. His people chuckle at this. Then you lead him back toward Castrima, into the light. 2470. Antarctics. Massive sinkhole began to open beneath city of Bendine. Calm died shortly after. Karst soils, not seismic, but the sinking of the city generated waves that Antarctic fulcrum origins detected. From the fulcrum, somehow shifted whole city to more stable position, saving most of population. Fulcrum records note that doing this killed 3 senior origins. Project notes of Yater, Innovator, Debars. 6. Nasun makes her fate. The month-long journey to Steele's Deadsive ruin is uneventful by the standards of mid-season travel. Nasun and Shafa have or forage sufficient food to sustain themselves, though both of them begin to lose weight. Nasun's shoulder heals without trouble, though she is feverish and weak for a couple of days at one point. And on those days, Shafa calls a halt for rest sooner than she thinks he normally would have. On the 3rd day, the fever is gone, the wound is beginning to scab, and they resume. They encounter almost no one else on the road, though that is unsurprising a year and a half into the season. Anyone still calmless at this point has joined a raider band, and there won't be many of those left, just the most vicious, or the ones with some kind of edge beyond savagery and cannibalism. Most of those will have gone north, into the Somidlats, where there are more comms to prey upon. Not even raiders like the Antarctics. In many ways, the near solitude suits Nasun fine. No other guardians to tiptoe around, no calm folk whose irrational fears must always be planned for. Not even other origin children. Nasun misses the others, misses their chatter and the comradeship that she enjoyed with them for so brief a time. But at the end of the day, She resented how much time and attention Shafa had to give them. She's old enough to know that it's childish for her to be jealous of such a thing. Her parents doted on Uche too, but it is horrifyingly obvious now that getting more attention isn't necessarily favoritism. Doesn't mean she isn't glad and greedy for the chance to have Shafa all to herself. Their time together is companionable and largely silent by day. At night, they sleep curled together against the deepening cold, secure because Nassun has reliably demonstrated that the slightest shift in the ambient or footstep upon the nearby ground is enough to wake her. Sometimes Shafa does not sleep. He tries, but instead lies shuddering minutely, catching his breath now and again with half-suppressed muscle twitches, trying not to disturb her in his quiet agonies. When he does sleep, it is fitful and shallow. Sometimes Nassun does not sleep either, aching in silent sympathy. So she resolves to do something about it. It's the thing she learned to do back in Found Moon, though to a lesser degree. She sometimes lets the little core stone in his Sesapine have some of her silver. She doesn't know why it works, but she recalls seeing the Guardians in Found Moon all taking bits of silver from their charges and exhaling afterward, as if it eased something in them to give the core stone someone else to chew on. Shafa, however, has not taken silver from her or anyone else since the day she offered all of hers to him, the day she realized the true nature of the metal shard in his brain. She thinks maybe she understands why he stopped. Something changed between them that day, and he can no longer bring himself to feed on her like some sort of parasite. But that is why Nassun sneaks him magic now, because something changed between them. And he's not a parasite if she needs him too, and if she gives what he will not take. One day soon she will learn the word symbiosis and nod, pleased to have a name for it at last. But long before that she will have already decided that family will do. When Nassun gives Shafa her silver, though he is asleep, his body swallows it so quickly that she must snatch her hand away to avoid losing too much. She can spare only dribbles. Any more and she will be the tired one and unable to travel the next day. Even that tiny amount is enough to let him sleep, however. And as the days pass, Nassun finds herself gradually making more silver somehow. It's a welcome change. Now she can ease his pain better without wearying herself. Every time she sees Shafa settle into a deep, peaceful sleep, she feels proud and good, even though she knows she isn't. Doesn't matter. She is determined to be a better daughter to Shafa than she was to Jija. Everything will be better until the end. Shafa sometimes tells stories in the evenings while dinner cooks. In them, the humanness of the past is a place both wondrous and strange, as alien as the bottom of the sea. It is always the humanness of the past. Recent humanness is lost to him, along with his memories of the Shafa he used to be. Even the idea of humanness is hard for Nassun to comprehend. Millions of people, none of them farmers or miners or anything that fits within the range of her experience, many of them obsessed with strange fads and politics and alignments far more complex than those of caste or race. Leaders, but also the elite humanness in leadership families. Strong backs of the union and those without, varying by their connections and financial security. Innovators from generations-old families who competed to be sent off to the 7th university, and innovators who merely built and repaired trinkets out of the city's shanty towns. It is strange to realize that much of humanness's strangeness was simply because it lasted so long. It had old families. Books in its libraries that were older than Terimo. Organizations that remembered and avenged slights from 3 or 4 seasons back. Shafa also tells her about the fulcrum, although not much. There is another memory hole here, deep and fathomless as an obelisk, though Nassun finds herself unable to resist probing its edges. It is a space that her mother once inhabited, after all. And in spite of everything, this fascinates her. Shafa remembers Essun poorly, however, even when Nassun works up the courage to ask direct questions about the matter. He tries to answer Nassun, but his speech is halting when he does, and the look that crosses his face is pained, troubled, paler than usual. She therefore forces herself to ask these questions slowly, hours or days apart, to give him time to recover in between. What she learns is little more than she has already guessed about her mother and the fulcrum, and life before the season. It helps to hear it, nevertheless. The miles pass like this, in memory, and edged around pain. Conditions in the Antarctics grow worse by the day. The ashfall is no longer intermittent, and the landscape has begun to turn into a still life of hills and ridges and dying plants chiseled in gray-white. Nassun starts to miss the sight of the sun. One night they hear the squeals of what must be a large kirkuza romp out hunting, though fortunately the sound is distant. One day they pass a pond whose surface is mirror gray from floating ash. The water underneath is disturbingly still, given that the pond is fed by a rapid stream. Although their canteens are low, Nassun looks at Shafa, and Shafa nods in silent, wary agreement. There's nothing overtly wrong, but, well, surviving the season is as much a matter of having the right instincts as having the right tools. They avoid the still water, and live. On the evening of the 29th day, they reach a place where the Imperial Road abruptly plateaus and veers southward. Nassun says that the road edges along something that feels a bit like a crater rim. They have crested the ridge that surrounds this circular, unusually flat region, and the road follows the ridge in an arc around the zone of old damage, resuming its westward track on the other side. In the middle, though, Nassun at last beholds a wonder. The old man's pucker is a somion, a caldera inside a caldera. This one is unusual in being so perfectly formed. From what Nassun has read, usually the outer, older caldera is badly damaged by the eruption that creates the inner, newer caldera. In this case, the outer one is an intact, nearly perfect circle, though heavily eroded by time and forested over. Nassun can't really see it under the greenery, though she can sense it clearly. The inner caldera is a little more oblong, and it gleams so brightly from a distance that Nassun can guess what happened without even sensing it. The eruption must have been so hot, at least at one point, that the whole geological formation nearly destroyed itself. What remains has gone to glass, naturally tempered enough that not even centuries of weathering has damaged it much. The volcano that created this somion is extinct now, its ancient magma chamber long since emptied, not even a whiff of leftover heat lingering. Once upon a time, though, the pucker was the site of a truly awesome and horrific puncturing of the world's crust. As Steele instructed, they camp for the night a mile or 2 back from the pucker. In the small hours before dawn, Nassun wakes, hearing a distant screech, but Shafa soothes her. "I've heard that now and again," he says softly, over the crackling of the fire. He insisted on a watch this time, so Nassun took the earlier shift. "Something in the pucker forest, and doesn't seem to be common this way." She believes him, but neither of them sleeps well that night. In the morning they rise before dawn and start up the road. In the early morning light, Nassun stares at the deceptively still double crater before them. Up close, it's easier to see that there are breaks in the inner caldera's walls at regular intervals. Someone meant for people to be able to get inside. The outer caldera's floor is completely overgrown, however, yellow-green and waving with a forest of tree-like grasses that has apparently choked out every other form of vegetation in the area. There's no cess of even game trails across it. The real surprise, though, is underneath the pucker. "Steele's Dead Civ ruin," she says. "It's underground." Shafa glances at her in surprise, but he does not protest. "In the magma chamber?" "Maybe." Nasun can't believe it either at first, but the silver does not lie. She notices something else strange as she expands her seasonal awareness of the area. The silver mirrors the perturbations of topography and the forest here, the same way it does everywhere. Yet the silver here is brighter somehow, and it seems to flow more readily from plant to plant and rock to rock. These blend to become larger, dazzling flows that all run together like streams until the ruin sits within a pool of glimmering, churning light. She can't make out the details, there's so much of it. Just empty space and an impression of buildings. It's huge, this ruin. A city, like no city Nasun has ever sessed. But she has sessed this torrential churn of silver before. She cannot help turning to glance back toward the sapphire that is faintly visible some miles off. They've outpaced it, but it's still following. "Yes," Shafa says. He's been watching her and missing nothing as she makes the connections. "I don't remember this city, but I know of others like it. The obelisks were made in such places." She shakes her head, trying to fathom it all. What happened to this city? There must have been a lot of people here once. "The Shattering." She inhales. She's heard of it, of course, and believed in it the way children believe most stories. She remembers seeing an artist's line rendering of the event in one of her creche books. Lightning and rocks falling from the sky, fire erupting from the ground, tiny human figures running and doomed. So that's what it was like? A big volcano? "The Shattering was like this here." Shafa gazes out over the waving forest. "Elsewhere, it was different. The Shattering was 100 different seasons, Nasun, all over the world, all striking at once. It's a marvel that anything of humanity survived." The way he's talking, it seems impossible, but Nasun bites her lip. "Were you? Do you remember it?" He glances at Nasun, surprised, and then smiles in a way that is equal parts weary and wry. "I don't. I suspect that I was born sometime after, though I have no proof of that. Even if I could remember the Shattering, though, I feel fairly certain that I wouldn't want to." He sighs, then shakes his head. "The sun is up. Let's face the future at least, and leave the past to itself." Nasun nods, and they step off the trail into the trees. The trees are strange things, with long, thin leaves, like elongated grass blades, and narrow, flexible trunks that grow no more than a couple of feet apart. In some places, Shafa has to stop and push apart 2 or 3 trees so that they can wriggle through. This makes for hard going, though, and before long Nasun is out of breath. She stops, dripping sweat, but Shafa pushes on. "Shafa," she says, about to ask for a break. "No," he says, pushing over another tree with a grunt. "Remember the Stone Eater's warning, little one. We must reach the center of this forest by dusk. It's now clear we will need every moment of that time." He's right. Nasun swallows, starts taking deeper breaths so that she can work better, and then resumes pushing through the forest with him. She develops a rhythm working with him. She's good at finding the quickest paths that don't require pushing through, and when she does, he follows her. When these paths end, however, he shoves and kicks and breaks trees until the way is clear, while she follows. She can catch her breath during these brief lulls, but it's never quite enough. A stitch develops in her side. She starts having trouble seeing because the tree leaves keep pulling some of her hair loose from its twin buns, and sweat has made the curls lengthen and dangle into her eyes. She wants desperately to rest for an hour or so, drink some water, eat something. The clouds overhead get grayer as the hours pass, however, and it becomes increasingly hard to tell how much daylight is left. I can, Nassun tries at one point, while trying to think of how she can use orogeny or the silver or something to clear the way. No, Shafa says, somehow intuiting what she would have said. He's produced a black glass poniard from somewhere. It's not a useful knife for this situation, although somehow he has made it so, by stabbing each of the grass tree trunks before kicking them down. That helps them break more easily. Freezing these plants would only make them more difficult to get through, and a shake could cause the magma chamber below us to collapse. The silver, then? No. He stops for only a moment, and turns to fix a hard gaze on her. He's not breathing harder, she notes with great chagrin, although a faint sheen of sweat does glisten on his forehead. His iron shard punishes him, but still grudgingly grants him greater strength. Other guardians may be near, Nassun. It's unlikely at this point, but still a possibility. All Nassun can do is grope for another question, because this momentary pause is giving her time to catch her breath. Other guardians? Ah, but then he has said that they'll all go somewhere during a season, and that this station that Steele told them about is the means by which they do it. Do you remember something? Nothing more, sadly. He smiles a little knowingly, as if he can tell what she's doing. Only that this is how we get there. Get where? His smile fades, expression settling into that familiar, disturbing blankness for the briefest of instants. Warrant. She remembers, belatedly, that his full name is Shafa Guardian Warrant. It has never occurred to her to wonder where the calm of Warrant is. But what does it mean that the way to Warrant is through a buried dead city? Why? He shakes his head then, expression hardening. Stop stalling. In this low light, not every nocturnal hunter will wait for night. He glances up at the sky with a look that is only mildly annoyed, as if it does not threaten their lives. It's pointless to complain that she is ready to drop. It's a season. If she drops, she dies. So she forces herself through the gap he has broken, and starts questioning again for the best route. In the end, they make it, which is good, because otherwise this would become the rather straightforward tale of you learning that your daughter is dead, and letting the world wither in your grief. It isn't even a near thing. Abruptly, the last patch of thick grass trees thins out, revealing a smooth-cut pass through the inner caldera ring. The walls of the pass loom high overhead, though they did not look so tall from far away, and the pass itself is wide enough for 2 horse-drawn carriages to travel side by side without crowding. The walls of these passages are covered in tenacious mosses and some sort of woody vine, the latter of which is fortunately dead, because otherwise it might entangle them and slow their progress more. Instead, they hurry forward, cracking the dead branches aside, and then abruptly Nassun and Shafa stumble out of the pass onto a wide round slab of perfectly white material that is neither metal nor stone. Nassun's seen something like it before, near other dead sieve ruins. Sometimes the stuff glows faintly at night. This particular slab fills the entirety of the space within the inner caldera. Steele has told them that the Dead Civ ruin is here at the center, but all Nassun sees ahead of them is a dainty, rising curl of metal, seemingly set directly into the white material. She tenses, as wary of something new as any seasoned survivor. Shafa, however, walks over to it without hesitation. He stops beside it, and for an instant there is an odd expression on his face that Nassun suspects is caused by the momentary conflict between what his body has done out of habit and what his mind cannot remember. But then he puts a hand on the curlicue at the tip of the metal. Flat shapes and lines of light suddenly appear out of nothingness on the stone around him. Nassun gasps, but they do nothing other than march and ignite others in turn, spreading and glowing until a roughly rectangular shape has been etched out on the stone at Shafa's feet. There is a faint, barely audible hum that makes Nassun twitch and look around wildly, but a moment later the white material in front of Shafa vanishes. It doesn't slide aside or open like a door. It's just gone. But it is a doorway, Nassun abruptly realizes. "And here we are," Shafa murmurs. He sounds a little surprised himself. Beyond this doorway is a tunnel that curves gradually down into the ground and out of sight. Narrow rectangular panels of light edge the steps on either side, illuminating the way. The curling bit of metal is a railing, she sees now, her perception reorienting as she moves to stand beside Shafa. Something to hold on to as one walks down into the depths. In a distant part of the grass forest that they just traversed, there is a high-pitched grating noise that Nassun immediately identifies as animal. Chitinous, maybe. A closer, louder version of the screeches they heard the night before. Nassun flinches and looks at Shafa. "Some sort of grasshopper, I believe," he says, his jaws tight as he gazes back at the pass they just traversed, though nothing moves there, yet. "Or cicadas, perhaps. Inside now. I've seen something like this mechanism before. It should close after we pass through." He gestures for her to go first so that he can guard the rear. Nassun takes a deep breath and reminds herself that this is what is necessary to make a world that will hurt no one else. Then she trots down the stairs. The light panels ignite 5 or 6 steps ahead as she progresses and fade 3 steps behind. Once they're a few feet down, just as Shafa predicted, the white material that covered the stairwell reappears, cutting off further screeches from the forest. Then there is nothing but the light and the stairs and the long-forgotten city somewhere below. 2699. 2 fulcrum blackjackets summoned to Dijna-Kam, Uer Cortent, western coastals, near Kiosh Traps, when Mount Immer showed eruption signs. Blackjackets informed Kam officials that eruption was imminent, and that it would likely touch off the whole Kiosh cluster, including Madness, local name for the supervolcano that triggered the Madness season. Immer sits on the same hotspot. Upon determining that Immer was beyond their ability to quell, the Blackjackets, one 3-ringer, the other supposedly 7, although did not wear rings for some reason, made the attempt anyway, due to insufficient time to send for higher-ringed Imperial origins. They successfully stilled the eruption long enough for a 9-ring senior Imperial origin to arrive and push it back into dormancy. 3-ringer and 7-ringer found holding hands, charred, frozen. Project notes of Yater Innovator D-Bars. Sil Anagist. 3. Fascinating. All of this grows easier to remember with the telling. Or perhaps I am still human, after all. At first, our field excursion is simply the act of walking through the city. We have spent the brief years since our initial decanting immersed in Sessuna, the sense of energy in all its forms. A walk outside forces us to pay attention to our other, lesser senses, and this is initially overwhelming. We flinch at the springiness of pressed fiber sidewalks under our shoes, so unlike the hard lacquer wood of our quarters. We sneeze, trying to breathe air thick with smells of bruised vegetation and chemical byproduct, and thousands of exhaled breaths. Their first sneeze frightens Dashwa into tears. We clap hands over our ears to try and fail, to screen out many voices talking, and walls groaning, and leaves rustling and machinery whining in the distance. Bimni Hua tries to yell over it all, and Kalen Li must stop and soothe her before she will try speaking normally again. I duck and yelp in fear of the birds that sit in a nearby bush, and I am the calmest of us. What settles us at last is finally having the chance to gaze upon the full beauty of the amethyst plutonic fragment. It is an awesome thing, pulsing with the slow flux of magic as it towers over the city node's heart. Every node of Sil Anagist has adapted in unique ways to suit its local climate. We have heard of nodes in the desert, where buildings are grown from hardened giant succulents. Nodes on the ocean, built by coral organisms, engineered to grow and die on command. Life is sacred in Sil Anagist, but sometimes death is necessary. Our node, the node of the amethyst, was once an old-growth forest, so I cannot help thinking that something of ancient trees' majesty is in the great crystal. Surely this makes it more stately and strong than other fragments of the machine. This feeling is completely irrational, but I look at my fellow tuners' faces as we gaze at the amethyst fragment, and I see the same love there. We have been told stories of how the world was different long ago. Once, cities were not just dead themselves, stone and metal jungles that did not grow or change, but they were actually dead, poisoning soil and making water undrinkable, and even changing the weather by their very existence. Sil Anagist is better, but we feel nothing when we think of the city node itself. It is nothing to us, buildings full of people we cannot truly understand, going about business that should matter, but does not. The fragments, though, we hear their voices. We sing their magic song. The amethyst is part of us, and we it. I'm going to show you 3 things during this trip, Kalenli says, once we've gazed at the amethyst enough to calm down. These things have been vetted by the conductors, if that matters to you. She makes a show of eyeing Remhua as she says this, since he was the one who made the biggest stink about having to go on this trip. Remhua affects a bored sigh. They are both excellent actors before our watching guards. Then Kalenli leads us forward again. It's such a contrast, her behavior and ours. She walks easily with head high, ignoring everything that isn't important, radiating confidence and calm. Behind her, we start and stop and scurry, all timid clumsiness, distracted by everything. People stare, but I don't think it's actually our whiteness that they find so strange. I think we just look like fools. I have always been proud, and their amusement stings, so I straighten and try to walk as Kalenli does, even though this means ignoring many of the wonders and potential threats around me. Gewa notices too and tries to emulate both of us. Remhua sees what we are doing and looks annoyed, sending a little ripple through the ambient. We will never be anything but strange to them. I answer in an angry basso push-wave throb. This is not about them. He sighs, but begins emulating me too. The others follow suit. We have traveled to the southernmost quartant of the city node, where the air is redolent with faint sulfur smells. Kalenli explains that the smell is because of the waste reclamation plants, which grow thicker here, where sewers bring the city's grey water near the surface. The plants make the water clean again and spread thick, healthy foliage over the streets to cool them, as they were designed to do. But not even the best gen engineers can stop plants that live on waste from smelling a bit like what they eat. Do you mean to show us the waste infrastructure? Remhua asks Kalenli. I feel more contextual already. Kalenli snorts. Not exactly. She turns a corner, and then there is a dead building before us. We all stop and stare. Ivy wends up this building's walls, which are made of some sort of red clay pressed into bricks, and around some of its pillars, which are marble. Aside from the ivy, though, nothing of the building is alive. It's squat and low, and shaped like a rectangular box. We can sense no hydrostatic pressure supporting its walls. It must use force and chemical fastenings to stay upright. The windows are just glass and metal, and I can see no nematocysts growing over their surfaces. How do they keep safe anything inside? The doors are dead wood, polished dark red-brown, and carved with ivy motifs. Pretty, surprisingly. The steps are a dull, tawny white sand suspension. Centuries before, people called this concrete. The whole thing is stunningly obsolete, yet intact and functional, and thus fascinating for its uniqueness. It's so symmetrical, says Bimnihua, curling her lip a little. Yes, says Kalenli. She's stopped before this building to let us take it in. Once, though, people thought this sort of thing was beautiful. Let's go. She starts forward. Remhua stares after her. What? Inside? Is that thing structurally sound? Yes. And yes, we're going inside. Kalenli pauses and looks back at him, perhaps surprised to realize that at least some of his reticence wasn't an act. Through the ambient, I feel her touch him, reassure him. Remhua is more of an ass when he is afraid or angry, so her comfort helps. The spiky jitter of his nerves begins to ease. She still has to play the game, however, for our many observers. Though I suppose you could stay outside, if you wanted. She glances at her two guards, the brown man and woman who stay near her. They have not kept back from our group, unlike the other guards of whom we catch glimpses now and again, skirting our periphery. Woman guard scowls back at her. You know better. It was a thought. Kalenli shrugs then, and gestures with her head toward the building, speaking to Remhua now. Sounds like you don't actually have a choice. But I promise you, the building won't collapse on your head. We move to follow. Remhua walks a little slower, but eventually he comes along too. A hollow sign writes itself in the air before us as we cross the threshold. We have not been taught to read, and the letters of this sign look strange in any case. But then a booming voice sounds over the building's audio system. Welcome to the story of enervation. I have no idea what this means. Inside, The building smells wrong, dry and dusty. The air stale, as if there's nothing taking in its carbon dioxide. There are other people here, we see, gathered in the building's big open foyer, or making their way up its symmetrical twin curving stairs, peering in fascination at the panels of carved wooden decoration which line each stair. They don't look at us, distracted by the greater strangeness of our environs. But then Remhua says, "What is that?" His unease, prickling along our network, makes us all look at him. He stands frowning, tilting his head from one side to the other. "What is—" I start to ask, but then I hear, "Says it too." "I'll show you," says Kalenni. She leads us deeper into the boxy building. We walk past display crystals, each holding preserved within itself a piece of incomprehensible but obviously old equipment. I make out a book, a coil of wire, and a bust of a person's head. Placards near each item explain its importance, I think, but I cannot fathom any explanation sufficient to make sense of it all. Then Kalenni leads us on to a wide balcony with an old-fashioned ornate wood railing. This is especially horrifying. We are to rely on a rail made from a dead tree, unconnected to the city alarm grid or anything for safety. Why not just grow a vine that would catch us if we fell? Ancient times were horrible. And there we stand above a huge open chamber, gazing down at something that belongs in this dead place as much as we do. Which is to say, not at all. My first thought is that it is another plutonic engine, a whole one, not just a fragment of a larger piece. Yes, there is the tall, imposing central crystal. There is the socket from which it grows. This engine has even been activated. Much of its structure hovers, humming just a little, a few feet above the floor. But this is the only part of the engine that makes sense to me. All around the central crystal float longer, inward-curving structures. The whole of the design is somehow floral, a stylized chrysanthemum. The central crystal glows a pale gold, and the supporting crystals fade from green bases to white at the tips. Lovely, if altogether strange. Yet when I look at this engine with more than my eyes, and touch it with nerves attuned to the perturbations of the earth, I gasp. Evil death. The lattice of magics created by this structure is magnificent. Dozens of silvery thread-like lines supporting one another. Energies across spectra and forms, all interlinked and state-changing in what seems to be a chaotic, yet utterly controlled order. The central crystal flickers now and again, phasing through potentialities as I watch. And it's so small. I have never seen an engine so well constructed. Not even the plutonic engine is this powerful or precise for its size. If it had been built as efficiently as this tiny engine, the conductors would never have needed to create us. And yet this structure makes no sense. There isn't enough magic being fed into the mini-engine to produce all the energy I detect here. And I shake my head. But now I can hear what Remhua heard. A soft, insistent ringing. Multiple tones, blending and haunting, and making the little hairs on the back of my neck rise. I look at Remhua, who nods, his expression tight. This engine's magics have no purpose that I can see, other than to look and sound and be beautiful. And somehow I shiver, understanding instinctively, but resisting because this contradicts everything I have learned from the laws of both physics and arcanity. Somehow, this structure is generating more energy than it consumes. I frown at Kalenli, who's watching me. This should not exist, I say. Words only. I don't know how else to articulate what I'm feeling. Shock, disbelief, fear for some reason. The plutonic engine is the most advanced creation of geomagistry ever built. That is what the conductors have told us over and over again for all the years since we were decanted. And yet, this tiny, bizarre engine, sitting half-forgotten in a dusty museum, is more advanced. And it seems to have been built for no purpose other than beauty. Why does this realization frighten me? But it does exist, Kalenli says. She leans back against the railing, looking lazily amused. But through the soft, shimmering harmony of the structure on display, I sense her ping on the ambient. Think, she says without words. She watches me in particular, her thinker. I glance around at the others. As I do, I notice Kalenli's guards again. They've taken up positions on either end of the balcony, so that they can see the corridor we came down, as well as the display room. They both look bored. Kalenli brought us here. Got the conductors to agree to bringing us here. Means for us to see something in this ancient engine that her guards do not. What? I step forward, putting my hands on the dead railing, and peer intently at the thing, as if that will help. What to conclude? It has the same fundamental structure as other plutonic engines. Only its purpose is different. No, that's too simple an assessment. What's different here is philosophical, attitudinal. The plutonic engine is a tool. This thing is art. And then I understand. No one of Sail-Anagist built this. I look at Kalenli. I must use words, but the conductors who hear the guard's report should not be able to guess anything from it. Who? She smiles, and my whole body tingles all over with the rush of something I cannot name. I am her thinker, and she is pleased with me. And I have never been happier. You, she replies to my utter confusion. Then she pushes away from the railing. I have much more to show you. Come. All things change during a season. Tablet 1, On Survival, verse 2. 7. You're planning ahead. Yika is more inclined to adopt Mashish and his people than you were expecting. She's not happy that Mashish has an advanced case of ash lung, as Lerna confirms after they've all had sponge baths, and he's given them a preliminary examination. Nor does she like that 4 of his people have other serious medical issues, ranging from fistulas to the complete lack of teeth. Or that Lerna says they're all going to be touch and go on surviving refeeding. But, as she informs those of you on her impromptu council loudly, so that anyone listening will hear, she can put up with a lot from people who bring in extra supplies, knowledge of the area, and precision neurogeny that can help safeguard the group against attack. And, she adds, Mashish doesn't have to live forever. Long enough to help the calm will be enough for her. She doesn't add, not like alabaster, which is kind, or at least conspicuously not cruel of her. It's surprising that she respects your grief, And maybe it's also a sign that she's beginning to forgive you. It'll be good to have a friend again. Friends. Again. That's not enough, of course. Nassun is alive, and you've more or less recovered from your post-gate coma, so now it becomes a struggle, daily, to remember why you're staying with Castrima. It helps, sometimes, to go through the reasons for staying. For Nassun's future, that's one, so that you can have somewhere to shelter her once you've found her again. Because you can't do it alone is the second reason, and you can't rightly let Tonki come with you anymore, however willing she might be. Not with your orogeny compromised. The long journey back south would be a death sentence for both of you. Hoa isn't going to be able to help you get dressed or cook food or do any of the other things one needs two good hands for. And reason number 3, the most important of the set, you don't know where to go anymore. Hoa has confirmed that Nassun is on the move and has been traveling away from the site of the sapphire since you opened the obelisk gate. It was too late to find her, before you ever woke up. But there is hope. In the small hours of one morning after Hoa has taken the stone burden of your left breast from you, he says quietly, "I think I know where she's going. If I'm right, she'll stop soon." He sounds uncertain. No, not uncertain. Troubled. You sit on a rocky outcrop some ways from the encampment, recovering from the excision. It wasn't as uncomfortable as you thought it would be. You pulled off your clothing layers to bare the stoned breast. He put a hand on it, and it came away from your body cleanly into his palm. You asked why he didn't do that for your arm, and he said, "I do what's most comfortable for you." Then he lifted your breast to his lips, and you decided to become fascinated by the flat, slightly roughened cautery of stone over the space where your breast was. It aches a little, but you're not sure whether this is the pain of amputation or something more existential. 3 bites it takes him to eat the breast that Nassun liked best. You're perversely proud to feed someone else with it. As you awkwardly pull undershirts and shirts back on with one arm, stuffing one side of your bra with the lightest undershirt so it won't slip off, you probe after that hint of unease that you heard in Hoa's voice earlier. You know something. Hoa doesn't answer at first. You think you're going to have to remind him that this is a partnership, that you're committed to catching the moon and ending this endless season, that you care about him, but he can't keep hiding things from you like this, and then he finally says, "I believe Nassun seeks to open the obelisk gate herself." Your reaction is visceral and immediate, pure fear. It probably isn't what you should feel. Logic would dictate disbelief that a 10-year-old girl can manage a feat that you barely accomplished. But somehow, maybe because you remember the feel of your little girl thrumming with angry blue power, and you knew that in that instant that she understood the obelisks better than you ever will, you have no trouble believing Hoa's core premise, that your little girl is bigger than you thought. "It will kill her," you blurt. "Very likely, yes." Oh, Earth. But you can track her again? You lost her after Castrima. Yes. Now that she is attuned to an obelisk. Again, though, that odd hesitation is in his voice. Why? Why would it bother him that... Oh, rusty, burning earth! Your voice shakes as you understand. Which means that any Stone Eater can perceive her now. Is that what you're saying? Castrima all over again. Ruby hair and butter marble and ugly dress. May you never see those parasites again. Fortunately, Hoa killed most of them. Your kind get interested in us then, right? When we start using obelisks, or when we're close to being able to. Yes. Inflectionless, that one soft word. But you know him by now. Earthfires. One of you is after her. You didn't think stone-eaters were capable of sighing, but sure enough the sound emerges from Hoa's chest. The one you call Grey Man. Cold runs through you, but yes, you'd guessed already, really. There have been, 3 origins in the world lately who mastered connecting to the obelisks? Alabaster and you, and now Nasun. Uche, maybe briefly. And maybe there was even a stone-eater lurking about Terimo back then. Rusting bastard must be terribly disappointed that Uche died by filicide rather than stoning. Your jaw tightens as your mouth tastes of bile. He's manipulating her to activate the gate and transform herself into stone so that she can be eaten. That's what he tried to do at Castrima. Force Alabaster, or me, or Rusted, or Yika, or any of us, to try to do something beyond our ability so we might turn ourselves into... You put a hand on the stone marker of your breast. There have always been those who use despair and desperation as weapons. This is delivered softly, as if in shame. Suddenly you're furious with yourself and your impotence. Knowing that you're the real target of your own anger doesn't stop you from taking it out on him. Seems to me all of you do that. Hoa has positioned himself to gaze out at the dull red horizon, a statue paying homage to nostalgia in pensive shadowed lines. He does not turn, but you hear hurt in his voice. I haven't lied to you. No, you've just withheld the truth so much. It's the same fucking thing. You rub your eyes. Had to take the goggles off to put your shirt back on, and now you've got ash in them. You know what? I don't want to hear anything else right now. I need to rest. You get to your feet. Take me back. His hand is abruptly extended in your direction. One more thing, Essun. I told you. Please, you need to know this. He waits until you settle into a fuming silence. Then he says, Jija is dead. You freeze. In this moment, I remind myself of why I continue to tell this story through your eyes rather than my own. Because outwardly you're too good at hiding yourself. Your face has gone blank, your gaze hooded. But I know you. I know you. Here is what's inside you. You surprise yourself by being surprised. Surprised, that is, and not angry or thwarted or sad. Just surprised. But that is because your first thought, after relief that Nasun's safe now, is, isn't she? And then you surprise yourself by being afraid. You aren't sure of what, but it's a stark, sour thing in your mouth. How? You ask. Hoa says, Nasun. The fear increases. She couldn't have lost control of her orogeny. She hasn't done that since she was 5. It was not orogeny. And it was intentional. There, at last, the foreshock of a rifting level shake inside you. It takes you a moment to say aloud, She killed him? On purpose? Yes. You fall silent then, dazed, troubled. Hoa's hand is still extended toward you, an offer of answers. You aren't sure you want to know, but you take his hand anyway. Perhaps it's for comfort. You don't imagine that his hand folds about your own and squeezes just a little, in a way that makes you feel better. Still, he waits. You're very, very glad for his consideration. Where is... You begin, when you feel ready. You're not ready. Is there a way I can go there? There? You're pretty sure he knows where you mean. He's just making sure you know what you're asking for. You swallow hard and try to reason it out. They were in the Antarctics. Jita didn't keep her on the road forever. She had somewhere safe, time to get stronger. A lot stronger. I can hold my breath underground if you take me to where she... But no, that's not really where you want to go. Stop dancing around it. Take me to where Jita is, to where he died. Hoa doesn't move for perhaps half a minute. You've noticed this about him. He takes varying amounts of time to respond to conversational cues. Sometimes his words nearly overlap yours when he replies, and sometimes you think he hasn't heard you before he finally gets around to replying. You don't think he's thinking during that time or anything. You think it just doesn't mean anything to him. 1 second, or 10, now or later. He heard you. He'll get around to it eventually. In token of which, at last, he blurs a bit, though you see the slowness of the end of the gesture as he puts his other hand over yours as well, sandwiching you between his hard palms. The pressure of both hands increases until the grip is quite firm. Not uncomfortable, but still. Close your eyes. He's never suggested this before. Why? He takes you down. It's further down than you've ever been before, and it isn't instantaneous this time. You gasp inadvertently, somehow, and thus discover that you don't need to hold your breath after all. As the dark gets darker, it brightens with flashes of red, and then, for just a moment, you blur through molten reds and oranges and catch the most fleeting glimpse of a wavering open space where something in the distance is bursting apart in a shower of semi-liquid glowing chunks. And then there is black around you again. And then you stand on open ground beneath a thinly clouded sky. That's why, Hoa says. Rusty flaking fuck! You try to yank your hand free and fail. Shit, Hoa! Hoa's hands stop pressing so hard on yours so that you can slip free. You stagger a few feet away and then clap hands over yourself, checking for injury. You're fine. Not burned to death. Not crushed by the pressure as you should have been. Not suffocated. Not even shaken up. Much. You straighten and rub your face. Okay. I'm really going to have to remember that stone eaters don't say anything without reason. Never wanted to actually see the fire under Earth. But you're here now, standing atop a hill that is itself on some kind of plateau. The sky is your place marker. It's later in the morning here than it was where you were, a little after dawn, instead of pre-dawn. The sun is actually visible, though thin through the scrim of ash clouds overhead. You surprise yourself by feeling an ache of longing at the sight. But the fact that you can see it means that you're much farther from the rifting than you were a few moments ago. You glance to the west, and the faint shimmer of a dark blue obelisk in the distance confirms your guess. This is where a month or so ago, when you opened the obelisk gate, you felt Nasun. That way. She's gone that way. But that way lies thousands of square miles of the stillness. You turn to find that you're standing amid a small cluster of wooden buildings positioned at the top of the hill, including one store shack on stilts, a few lean-tos, and what look like dormitories or classroom buildings. All of it is surrounded, however, by a neat, precisely level fence of columnar basalt. That an origin has made this, harnessing the slow explosion of the great volcano beneath your feet, is as plain to you as the sun in the sky. But equally obvious is the fact that the compound is empty. There's no one in sight, and the reverberations of footprints on the ground are farther away, beyond the fence. Curious, you walk to a break in the basalt fence, where a pathway that is half dirt and half cobbles wends down. At the foot of the hill is a village, occupying the rest of the plateau. The village could be any calm anywhere. You make out houses in varying shapes, most with still-growing house greens, several standing store caches, what looks like a bathhouse, a kiln shed. The people moving among the buildings don't glance up to notice you, and why would they? It's a lovely day, here where the sun still mostly shines. They've got fields to tend in. Are those little rowboats tied to one of the watchtowers? Trips to the nearby sea to organize. This compound, whatever it is unimportant to them. You turn away from the village, and that's when you spot the crucible. It's near the edge of the compound, elevated a little above the rest of it, though visible from where you are. When you climb the path to look into the crucible bowl, which is marked out in cobbles and brick, it's old habit to thrust your senses into the ground to find the nearest marked stone. Not far, only maybe 5 or 6 feet down. You search its surface and find the faint pressure indentations of a chisel, maybe a hammer. 4. It's too easy. In your day, the stones were marked with paint and numbers, which made them less distinctive. Still, the stone is small enough that, yes, anyone below a 4-ringer would have trouble finding and identifying it. They've got the details of the training wrong, but the basics are spot on. This can't be the Antarctic fulcrum, you say, crouching to finger one of the stones of the ring. Just pebbles, instead of the beautiful tile mosaic you remember, but again, they've got the idea. Hoa's still standing where you emerged from the ground, hands still positioned to press down on yours, perhaps for the return trip. He doesn't answer, but then you're mostly talking to yourself.
I always heard that Antarctic was small,
you continue. But this is nothing. This is a camp. There's no ring garden, no main building. Also, you've heard that the Arctic and Antarctic fulcrums were lovely, despite their size and remote location. That makes sense. The fulcrum's beauty was all that official, state-sanctioned origin kind ever had to show for itself. This sorry collection of shacks doesn't fit the ideology. Also, it's on a volcano, and too close to those stills down the hill. That village isn't humanous, surrounded on all sides by node maintainers, and with the added protection of the most powerful senior origins. One overwrought grits tantrum could turn this whole region into a crater. It isn't the Antarctic fulcrum, Hoa says. His voice is usually soft, but he's turned away now, and that makes him softer. That's farther to the west, and it has been purged. No origins live there anymore. Of course it's been purged. You set your jaw against sorrow. So this is somebody's idea of homage? A survivor? Inadvertently, you find another marker underground, a small, round pebble maybe 50 feet down. 9 is written on it, in ink. You have no trouble reading it. Shaking your head, you rise and turn to explore the compound further. Then you stop, tensing, as a man limps out of one of the dormitory-looking buildings. He stops, too, staring at you in surprise. "Who the rust are you?" he asks, in a noticeable Antarctic drawl. Your awareness plummets into the earth, and then you wrench it back up. Stupid, because remember, orogeny will kill you. Also, the man isn't even armed. He's fairly young, probably only in his 20s despite an already receding hairline. The limp is an easy thing, and one of his shoes is built higher than the other. Ah, the village handyman, probably. Come to do some basic caretaking on buildings that might again be needed someday. Hi, you stammer. Then you fall silent, not sure what to say from there. Hi. The man sees Hoa and flinches, then stares with the open shock of someone who's only heard of stone-eaters in lorist tales, and maybe didn't quite believe them. Only belatedly does he seem to remember you, frowning a little at the ash on your hair and clothing. But it's clear you're not as impressive a sight. "Tell me that's a statue," he says to you. Then he laughs a little, nervously. "Except it wasn't here when I came up the hill." "Oh. Hi, I guess." Hoa doesn't bother replying, though you see his eyes have shifted to watch the man instead of you. You steel yourself and step forward. "Sorry to alarm you," you say. "You from this comm?" The man finally focuses on you. Yeah, and you're not." Instead of showing unease, however, he blinks. "You another guardian?" Your skin prickles all over. For an instant, you want to shout, "No," and then sense reasserts itself. You smile. They always smile. "Another?" The young man's looking you up and down now, maybe suspicious. You don't care, as long as he answers your questions and doesn't attack you. "Yeah," he says after a moment. "We found the 2 dead ones after the children left on that training trip." His lip curls just a little. You're not sure whether he doesn't believe the children have gone off training, whether he's really upset about the 2 dead ones, or whether that's just the usual lip curl that people wear when they talk about ragas, since it's obvious that's what the children in question must be. If guardians were here. "Headwoman did say there might be other guardians along someday. The 3 we had all popped up out of nowhere after all, at different times down the years. You're just a late one, I guess." Ah. It is surprisingly easy to pretend to be a guardian. Just keep smiling and never offer information. "And when did the others leave on their training trip?" "About a month ago." The young man shifts, getting comfortable, and turns to gaze after the sapphire obelisk in the distance. "Shafa said they were going far enough away that we wouldn't feel any aftershakes of what the kids did. Guess that's pretty far." Shafa. The smile freezes on your face. You can't help hissing it. "Shafa." The young man frowns at you, definitely suspicious now. "Yeah, Shafa." "It can't be. He's dead." "Tall, black hair, ice-white eyes, strange accent." The young man relaxes somewhat. "Oh, you know him then?" "Yes, very well." So easy to smile. Harder to wrestle down the urge to scream, to grab Hoa, to demand that he plunge you both into the earth now, so you can go and rescue your daughter. Hardest of all, not to fall to the ground and curl into a ball, trying to clench the hand you no longer have, but that hurts. Evil Earth. It aches like it's broken all over again, phantom pain so real your eyes prickle with pain tears. Imperial origins do not lose control. You haven't been a blackjacket for going on 20 years, and you lose control all the rusting time. But nevertheless, the old discipline helps you pull yourself together. Nasun, your baby, is in the hands of a monster. You need to understand how this happened. Very well, you repeat. No one will think this repetition strange from a guardian. Can you tell me about one of his charges? Mid-latter girl, brown and willowy, curly hair, gray eyes. Nasun, right? Gija's girl. The young man relaxes completely now, not noticing that you've tensed that much more. Evil Earth, I hope Shafa kills her while they're on that trip. The threat is not to you, but your awareness dips again anyway, before you drag it back. Yika's right. You really do need to stop defaulting to kill everything. At least your smile hasn't faltered. Oh? Yeah. I think she's the one who did it. Rust. Could have been any of them, though. That girl's just the one who gave me the shivers the most. His jaw tightens as he finally notices the sharp edges of your smile. But that, too, isn't something that anyone familiar with guardians would question. He just looks away. Did it? You ask. Oh, guess you wouldn't know. Come on, I'll show you. He turns and limps toward the northern end of the compound. You follow, after a moment's exchanged glance with Hoa. There's another slight rise here, culminating in a flat area that's clearly been used before for stargazing or just staring at the horizon. You can see much of the surrounding countryside, which still shows shocking amounts of green beneath a relatively recent and still thin layer of whitening ash. But here, though, is something strange. A pile of rubble. You think at first it's a glass recycling pile. Jija used to keep one of those near the house back in Torimo, and neighbors would dump their broken glasses and such there for him to use in glass knife hilts. Some of this looks like higher quality stuff than just glass. Maybe someone's tossed in some unworked semi-precious stone. All jumbled colors, tan and gray and a bit of blue, but rather a lot of red. But there's a pattern to it, something that makes you pause and tilt your head and try to take in the whole of what you're seeing. When you do, you notice that the colors and arrangement of stones at the nearer edge of the pile vaguely resemble a mosaic. Boots, if someone had sculpted boots out of pebbles and then knocked them over. Then those would be pants, except there's the off-white of bone among them and... No. Fire. Under. Earth. No. Your Nasun didn't do this. She couldn't have. She did. The young man sighs, reading your face. You've forgotten to smile. But even a guardian would be sobered by this. Took us a while to realize what we were seeing, too, he says. Maybe this is something you understand. He glances at you hopefully. You just shake your head and the man sighs. Well, it was just before they all left. One morning we hear something like thunder. Go outside and the obelisk, big blue one that had been lurking around for a few weeks, you know how they are, is gone. Then later that day there's the same loud chikow. He claps his hands as he imitates the sound. You manage not to jump. And it's back. And then Shafa suddenly tells the head woman he's got to take the kids away. No explanation for the obelisk stuff. No mention that Nita and Umber, those are the other two, the guardians who used to run this place with Shafa, are dead. Umber's head is staved in. Nita... He shakes his head. The look on his face is pure revulsion. The back of her head is... But Shafa doesn't say anything. Just takes the kids away. Lots of us are starting to hope he never brings them back. Shafa. That's the part you should focus on. That's what matters. Not what was, but what is. But you can't take your eyes off Jija. Burning rust, Jija. Jija. I wish I were still flesh for you. I wish that I were still a tuner, so that I could speak to you through temperatures and pressures and reverberations of the earth. Words are too much, too indelicate for this conversation. You were fond of Jija after all, to the degree that your secrets allowed. You thought he loved you, and he did, to the degree that your secrets allowed. It's just that love and hate aren't mutually exclusive. As I first learned so very long ago. I'm sorry. You make yourself say, Shafa won't be coming back, because you need to find him and kill him. But even through your fear and horror, reason asserts itself. This strange imitation fulcrum, which is not the true fulcrum that he should have brought Nassun to. These children gathered and not slaughtered. Nassun openly controlling an obelisk well enough to do this, and yet Shafa has not killed her. Something's going on here that you're not getting. Tell me more about this man, you say, lifting your chin toward the pile of jumbled jewels. Your ex-husband. The young man shrugs in an audible stirring of cloth. Oh, right, so, his name was Jija-resistant Jackety. Because the young man is sighing down at the pile of rubble, you don't think he sees you twitch at the wrongness of the calm name. New to the calm, a napper. We got too many men, but we needed a napper bad, so when he turned up we basically would have taken him in as long as he wasn't old or sick or obviously crazy. You know. He shrugs. The girls seemed all right when they first got here. Wouldn't know her for one of them, she was so proper and polite. Somebody raised her right. You smile again. Perfect, tight-jawed guardian smile. We only knew what she was because Jija had come here, see? Heard the rumors about how Ragas could become on-Ragas, I guess. We get a lot of visitors who ask about that. You frown and nearly look away from Jija. On-Ragas? Not that it ever happened. The young man sighs and adjusts his cane for comfort. And not that we'd have taken in a kid who used to be one of 'em, right? What if that kid grew up and had kids who were wrong, too? Got to breed the taint out somehow. Anyway, the girl minded her father well enough until a few weeks ago. Neighbors said they heard him shouting at her one night, and then she moved up here to the compound with the others. You could see how the change sort of untied Jija. He started talking to himself about how she wasn't his daughter anymore, cursing out loud now and again, hitting things, walls and such, when he thought you weren't looking. And the girl, she pulled away. Can't say I blame her. Everybody was on eggshells around him for that while. Always the quiet ones, right? So, I saw her hanging around Shafa more, like a duckling always right there in his shadow. Whenever he'd hold still, she'd take his hand, and he, the young man eyes you warily. Don't usually see you lot being affectionate, but he seemed to think the world of her. I hear he nearly killed Jija when the man came at her, actually. The hand that you don't have twinges again, but it is more tentative this time, and not the throb of before. Because he wouldn't have had to break Nassun's hand, would he? No, you did that to her yourself, and Uche was another broken hand, inflicted by Jija. Shafa protected her from Jija. Shafa was affectionate with her, as you struggled to be. And now everything inside you shudders at the thought that follows, and it takes the willpower that has destroyed cities to keep this shudder internal, but... How much more welcome would a guardian's conditional, predictable love have been to Nassun after her parents' unconditional love had betrayed her again and again? You close your eyes for a moment, because you don't think guardians cry. With an effort, you say, "What is this place?" He looks at you in surprise, then glances at Hoa a ways behind you. "This is the calm of Jeketi, guardian. Though Shafa and the others," he gestures around you at the compound, "they called this part of the calm found moon." Of course they did. And of course Shafa already knew the secrets of the world that you've paid in flesh and blood to learn. In your silence, the young man regards you thoughtfully. "I can introduce you to the head woman. I know she'll be glad to have guardians around again. Could help against raiders." You're looking at Jija again. You see one piece of jewel in the perfect likeness of a pinky finger. You know that pinky finger. You kissed that pinky finger. "It's too much. You can't do this. You've got to get a grip, get out of here before you break down any further. I need..." Deep breath for calm. "I need some time to consider the situation. Would you go and let your headwoman know I'll come pay my respects shortly?" The young man side-gazes you for a moment, but you know now that it's not a bad thing if you seem a little off. He's used to guardian-style offness. Perhaps because of this, he nods and shuffles back awkwardly. "Can I ask you a question?" "No." "Yes." He bites his lip. "What's going on? It feels like nothing that's happening is normal lately. I mean, it's a season, but even that feels wrong. Guardians not taking Ragas to the fulcrum, Ragas doing things nobody's ever heard of them doing." He chin-points toward the pile of Jija. "Whatever the rust went on up north, even those things in the sky, the obelisks, it's all... People are talking, saying maybe the world's not going to go back to normal, ever." You're staring at Jija, but you're thinking of Alabaster. Don't know why. One person's normal is another person's shattering. Your face aches from smiling. There is an art to smiling in a way that others will believe, and you're terrible at it. Would have been nice if we could have all had normal, of course, but not enough people wanted to share. So now we all burn. He stares at you for a long, vaguely horrified moment. Then he mumbles something, and finally goes away, skirting wide around Hoa. Good riddance. You crouch beside Jija. He is beautiful like this, all jewels and colors. He is monstrous like this. Beneath the colors, you perceive the crazed every-which-wayness of the magic threads in him. It's wholly different from what happened to your arm and your breast. He has been smashed apart and rearranged at random on an infinitesimal level. "What have I done?" you ask. "What have I made her?" Hoa's toes have appeared in your peripheral vision. "Strong," he suggests. You shake your head. Nassun was that on her own. "Alive." You close your eyes again. It's the only thing that should matter. That you've brought 3 babies into the world, and this one, this precious last one, is still breathing. And yet, I made her me. Earth, eat us both. I made her into me. And maybe that's why Nassun is still alive. But it's also, you realize as you stare at what she's done to Jija, and as you realize you can't even get revenge on him for Uche because your daughter has done that for you, why you are terrified of her. And there it is. The thing you haven't faced in all this time. The Kirkuza with ash and blood on its muzzle. Jija owed you a debt of pain for your son. But you owe Nasun in turn. You didn't save her from Jija. You haven't been there when she's needed you, here at the literal end of the world. How dare you presume to protect her? Grey Man and Shafa. She has found her own, better protectors. She has found the strength to protect herself. You are so very proud of her. And you don't dare go anywhere near her ever again. Hoa's heavy, hard hand presses down on your good shoulder. It isn't wise for us to stay here. You shake your head. Let the people of this calm come. Let them realize you aren't a guardian. Let one of them finally notice how alike you and Nasun look. Let them bring their crossbows and slingshots and... Hoa's hand curves to grip your shoulder, vice tight. You know it's coming, and still you don't bother to brace yourself as he drags you into the earth, back north. You keep your eyes open on purpose this time, and the sight doesn't bother you. The fires within the earth are nothing to what you're feeling right now, failed mother that you are. The two of you emerge from the ground in a quiet part of the encampment, though it's near a small stand of trees that a lot of people, by the stink, have apparently been using for a pisser. When Hoa lets you go, you start to walk away and then stop again. Your thoughts have gone blank. I don't know what to do. Silence from Hoa. Stone eaters don't bother with unnecessary movement or words, and Hoa has already made his intentions clear. You imagine Nasun talking with Grey Man, and you laugh softly because he seems more animate and talkative than most of his kind. Good. He's a good stone eater. For her. I don't know where to go, you say. You've been sleeping in Lerna's tent lately, but that isn't what you mean. Inside you, there's a clump of emptiness, a raw hole. I don't have anything left now. Hoa says, You have calm and kin. You will have a home once you reach Renanis. You have your life. Do you really have those things? The dead have no wishes, says Stonelore. You think of Torimo, where you didn't want to wait for death to come to you, and so you killed the calm. Death is always with you. Death is you. Hoa says to your slumped back, I can't die. You frown, jarred out of melancholy by this apparent non sequitur. Then you understand. He's saying you won't ever lose him. He will not crumble away like alabaster. You can't ever be surprised by the pain of Hoa's loss, the way you were with Corundum, or Innan, or Alabaster, or Uche, or now Jija. You can't hurt Hoa in any way that matters. It's safe to love you, you murmur, in startled realization. Yes. Surprisingly, this eases the knot of silence in your chest. Not much, but it helps. How do you do it? You ask. It's hard to imagine, not being able to die even when you want to, even as everything you know and care about falters and fails. Having to go on, no matter what, no matter how tired you are. Move forward, Hoa says. What? Move forward. And then he is gone, into the earth, Nearby somewhere if you need him. Right now, though. He's right. You don't. Can't think. You're thirsty and hungry and tired besides. It stinks in this part of the camp. The stump of your arm hurts. Your heart hurts more. You take a step, though, toward the camp. And then another. And another. Forward. 2490. Antarctic's near eastern coast, unnamed farming calm 20 miles from Jeketi City. Initially unknown event caused everyone in the calm to turn to glass. Is this right? Glass, not ice. Find tertiary sources. Later, Hedman's second husband found alive in Jeketi City. Discovered to be Raga. Under intensive questioning by calm militia, he admitted to somehow doing the deed. Claimed that it was the only way to stop the Jeketi volcano from erupting, though no eruption signs were observed. Reports indicate the man's hands were also stone. Questioning interrupted by a stone-eater, who killed 17 militia members and took Raga into Earth. Both vanished. Project notes of Yater Innovator D-Bars. 8. Nasun underground. The white stair winds downward for quite some while. The tunnel walls are close and claustrophobic, but the air somehow isn't stale. Just being free of the ashfall is novelty enough, but Nasun notices that there's not much dust either. That's weird, isn't it? All of this is weird. Why isn't there dust? Nasun asks as they walk. She speaks in hushed tones at first, but gradually she relaxes, a little. It's still a dead Civ ruin after all, and she's heard lots of lorist tales about how dangerous such places can be. Why do the lights still work? That door we came through back there, why did it still work? I haven't a clue, little one. Shafa now precedes her down the steps, on the theory that anything dangerous should encounter him first. Nasun can't see his face, and must gauge his mood by his broad shoulders. It bothers her that she does this, watching him constantly for shifts of mood or warnings of tension. It is another thing she learned from Jija. She cannot seem to shed it with Shafa or anyone else. He's tired, she can see, but otherwise well. Satisfied, perhaps, that they have made it here. Wary of what they might find, but that makes two of them. With dead Civ ruins, sometimes the answer is simply because. Do you remember anything, Shafa? A shrug, not as nonchalant as it should be. Some flashes. The why, rather than the what. Then why? Why do guardians come here during a season? Why don't they just stay wherever they are and help the comms they join the way you helped Jeketi? The stairs are ever so slightly too wide for Nasun's stride, even when she keeps to the more narrow inner bend. Periodically she has to stop and put both feet on one step in order to rest, then trot to catch up. He is drumbeat steady, proceeding without her. But abruptly, just as she asks these questions, they reach a landing within the stairwell. To Nasun's great relief, Shafa stops at last, signaling that they can sit down and rest. She's still soaked with sweat from the frantic scrabble through the grass forest, though it has begun to dry now that she's moving slower. The first drink of water from her canteen is sweet, and the floor feels comfortingly cool, though hard. She's abruptly sleepy. Well, it is night outside, up on the surface, where grasshoppers or cicadas now cavort. Shafa rummages in his pack and hands her a slab of dried meat. She sighs and begins the laborious process of gnawing on it. He smiles at her grumpiness, and perhaps to soothe her, he finally answers her question. We leave during seasons, because we have nothing to offer to a come, little one. I cannot have children, for one thing, which makes me a less than ideal community adoptee. However much I might contribute toward the survival of any come, its investment in me will return only short-term gains. He shrugs. And without origins to tend over time, we guardians become difficult to live with. Because the things in their heads make them want magic all the time, she realizes. And although origins make enough of the silver to spare, stills don't. What happens when a guardian takes silver from a still? Maybe that's why guardians leave, so no one will find out. How do you know you can't have children? She presses. This is maybe too personal a question, but he has never minded her asking those. Did you ever try? He's taking a drink from his canteen. When he lowers it, he looks bemused. It would be clearer to say that I should not, he says. Guardians carry the trait of orogeny. Oh. Shafa's mother or father must have been an origin. Or maybe his grandparents? Anyway, the orogeny didn't come out in him the way it has in Nasun. His mother, she decides arbitrarily that it was his mother for no particular reason, never needed to train him or teach him to lie or break his hand. Lucky, she murmurs. He's in the middle of raising the canteen again when he pauses. Something flows over his face. She's learned to read this look of his in particular, despite the fact that it's such a rare one. Sometimes he's forgotten things he wishes he could remember, but right now, he is remembering what he wishes he could forget. Not so lucky. He touches the nape of his neck. The bright, nerve-etched network of searing light within him is still active, hurting him, driving at him, trying to break him. At the center of that web is the shard of core stone that someone put into him. For the first time, Nasun wonders how it was put into him. She thinks about the long, ugly scar down the back of his neck, which she thinks he keeps his hair long to cover. She shivers a little with the implications of that scar. Nasun tries to drag her thoughts away from the image of Shafa screaming while someone cuts him. I don't understand guardians. The other kind of guardian, I mean. They're awful. And she cannot even begin to imagine Shafa being like them. He doesn't reply for a while as they chew through their meal. Then softly he says, The details are lost to me, and the names, and most of the faces. But the feelings remain, Nasun. I remember that I loved the origins to whom I was guardian, or at least I believed that I loved them. I wanted them to be safe, even if that meant inflicting small cruelties to hold the greater at bay. Anything, I felt, was better than genocide. Nasun frowns. What's genocide? He smiles again, but it is sad. If every origin is hunted down and slain, and if the neck of every origin infant born thereafter is wrung, and if everyone like me who carries the trait is killed, or effectively sterilized, and even if the notion that origins are human is denied, that would be genocide. Killing a people, down to the very idea of them as a people. Oh. Nasun feels queasy again, inexplicably. But that's... Shafa inclines his head, acknowledging her unspoken, but that's what's been happening. This is the task of the guardians, little one. We prevent orogeny from disappearing, because in truth, the people of the world would not survive without it. Origins are essential, and yet because you are essential, you cannot be permitted to have a choice in the matter. You must be tools, and tools cannot be people. Guardians keep the tool, and to the degree possible, while still retaining the tool's usefulness, kill the person. Nasun stares back at him, understanding, shifting within her like an out-of-nowhere niner. It is the way of the world, but it isn't. The things that happen to Origins don't just happen. They've been made to happen by the Guardians after years and years of work on their part. Maybe they whispered ideas into the ears of every warlord or leader in the time before Sansa. Maybe they were even there during the Shattering, inserting themselves into ragged, frightened pockets of survivors to tell them who to blame for their misery, and how to find them, and what to do with the culprits found. Everybody thinks Origins are so scary and powerful, and they are. Nasun is pretty sure she could wipe out the Antarctics if she really wanted, though she would probably need the sapphire to do it without dying. But despite all her power, she's still just a little girl. She has to eat and sleep like every other little girl, among people, if she hopes to keep eating and sleeping. People need other people to live. And if she has to fight to live against every person in every comm, against every song and every story, and history and the Guardians, and the militia and imperial law and stone lore itself, against a father who could not reconcile daughter with Raga, against her own despair when she contemplates the gargantuan task of simply trying to be happy. What can orogeny do against something like that? Keep her breathing, maybe. But breathing doesn't always mean living, and maybe, when genocide doesn't always leave bodies. And now she is more certain than ever that Steele was right. She looks up at Shafa. Till the world burns. It's what he said to her when she told him what she meant to do with the obelisk gate. Shafa blinks, then smiles the tender, awful smile of a man who has always known that love and cruelty are two faces of the same coin. He pulls her close and kisses her forehead, and she hugs him tight, so very glad to have one parent at last who loves her as he should. Till the world burns, little one, he murmurs against her hair. Of course. In the morning, they resume walking down the winding stair. The first sign of change is the appearance of another railing on the other side of the stairwell. The railing itself is made of strange stuff, bright, gleaming metal, not marred at all by verdigris or tarnish. Now, though, there are twin railings, and the stairwell widens enough that two people can walk abreast. Then the winding stairwell begins to unwind, still descending at the same angle, but less and less curved, until finally it extends straight ahead into darkness. After an hour or so of walking, the tunnel suddenly opens out, walls and roof vanishing. Now they descend along a trail of lighted, linked stairs that are completely unsupported somehow, in open air. The stairs should not be possible, held up as they are by nothing but the railing and apparently each other. But there is no judder or creak as Nasun and Shafa walk down. Whatever the stuff that comprises the steps is, it's much stronger than ordinary stone. And now they're descending into a massive cavern. It's impossible to see how large it is in the darkness, although shafts of illumination slant down from occasional circles of cool white light that dot the cavern's ceiling at irregular intervals. The light illuminates nothing. The cavern's floor is a vast expanse of empty space filled with irregular lumpen piles of sand. But now that they are within what Nasun once thought was an empty magma chamber, she can sense things more clearly. And all at once, she realizes just how wrong she was. "This isn't a magma chamber," she tells Shafa in an awed tone. "It wasn't a cavern at all when this city was built." "What?" She shakes her head. "It wasn't enclosed. It must have been, I don't know, whatever's left when a volcano blows up completely." "A crater?" She nods quickly, excited with the realization. It was open to the sky then. People built the city in the crater. But then there was another eruption right in the middle of the city. She points ahead of them into the dark. The stairwell is going right toward what she senses is the epicenter of this ancient destruction. But that can't be right. Another eruption, depending on the type of lava, should simply have destroyed the city and filled the old crater. Instead, somehow, all the lava went up and over the city, spreading out like a canopy and solidifying over it to form this cavern, leaving the city within the crater more or less intact. "Impossible," Shafa says, frowning. "Not even the most viscous lava would behave that way, but—" His expression clouds. Again, he is trying to sift through memories truncated and trimmed, or perhaps simply dimmed by age. On impulse, Nasun grabs his hand to encourage him. He glances at her, smiles absently, and resumes frowning. "But I think an origin could do such a thing. It would take one of rare power, however, and probably the aid of an obelisk. A 10-ringer, at least." Nasun frowns in confusion at this. The gist of what he's said fits, though. Someone did this. Nasun looks up at the ceiling of the cavern and realizes belatedly that what she thought were old stalactites are actually, she gasps, the leftover impressions of buildings that are no longer there. Yes, there is a narrowing point that must have been a spire. Here a curving arch, there a geometric strangeness of spokes and curves that looks oddly organic, like the underribs of a mushroom cap. But while these imprints fossil all over the ceiling of the cavern, the solidified lava itself stops a few hundred feet above the ground. Belatedly, Nasun realizes that the tunnel from which they emerged is also the remains of a building. Looking back, she sees that the outside of the tunnel looks like one of the cuttle bones that her father once used for fine napping work, more solid and made from the same strange white material as the slab up on the surface. That must have been the top of the building. But a few feet below where the canopy ends, the building does too, to be replaced by this strange white stair. That must have been done sometime after the disaster. But how? And by whom? And why? Trying to understand what she's seeing, Nasun looks more closely at the cavern's floor. The sand is mostly pale, though there are mottling patches of darker gray and brown laced throughout. In a few places, twisted lengths of metal or immense broken fragments of something larger, other buildings maybe, poke through the sand like bones from a half-unearthed grave. But this is wrong too, Nasun realizes. There isn't enough material here to be the remnants of a city. She hasn't seen many dead Civ ruins, or cities for that matter, but she's read about them and heard stories. She's pretty sure that cities are supposed to be full of stone buildings and wooden store caches and maybe metal gates and cobbled streets. This city is nothing, relatively speaking. Just metal and sand. Nasun puts down her hands, which she's raised without thinking while her fleshless senses flicker and search. Inadvertently she glances down, which makes the distance between the stair she stands on and that sandy cavern floor yawn and seem to stretch. This makes her step back closer to Shafa, who puts a reassuring hand on her shoulder. "This city," Shafa says. She glances at him in surprise. He looks thoughtful. "There is a word in my mind, but I don't know what it is. A name? Something that holds meaning in another language." He shakes his head. "But if this is the city I think it is, I've heard tales of its grandeur. Once, they say, this city held billions of people." That seems impossible. In one city? How big was Humanus? "A few million." He smiles at her open-mouthed gape, then sobers somewhat. "And now there can't be many more people than that altogether, across the whole of the stillness. When we lost the Equatorials, we lost the bulk of humanity. Still, once the world was even bigger." It can't be. The volcanic crater is only so vast, and yet... Delicately, Nasun sesses below the sand and debris, searching for evidence of the impossible. The sand is much deeper than she thought. Far beneath its surface, though, she finds pressed pathways in long straight lines. Roads? Foundations, too, though they are in oblong and round and other odd shapes. Hourglass loops and fat S-curves and bowl-shaped dips. Not a single square. She puzzles over the odd composition of these foundations, and then abruptly realizes that it all has the cess of something mineralized. Alkaline. Oh, it's petrifying. Which means that originally... Nasun gasps. "It's wood," she blurts aloud. A building foundation of wood? No, it's something like wood, but also a bit like the polymer stuff that her father used to make, and a little like the strange knot stone of the stair they're standing on. All the roads she can cess are something similar. Dust. Everything down there, Shafa. It's not sand. It's dust. It's plants. Lots of them, dead so long ago that it's all just dried up and crumpled away, and... Her gaze is drawn back up to the lava canopy overhead. What must it have been like? The whole cavern lit up in red, the air too hot to breathe. The buildings lasted longer, long enough for the lava to start to cool around them, but every person in this city would have roasted within the first few hours of being buried under a bubble of fire. That's what's in the sand too, then. Countless people, cooked into char and crumbled away. Intriguing, Shafa says. He leans on the railing, heedless of the distance to the ground as he gazes out over the cavern. Nasun's belly clenches in fear for him. A city built of plants. Then his gaze sharpens. But nothing's growing here now. Yes, that's the other thing Nasun has noticed. She's traveled enough now and seen enough other caves to know that this place should be teeming with life, like lichens and bats and blind white insects. She shunts her perception into the realm of the silver, searching for the delicate lines that should be everywhere amid so much living detritus. She finds them, lots of them, but something is strange. The lines flow together and focus, tiny threads becoming thicker channels, much like the way magic flows within an origin. She's never seen this happen in plants or animals or soil before. These more concentrated flows come together and continue forward, the direction in which the stairway is going. She follows them well past the stairway she can see, thickening, brightening, and then somewhere ahead, they abruptly stop. Something bad is here, Nasun says, her skin prickling. Abruptly, She stops sessing. She does not want to sess what's ahead for some reason. Nor soon. Something is eating this place. She blurts the words, then wonders why she's said them. But now that she's said it, she feels like it was the right thing to say. That's why nothing grows. Something is taking all the magic away. Without that, everything's dead. Shafa regards her for a long moment. One of his hands, Nasun sees, is on the hilt of his black glass poniard, where it's strapped against his thigh. She wants to laugh at this. What's ahead isn't something he can stab. She doesn't laugh because it's cruel, and because she's suddenly so scared that if she starts laughing, she might not stop. We don't have to go forward, Shafa suggests. It is gentle and badly needed reassurance that he will not lose respect for her if she abandons her mission out of fear. It bothers Nasun, though. She has her pride. No. Let's keep going. She swallows hard. Please. Very well, then. They proceed. Someone or something has dug a channel through the dust, beneath and around the impossible stair. As they continue to descend, they pass mountains of the stuff. Presently, though, Nasun sees another tunnel looming ahead. This one is set against the floor of the cavern, at last, and its mouth is immense. Concentric arches, each carved from marble in different shades, loom high overhead as the stairway finally reaches the ground and flattens into the surrounding stones. The tunnel narrows further in. There's only darkness beyond. The floor of the entryway is something that looks like lacquer, tiled in gradient shades of blue and black and dark red. It is rich and lovely color, a relief to the eyes after so much white and gray, and yet it too is impossibly strange. Somehow, none of the city's dust has blown or subsided into this entryway. Dozens of people could pass through that archway, hundreds in a minute. Now, however, only one stands here, watching them from under a band of rose marble that contrasts sharply against his paler, colorless lines. Steel. He doesn't move as Nasun walks over to him. Shafa comes over too, but he is slower, tense. Steele's gray gaze is fixed on an object beside him that is not familiar to Nasun, but which would be to her mother. A hexagonal plinth rising from the floor, like a smoky quartz crystal shaft that has been sheared off halfway. Its topmost surface is at a slight angle. Steele's hand is held toward it in a gesture of presentation. For you. So Nasun focuses on the plinth. She reaches toward it and jerks back as something lights up around its rim before her fingers can touch the slanted surface. Bright red marks float in the air above the crystal, etching symbols into empty space. She cannot fathom their meaning, but the color unnerves her. She looks up at Steele, who has not moved and looks as if he's been in the same position since this place was built. What does it say? That the transport vehicle I told you about is currently non-functional, says the voice from within Steele's chest. You'll need to power and reboot the system before we can use this station. Boot? She tries to figure out what putting on boots has to do with ancient ruins, then decides to run with the part she understands. How do I give it power? Abruptly, Steele is in a different position, facing the archway that leads deeper into the station. Go inside and provide power at the root. I'll stay here and key in the startup sequence once there's enough power. What? I don't... His gray-on-gray eyes shift over to her. You'll see what to do inside. Nasun chews on the inside of her cheek, looking into the archway. It's really dark in there. Shafa's hand touches her shoulder. I'll go with you, of course. Of course. Nassun swallows and nods, grateful. Then she and Shafa walk into the dark. It doesn't stay dark for long. Like on the White Stair, small panels of light begin glowing along the sides of the tunnel as they progress. The lights are dim and yellowy in a way that suggests age, weathering, or weariness. That's the word that pops into Nassun's head for some reason. The light is enough to glimmer off the edges of the tiles beneath her feet. There are doors and alcoves along the tunnel walls, and at one point, Nassun spots a strange contraption jutting out about 10 feet up. It looks like a wagon bed, without wheels or a yoke, and as if that wagon bed was made of the same smooth material as the stair, and as if that wagon bed ran along some kind of track set into the wall. It seems obviously made to transport people. Maybe it's how people who couldn't or wouldn't walk got around. Now it is still and dark, locked to the wall forever, where its last driver left it. They notice the peculiar bluish light illuminating the tunnel up ahead, but that still isn't adequate warning enough to prepare them for when the path suddenly curves left and they find themselves in a new cavern. This much smaller cavern isn't full of dust, or at least not much of it. What it does contain instead is a titanic column of solid blue-black volcanic glass. The column is huge and irregular and impossible. Nassun just stares open-mouthed at this thing that fills nearly the whole cavern, ground to ceiling and beyond. That it is the solidified, rapidly cooled product of what must have been a titanic explosion is immediately obvious. That it is somehow the source of the lava canopy which flowed into the adjoining cavern is equally indisputable. I see, Shafa says. Even he sounds overwhelmed, his voice softened by awe. Look, he points down. This is what finally provides Nassun the focal point to establish perspective, and size, and distance. The thing is huge, because now she can see tiers that descend toward its base, ringing it in concentric octagons, 3 of them. On the outermost tier are buildings, she thinks. They're badly damaged, half fallen in, just shells. But she says at once why they still exist where the ones in the cavern beyond have crumbled. The heat that must have filled this cavern has metamorphized something in the building's construction, hardening and preserving them. Some sort of concussion has done damage too. All the buildings are torn open on the same side, facing the great glass column. Looking from what she guesses is a 3-story building to the glass column, she guesstimates that the column is not as far away as it looks. It's just much bigger than she initially guessed, the size of... Oh, an obelisk, she whispers. And then she can sense and guess what happened, as clearly as if she were there. Long ago, an obelisk sat here, at the bottom of this cavern, one of its points jammed into the ground, like some kind of bizarre plant. At some point, the obelisk lifted free of the pit, to float and shimmer like its fellows above the strange immensity of the city. And then, something went very, very wrong. The obelisk fell. Whether it struck the earth, Nassun imagines she can hear the echo of the concussion. It did not merely fall, it drove its way in, punching through and churning down and down and down, powered by all the force of concentrated silver within its core. Nassun can't track its path for more than a mile or so down, but there's no reason to think it didn't just keep going. To where? She cannot guess. And in its wake, channeled straight up from the most molten part of the earth, came a literal fountain of earth fire to bury this city. There's still nothing around that looks like a way to supply power to the station. Nasun notices, though, that the cavern's illumination comes from enormous pylons of blue light near the base of the glass column. These make up the lower and innermost tier of the chamber. Something is making that light. Shafa, too, has come to the same conclusion. "The tunnel ends here," he says, gesturing toward the blue pylons and the column's base. "There's nowhere else to go but to the foot of this monstrosity. But are you certain you want to follow in the footsteps of whoever did this?" Nasun bites her bottom lip. She does not. Here is the wrongness that she sensed from the stair, though she cannot tell its source yet, still. "Steel wants me to see whatever is down there." "Are you certain you want to do what he wishes, Nasun?" She isn't. Steel cannot be trusted. But she's already committed herself to the path of destroying the world. Whatever Steel wants cannot be worse than this. So when Nasun nods, Shafa simply inclines his head in acquiescence and offers her his hand so that they can walk down the road to the pylons together. Walking past the tiers feels like moving through a graveyard, and Nasun feels compelled to a respectful silence for that reason. Between the buildings, she can make out carbonized walkways, melted glass troughs that must have once held plants, strange posts, and structures whose purpose she isn't sure she'd be able to fathom, even if they weren't half-melted. She decides that this post is for tying horses, and that frame is where the tanners racked drying hides. Remapping the familiar onto the strange doesn't work very well, of course, because nothing about this city is normal. If the people who lived here rode mounts, they were not horses. If they made pottery or tools, those were not shaped from clay or obsidian, and the crafters who made such things were not merely nappers. These are people who built and then lost control of an obelisk. There is no telling what wonders and horrors filled their streets. In her anxiety, Nasun reaches up to touch the sapphire, mostly just to reassure herself that she can do so through tons of cooled lava and petrifying decayed city. It is as easy to connect to here as it was up there, which is a relief. It tugs at her, gently, or as gently as any obelisk does, and for a moment she lets herself be drawn into its flowing, watery light. It does not frighten her to be so drawn in, to the degree that one can trust an inanimate object. Nasun trusts the sapphire obelisk. It is the thing that told her about Core Point, after all. And now she senses another message in the shimmering interstices of its tight-packed lines. "Up ahead," she blurts, startling herself. Shafa stops and looks at her. "What?" Nasun has to shake her head, drawing her mind back into itself and out of all that blue. The place to put in power is up ahead, like Steele said, past the track. "Track?" Shafa turns, gazing down the sloping walkway. Up ahead is the second tier, a smooth, featureless plain of more of that not-stone white stuff. The people who built the obelisks seem to have used that stuff in all their oldest and most enduring ruins. The sapphire knows this place, she tries to explain. It's a fumbling sort of explanation, as hard as trying to describe orogeny to a still. Not this place specifically, but somewhere like it. She reaches for it again, asking for more without words, and is nearly overwhelmed with a blue flicker of images, sensations, beliefs. Her perspective changes. She stands at the center of 3 tiers, no longer in a cavern, but facing a blue horizon across which pleasant clouds churn and race and vanish and are reborn. The tiers around her teem with activity, though it all blurs together, and what she can discern of the few instants of stillness makes no sense. Strange vehicles like the car she saw in the tunnel run along the sides of the buildings, following tracks of differently colored light. The buildings are covered in green, vines and grassy rooftops and flowers curling over lintels and walls. People, hundreds of them, go in and out of these and walk up and down the paths in unbroken blurs of motion. She cannot see their faces, but she catches glimpses of black hair like Shafa's, earrings of artfully curled vine motifs, a dress swirling about ankles, fingers flicking while adorned with sheaths of colored lacquer. And everywhere, everywhere, is the silver that lies beneath heat and motion, the stuff of the obelisks. It spiders and flows, converging not just into trickles, but rivers. And when she looks down, she sees that she stands in a pool of liquid silver, soaking in through her feet. Nassun staggers a little as she comes back this time, and Shafa's hand lays firmly on her shoulder to steady her. "Nassun?" "I'm all right," she says. She isn't sure of that, but she says it anyway because she doesn't want him to worry, and because it is easier to say this than, "I think I was an obelisk for a minute." Shafa moves around to crouch in front of her, gripping her shoulders. The concern in his expression almost eclipses the weary lines, the hint of distraction, and the other signs of struggle that are building beneath the surface of him. His pain is worse, here underground. He hasn't said that it is, and Nassun doesn't know why it's getting worse, but she can tell. But "Don't trust the obelisks, little one," he says. This does not seem nearly as strange or wrong a thing for him to say as it should. On impulse, Nassun hugs Shafa. He holds her tight, rubbing comfort into her back. "We allowed a few to progress," he murmurs in her ear. Nassun blinks, remembering poor, mad, murderous Nida, who said the same thing once. "Back in the fulcrum, I was permitted to remember that much, because it's important. The few who reached 9th or 10th ring status, they were always able to sense the obelisks. The obelisks could sense them in turn. They would have drawn you to them one way or another. They're missing something, incomplete somehow, and that's what they need an origin to provide. But the obelisks killed them, my Nassun." He presses his face into her hair. She's filthy and hasn't truly washed since Jeketi, but his words strip away such mundane thoughts. "The obelisks. I remember. They will change you, remake you, if they can. That's what that rusting stone-eater wants." His arms tighten for an instant, with a hint of his old strength, and it is the most beautiful feeling in the world. She knows in this moment that he will never falter, never not be there when she needs him, never devolve into a mere fallible human being. And she loves him more than life for his strength. "Yes, Shafa," she promises. "I'll be careful. I won't let them win." Him, she thinks, and she knows he thinks it too. She won't let Steel win, at least not without getting what she wants first. So they are resolved. When Nassun pulls back, Shafa nods before getting to his feet. They go forward again. The innermost tier sits in the glass column's blue, gloomy shadow. The pylons are bigger than they looked from afar, perhaps twice as tall as Shafa, 3 or 4 times as wide, and humming faintly now that Nassun and Shafa are close enough to hear. They're arranged in a ring around what must have once been the resting place of an obelisk, like a buffer protecting the outer 2 tiers, like a fence, separating the bustling life of the city from this. This. At first Nassun thinks it is a thicket of thorns. The thorn vines curl and tangle along the ground and up the inner surface of the pylons, filling all the available space between them and the glass column itself. Then she sees that they aren't thorn vines, no leaves, no thorns, just these curling, gnarling, rope-like twists of something that looks woody but smells a little like fungus. "How odd," Shafa says. "Something alive at last?" "Maybe they aren't alive?" They do look dead, though they stand out by being still recognizably plants and not crumbled bits of decay on the ground. Nassun does not like it here, amid these ugly vines and in the shadow of the glass column. Is that what the pylons are for? To cut off sight of the vine's grotesquerie from the rest of the city? And maybe they grew here after the rest. Then she blinks, noticing something new about the vine nearest her. It's different from the others around it. Those are obviously dead, withered and blackened and broken off in places. This one, however, looks as though it might be alive. It is ropey and knotted in places, with a wood-like surface that looks old and rough, but whole. Debris litters the floor beneath it, grayish lumps and dust, scraps of dry-rotted cloth, and even a moldering length of frayed rope. There is a thing Nassun has resisted doing since entering the cavern of the glass column. Some things she doesn't quite want to know. Now, however, she closes her eyes and reaches inside the vine with her sense of the silver. At first, it's hard. The cells of the thing, because it is alive, more like a fungus than a plant. But there is also something artificial and mechanical about the way it has been made to function. Pressed together so tightly that she doesn't expect to see any silver between them. More dense than the stuff in people's bodies. The arrangement of its substance is almost crystalline, in fact. Cells lined up in neat little matrices, which she's never seen in a living thing before. And now that Nassun has seen down into the interstices of the vine's substance, she can see that it doesn't have any silver in it. What it has instead are... she isn't sure how to describe it. Negative spaces? Where silver should be, but isn't. Spaces that can be filled with silver. And as she gingerly explores them, fascinated, she begins to notice the way they pull at her perception more and more until, with a gasp, Nassun jerks her perception free. "You'll see what to do," Steele has said. "It should be obvious." Shafa, who has crouched to peer at the bit of rope, pauses and glances at her, frowning. "What is it?" She stares back at him, but she doesn't have the words to say what needs to be done. The words do not exist. She knows, however, what she needs to do. Nassun takes a step closer to the living vine. "Nassun," Shafa says, his voice tight and warning with sudden alarm. "I have to, Shafa," she says. She's already lifting her hands. This is where all the silver of the outer cavern has been going, she realizes now. These vines have been eating it up. Why? She knows why, in the deepest and most ancient design of her flesh. "I have to, power the system." Then, before Shafa can stop her, Nassun wraps both hands around the vine. It does not hurt. That's the trap of it. The sensation that spreads throughout her body is pleasant, in fact, relaxing. If she could not perceive the silver, or the way the vine instantly starts dragging every bit of silver out of the spaces between her cells, she would think it was doing something good for her. As it is, it would kill her in moments. She has access to more silver than just her own, though. Lazily, through the languor, Nassun reaches for the sapphire, and the sapphire responds instantly, easily. Amplifiers, Alabaster called them, long before Nasun was even born. Batteries is how you think of them, and how you once explained them to Yika. What Nasun understands the obelisks to be is simply engines. She's seen engines at work, the simple pump and turbine things that regulated geo and hydro back in Terimo, and occasionally more complex things like grain elevators. What she understands about engines would fill less than a thimble. But this much is clear even to a 10-year-old. To work, engines need fuel. So she flows with the blue, and the sapphire's power flows through her. The vine in her hands seems to gasp at the sudden influx, though this is just her imagination, she's sure. Then it hums in her hands, and she sees how the empty, yawning spaces of its matrices fill and flow with glimmering silver light, and something immediately shunts that light away to somewhere else. A loud clack echoes through the cavern. This is followed by other, fainter clacks, ramping up to a rhythm, and then a rising low hum. The cavern brightens suddenly as the blue pylons turn white and blaze brighter, as do the tired yellow lights that they followed down the mosaic tunnel. Nasun flinches even in the depths of the sapphire, and in half a breath Shafa has grabbed her away from the vine. His hands shake as he holds her close. But he doesn't say anything, his relief palpable as he lets Nasun flop against him. She's suddenly so drained that only his grip holds her up. And in the meantime, something is coming along the track. It is a ghostly thing, iridescent beetle green, graceful and sleek and nearly silent, as it emerges from somewhere behind the glass column. Nothing of it makes sense to Nasun's eyes. The bulk of it is roughly teardrop-shaped, though its narrower, pointy end is asymmetrical, the tip curving high off the ground, in a way that makes her think of a crow's beak. It's huge, easily the size of a house, and yet it floats a few inches above the track, unsupported. The substance of it is impossible to guess, though it seems to have skin? Yes. Up close, Nasun can see that the surface of the thing has the same finely wrinkled texture as thick, well-worked leather. Here and there on that skin, she glimpses odd, irregular lumps, each perhaps the size of a fist. They seem to have no visible purpose. It blurs and flickers, though, the thing, from solidity to translucence and back, just like an obelisk. "Very good," says Steele, who is suddenly in front of them, and to one side of the thing. Nasun is too drained to flinch, though she's recovering. Shafa's hands tighten on her shoulders in reflex, then relax. Steele ignores them both. One of the Stone Eater's hands is upraised toward the strange floating thing, like a proud artist displaying his latest creation. He says, "You gave the system rather more power than absolutely necessary. The overflow has gone into lighting, as you can see, and other systems such as environmental controls. Pointless. But I suppose it does no harm. They'll run down again in a few months, without any source to provide additional power." Shafa's voice is very soft and cold. "This could have killed her." Steele is still smiling. Nasun finally begins to suspect that this is Steele's attempt to mock a guardian's frequent smiles. "Yes, if she hadn't used the obelisk." There is nothing of apology in his tone. "Death is what usually happens when someone charges the system. Origins capable of channeling magic can survive it, however, as can guardians, who usually can draw upon an outside source." Magic? Nasun thinks in fleeting confusion. But Shafa stiffens. Nasun is confused by his fury at first, And then she realizes. Ordinary guardians, the uncontaminated kind, draw silver from the earth and put it into the vines. Guardians like Umber and Nida can probably do the same, though they would try only if it served Father Earth's interests. But Shafa, despite his core stone, cannot rely on the earth's silver, and cannot draw more of it at will. If Nasun was in danger from the vine, that was because of Shafa's inadequacy. Or so steel means to suggest. Nasun stares at him incredulously, then turns back to Shafa. She's getting some of her strength back already. "I knew I could do it," she says. Shafa is still glaring at steel. Nasun balls up her fists in his shirt and tugs to make him look at her. He blinks and does so, in surprise. "I knew! And I wouldn't have let you do the vines, Shafa. It's because of me that—" She falters then, her throat closing with impending tears. Some of this is just nerves and exhaustion. Much of it, though, is the sense of guilt that has been lurking and growing within her for months, only now spilling out because she's too tired to keep it in. It's her fault that Shafa has lost everything. Found Moon, the children he cared for, the companionship of his fellow guardians, the reliable power that should have come from his core stone, even peaceful sleep at night. She's why he's down here in the dust of a dead city, and why they're about to entrust themselves to machinery older than Sansa, and maybe the whole stillness, to go to an impossible place and do an impossible thing. Shafa sees all this instantly, with the skill of a long-time caretaker of children. The frown clears from his face, and he shakes his head and crouches to face her. "No," he says. "Nothing is your fault, my Nasun, no matter what it has cost me, no matter what it may cost yet. Always remember that I... His expression falters. For a fleeting instant, that horrible blurry confusion is there, threatening to wipe away even this moment in which he means to declare his strength to her. Nasun catches her breath and focuses on him in the silver, and bares her teeth as she sees that the core stone in him is alive again, working viciously along his nerves and spidering over his brain even now, trying to force him to heal. "No," she thinks in a sudden fury. She grips his shoulders and shakes him. It takes her whole body to do this because he's such a big man. But it makes him blink and focus through the blur. "You're Shafa," she says. "You are. And you chose." Because that's important. That's the thing the world doesn't want people like them to do. "You're not my guardian anymore. You're—" She dares to say it aloud at last. "You're my new father, okay? And that means we're family, and we have to work together. That's what family does, right? You let me protect you sometimes." Shafa stares at her. Then he sighs and leans forward to kiss her forehead. He stays there after the kiss, nose pressed into her hair. Nasun makes a mighty effort and does not burst into tears. When he speaks at last, the horrible blurriness has faded, as have even some of the pain lines around his eyes. "Very well, Nasun. Sometimes you may protect me." That settled, she sniffs, wipes her nose on a sleeve, and then turns to face Steel. He hasn't changed position, so she pulls away from Shafa and goes over to him, stopping right in front of him. His eyes shift to follow her, lazily slow. "Don't do that again." She half expects him to say in his too knowing voice, "Do what?" Instead, he says, "It's a mistake to bring him with us." Cold washes through Nasun, followed by hot. Is it a threat, or a warning. She doesn't like it either way. Her jaw feels so tight that she almost bites her tongue trying to speak. I don't care. Silence in reply. Is this capitulation? Agreement? Refusal to argue? Nasun doesn't know. She wants to yell at him, say you won't hurt Shafa again. Even though it feels wrong to yell at any adult. Yet she has also spent the past year and a half learning that adults are people. And sometimes they are wrong, and sometimes somebody should yell at them. But Nasun is tired. So instead she retreats to Shafa, taking his hand tightly and glaring back at Steele, daring him to say anything else. He doesn't, though. Good. The huge green thing sort of ripples then, and they all turn to face it. Something is... Nasun shudders, both revolted and fascinated. Something is growing from the weird nodules all over the thing's surface. Each is several feet long, narrow, feather-like, attenuating near the tips. In a moment there are dozens of them, curling and waving gently in an unfelt breeze. Cilia, Nasun thinks suddenly, remembering a picture in an old biochemistry creche book. Of course. Why wouldn't people who made buildings out of plants also make carriages that looked like germs? Some of the feathers are flickering faster than others, clustering together for a moment at a point along the thing's side. Then the feathers all peel back, flattening against the mother-of-pearl surface, to reveal a soft rectangle of a door. Beyond, Nasun can see gentle light and surprisingly comfortable-looking chairs, in rows. They will ride in style to the other side of the world. Nasun looks up at Shafa. He nods back at her with jaw tight. She does not look at Steele, who hasn't moved and makes no attempt to join them. Then they climb aboard, and the feathers weave the door shut behind them. As they sit down, the great vehicle utters a low, resonant tone and begins to move. Wealth has no value when the ash falls. Tablet 3, Structures, verse 10. Sil Anagist 2. It's a magnificent house, compact, but elegantly designed and full of beautiful furnishings. We stare at its arches and bookcases and wooden banisters. There are only a few plants growing from the cellulose walls, so the air is dry and a little stale. It feels like a museum. We cluster together in the big room at the front of the house, afraid to move, afraid to touch anything. "Do you live here?" one of the others asks Kalenli. "Occasionally," she says. Her face is expressionless, but there is something in her voice that troubles me. "Follow me." She leads us through the house, a den of stunning comfort, every surface soft and sittable, even the floor. What strikes me is that nothing is white. The walls are green, and in some places painted a deep, rich burgundy. In the next room, the beds are covered in blue and gold fabric in contrasting textures. Nothing is hard and nothing is bare, and I have never thought before that the chamber I live in is a prison cell. But now, for the first time, I do. I have thought many new things this day, especially during our journey to this house. We walked the whole way, our feet aching with the unaccustomed use, and the whole way people stared. Some whispered. One reached out to stroke my hair in